Belson was reading in the bookstore. There was a hint of anxiety between his brows because the Sky Spirit Archmage of the human race had already left and the whale mages outside had been attacking the Holy Light Shield for more than a month. At first, the people of Galaxy City were still very panicked, but after the mages outside could not shake the defensive formation, they were relieved. As the Whale Clan's attack came too suddenly, many residents of Galaxy City were still blocked outside. Not only that, the gathering places around Galaxy City had been completely destroyed by the Whale Clan. Although the Whale Clan could not break the defensive battle, they could force Galaxy City to hand over the Murloc Princess Phyllis. Otherwise, they would kill all the residents of Galaxy City one by one. Although many residents of Galaxy City hoped that the City Lord of Galaxy City would hand over Princess Phyllis, Belson knew that he could not make the decision on this matter. This was because Phyllis was accepted by that powerful human mage. Unless that senior gave the order, he had no right to hand Phyllis over. Moreover, he did not know where Phyllis was. Belson suddenly saw Lei Lou walking out from the backyard and immediately said in surprise, "Senior?" Lei Lou asked, "What's going on outside?" Belson hurriedly explained the situation. "So, the Whale Clan has killed many residents of Galaxy City?" Lei Lou frowned. Galaxy City was under his protection, but so many people had died. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Outside Galaxy City, hundreds of sea-taming whale mages were gathered. All of them were powerful mages above the Earth level, and the leader was a Sky Spirit Archmage. "Your Highness, it seems that Galaxy City will not hand over the Murloc Phyllis. If this drags on, it will be very disadvantageous to our original plan of the world," a Whale Clan mage who overthrew the land spirit said respectfully. Living beings with God's bloodline were very rare. In the past 10,000 years, the Whale Clan had invaded countless worlds and destroyed many clans with God's bloodline. Of course, there was another clan with a powerful bloodline, which was the Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon bloodline and God's bloodline were equally powerful. However, even if the Whale Clan had the guts, they would not dare to approach the Dragon Clan. This was because the Dragon Clan was definitely one of the most powerful clans in this world. It was said that the weakest ones were at the beginning of the Archmage level. As long as they reached adulthood, they would possess the combat strength of a Sky Spirit Archmage. It was also said that there were many powerful peak Sky Spirit Archmages in the Dragon Clan. If they provoked the Dragon Clan, the Whale Clan would definitely suffer a tragedy. Therefore, the Whale Clan only dared to attack a weak clan like the Murloc Clan, which had God's bloodline. "Then we can only rely on the power of the Immortal Divine Sect," the clan Sky Spirit Archmage, His Highness the Sea King, said in a deep voice. He hadn't expected that the defensive array of Galaxy City would be so powerful that even a 4th-level Sky Spirit Archmage like him couldn't break it. Of course, he definitely hadn't realized that this wasn't a defensive array. It was just a rain shield cast by the mages. Otherwise, he would have been scared away long ago. But the price of the Immortal Divine Sect is not low, the Whale Mage who was a peak Earth spirit said. "That's nothing. As long as the plan succeeds, everything will be worth it," the Sea King said. At that moment, the holy light shield that enveloped Galaxy City cracked open, and 2 figures walked out. They were Lei Lou and the Murloc Princess Phyllis. "Has your Galaxy City finally thought it through? If you're willing to hand her over, you should have done so long ago. All these people didn't need to die," a Whale Clan mage said with an imposing manner. In his opinion, now that Galaxy City had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the pressure and was prepared to hand over the people. "You should be the Sky Spirit Archmage of Galaxy City, the nameless mage, right?" The Whale Clan's Royal Highness the Sea King stared at Lei Lou, ignoring the Murloc Princess beside him. The information the Immortal Divine Clan had taught him about the nameless mage was very detailed, so he recognized him at first glance. Although he could not sense Lei Lou's true strength, he had continuously attacked the defensive formation for more than a month, killing more than 1,000 people from Galaxy City. This nameless mage did not say a word, which showed that he was afraid of the whale clan's forces. You shouldn't have killed people. Now, I can only kill you and take revenge for these souls that died in vain. Lei Lou sighed. Nameless mage, you want to kill me? Do you know what my cultivation level is? A 4th level sky spirit archmage, how ridiculous. It seems that I must let you see my strength. His Highness the Sea King laughed wildly. In Galaxy World, on the Sky Spirit rankings, this nameless mage from Galaxy City was ranked 18th. He was suspected to be a 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. Even though it had been decades since he had first appeared on the list, for a Sky Spirit Archmage, every step should take at least a few hundred years, and at most a few thousand years. Thus, his 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage strength was firmly superior to this nameless mage's. It was precisely because of this that the sea-taming whale clan had sent him over. What strength do you have? Lei Lou shook his head and reached out with his hand. It was as if he had pierced through the void. The hand that was condensed from magic power had actually passed through 1,000 meters and arrived in front of His Highness the Sea King in an instant. Then, it grabbed onto his neck. Even if His Highness the Sea King reacted, he couldn't dodge at all. It was as if the void around him had been frozen. He could only watch helplessly as a terrifying hand stepped out of the void and grabbed his neck. Instantly, an intense suffocating feeling enveloped his body and even his soul. In the next moment, the Sea King had been grabbed by Lei Lou and brought before him. A strange and terrifying trace actually formed in the void. It was as if the Sea King had been forcefully dragged over, leaving behind a trace in space. After a while, it disappeared. This scene scared all the whale mages. A magnificent 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a peerless mage, was actually grabbed by the neck and grabbed. Not even the ability to resist. Wasn't this too terrifying? Of course, their fear was not just a little bit inferior to the Sea King's fear. The Sea King was scared out of his wits. Aren't you a little weak? Lei Lou held the Sea King's neck and said calmly. Giggle. The Sea King was so scared that he couldn't speak. He could only make gurgling sounds from his throat. His body and soul were trembling because he knew that he had met a legendary 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage. The technique that this nameless mage had used to capture the enemy was definitely something that only a mage above level 10 could do. If there really was a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10 in this Galaxy City, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to come. One of the 8 branches of the Whale clan didn't have a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10. Now, he had actually offended a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Once this existence wanted to destroy them, the 8 branches of the Whale clan would definitely be in a terrible state. Lei Lou grabbed His Royal Highness the Sea King's neck with one hand and cast the soul-absorbing codex without hesitation. After a while, Lei Lou narrowed his eyes and threw his body to the side. With the power of a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a mere 4th level from the Whale clan had no way to enter the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage because he had directly sealed his soul with the Devil's Soul Curse. Just like that, this powerful level for Sky Spirit Archmage from the Whale clan had completely lost his life force. Then, he was thrown to the ground by Lei Lou. This terrifying scene scared the Whale clan mages. Their entire bodies trembled, unable to move. It was as if their bodies had been completely frozen by a 5-star power. Very quickly, their body's life force was completely cut off. It was as if they had been scared to death. They were all turned into corpses. This was naturally Lei Lou's masterpiece. The God's Cave abode has the remains of a god. TSK, this Whale clan is really bold. They actually dared to pay attention to the remains of a god. Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the god? Lei Lou recalled the information he had obtained from the soul of the Whale clan's 4th level Sky Spirit Archmage, the Sea King, and revealed a curious expression. He had originally thought that it was just a cave dwelling left behind by a powerful god. He had not expected that there would be the remains of a god inside. The meaning was completely different. If it were him, he would definitely not do this. The Sea King's consciousness could do it. There were celestials in this world, but those celestials were not true gods. It was just that their bloodline was very close to that of gods. But who knew how many high-level sky spirit archmages there were in this celestial clan? Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Nirvana world. Lei Lou rubbed his chin. He had killed a sky spirit archmage of the Whale clan, and the Whale clan would not let it go. The best way was to mess up the Whale clan's plan and make them unable to take care of themselves. That way, they would not be able to find trouble with him. As for destroying the Whale clan, Lei Lou wouldn't do that. That would be too ostentatious. Only a fool would do that. One had to keep a low profile. Even if one possessed great power, one couldn't lose oneself. Who knew if there were any sky spirit archmages above level 10 among the Whale clan? Perhaps that Sea King didn't know. Therefore, secretly making trouble was the best choice. It was best to find a way to tell the Dragon clan about the god remains. Then, the Dragon clan would find trouble with the Whale clan. That way, everything would be perfect. Okay, let's do it. Lei Lou quickly made a decision. Moreover, he still had a trump card. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could use the token to hide in Immortal Palace. As long as he kept a low profile and didn't make a big fuss, he should be very safe in the dark. Immortal Divine Sect. In the Immortal Palace. Ancestral Spirit, the Whale clan sent a message from the world saying that the soul beads of the sea-taming Whale clan Sky Spirit Archmage, His Royal Highness Sea King, and more than 600 Earth Spirit Archmages have all been shattered. They want us to investigate what happened, a Sky Spirit Archmage said to the Immortal Ancestral Spirit who was sitting cross-legged. What's the exact situation? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit asked. The Whale clan was very powerful and could not be underestimated. The Whale clan used our galaxy world to capture a Murloc clan fugitive, and this fugitive escaped under the protection of the Nameless Mage in Galaxy City. Therefore, the Whale clan dispatched a Sky Spirit Archmage to enter our galaxy world, the Sky Spirit Archmage said. Generally speaking, when a Sky Spirit Archmage from the outside world entered the galaxy world, they would have to greet all the powerful local forces. The Whale clan would naturally greet the Immortal Divine Sect as well. The Whale clan will send a Sky Spirit Archmage to capture a fugitive. It seems that this fugitive is not ordinary. The Immortal Ancestral Spirit said in a deep voice, however, Nameless is a human. Why would he protect a Murloc? It is very likely that the Nameless Mage is also someone from the outside world. There must be some inside information that Nameless doesn't know about. Perhaps, we can use this opportunity to deal with Nameless. This way, we can take the Starslaying Cave abode for ourselves, the Sky Spirit Archmage said. The Immortal Divine Sect's home was not indifferent to the Starslaying Cave abode. It was just a small world, and it was very attractive to any powerful mage force. However, it was also occupied by Nameless, and it was held back by the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, so it was difficult for them to make a move. But now, it was different. They had a reason. The origin of this Nameless Mage was unknown and his identity was unclear. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. The Immortal Ancestral Spirit nodded. He was very displeased that a foreign Sky Spirit Archmage had occupied the Starslaying Cave abode. Especially a human mage who had occupied the Elf clan's cave abode. Since the Elf clan ancestors' cave abode could be occupied by humans, why couldn't the Immortal clan occupy it? Palace Master, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. This Sky Spirit Archmage was very confident. Because he was one of the 3 great 6th-level Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. Galaxy City. Although Lei Lou had decided to go to the Nirvana world, he didn't plan to go for the time being. He still had to settle one more thing. The fact that the family's Sky Spirit Archmage was able to enter Galaxy World this time had something to do with the Immortal Divine Sect. Otherwise, the Whale Clan's Sea King, a foreign Sky Spirit Archmage, wouldn't be so rampant and attack Galaxy City wantonly. From a certain point of view, he, Lei Lou, was also considered an outsider. However, he was a Sky Spirit Archmage who had attained the realm of a Sky Spirit Archmage in Galaxy World, so he could definitely be considered a local Sky Spirit Archmage. The actions of the Immortal Divine Sect had clearly betrayed him to the Whale Clan. Therefore, Lei Lou felt that it was necessary to give the Immortal Divine Sect a little warning. Otherwise, after he left, this Immortal Divine Sect would do something small again. It wouldn't affect anything, but it would annoy him. Lei Lou strengthened the 6th layer of the Holy Light Shield in Galaxy City again. With his level 12 Sky Spirit Archmage cultivation base, the Holy Light Shield that he cast could not be broken in a short time. Even if all the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy World gathered together, it would be impossible to break it in a short time. He planned to return to the Old World and the New World and strengthen God's Island and the capital with the Holy Light Shield. Even if there were problems in the 2 worlds in the future, the Holy Light Shield would be able to maintain its indestructibility. After returning to the bookstore, Lei Lou glanced at Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, how did your cultivation progress so fast? You're already a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage." Even if he could increase his cultivation by having *X with her, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, this girl was only a level 4 a few days ago. Xiaoya's pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head and whispered, "Uncle Lei, I don't know either." Lei Lou frowned slightly. He suddenly saw Little Fire sleeping on her shoulder. His heart moved. Could it be related to Little Fire? When Little Fire was with Xiaoya, her cultivation speed would increase by a lot. Lei Lou had always known about this, but he had never thought that Little Fire would be watching while they were having *X. It could actually double the growth rate of Xiaoya's magic power. This was magical. Thus, Lei Lou used the elemental eye to check the condition of Xiaoya's bloodline once again. Sure enough, her bloodline seemed to be boiling. In the elemental eye's view, it was emitting a scorching light, jumping as it approached Lei Lou. It was as if it wanted to fuse into Lei Lou's body. This bloodline is too strange. Lei Lou immediately felt that something was a little strange. If it wasn't for the stimulation of Little Fire's divine sun fire aura and the magic essence that Lei Lou often shot into her body, and these having a strange reaction, then Xiaoya's current cultivation speed would have been much slower. She would probably only be at the peak of the Archmage realm now. Compared to the peak of the Archmage realm, the gap between a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage and a peak Archmage was too big. "Little Fire, let's give her a hand," Lei Lou suddenly said. Immediately, Little Fire flew onto Lei Lou's shoulder. All these years, Little Fire had spent most of its time with Xiaoya, because it preferred to stay by her side. However, this was also good. It was better than letting it run around and cause trouble. Moreover, after swallowing the blood of the gods, Little Fire's growth speed had increased a lot. Even Little Fire wouldn't be able to digest it in a short period of time. Little Fire. Xiaoya's face was red, and she didn't dare to look because she knew what Lei Lou was going to do later. Little Fire was the same, drowsy, but still very obedient to Lei Lou's orders. Lei Lou waved his hand, and instantly, he brought Xiaoya and Little Fire into the star-slaying cave abode. At that moment, Little Fire, who was standing on Lei Lou's shoulder, suddenly spat out a golden flame, enveloping Xiaoya's body in an instant. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a candle. The clothes on her body were instantly burned clean. However, her body was not burned. Instead, a strange power had fused into it, and it even seemed to be in her bloodline. Lei Lou knew that Little Fire was fusing the power of refining God's blood into Xiaoya's body. Little Fire's power would accumulate in Xiaoya's body and become the best foundation for breaking through any bottlenecks in the future. Not only that, but Xiaoya's bloodline seemed to have completely recovered after being stimulated by Little Fire's divine fire. There were even traces of divine fire fusing into her weak bloodline, perfecting it. Unfortunately, although the divine fire was powerful, it seemed to be lacking something. At this moment, Xiaoya's face was completely red in the flames. Her legs were clamped tightly together, and her soft asts were standing upright. Her lower body was already wet. Suddenly, she opened her arms and looked at Lei Lou with a dazed gaze. "Uncle Lei Lou, come and love me." Xiaoya's voice was very soft, and there was a hint of trembling in her shyness. This was because she knew Lei Lou's valor. Each time, it would last for at least a month. Lei Lou smiled calmly. He waved his hand, and a stream of light flew out from the ring in his hand. In an instant, all the clothes on his body were taken off. The half-meter-long male organ was already aimed straight at Xiaoya in the flames. Walking into the flames, Lei Lou stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. He could feel Xiaoya's body trembling. Clearly, she was a little afraid. Lei Lou lowered his head and kissed her lips. This time, Lei Lou was very gentle. Very quickly, Xiaoya's body relaxed. She began to hug Lei Lou, and her tender tongue began to respond to his advances. Gradually, her desire was aroused. Xiaoya's wrapped her arms around Lei Lou's neck, and her legs clamped around his waist, sticking to Lei Lou's body like an octopus. Lei Lou held her soft buttocks with both hands and forcefully lifted them up. At the same time, his thick and long male organ instantly stood up. At the moment the hand that was holding onto Xiaoya's buttocks sank down, that thick and long male organ accurately pierced into her body. The sudden penetration of her lower body caused Xiaoya to involuntarily let out a loud moan. She was so comfortable that her entire body was convulsing until she rolled her eyes. Lei Lou was not in a hurry to stab her. When Xiaoya's body relaxed slightly and she regained her senses, Lei Lou then began to slowly control his waist and plow it. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water came from her lower body. Xiaoya bit her lip and rested her chin on Lei Lou's shoulder. She frowned slightly and her eyes were blurred. The blood in her body was also constantly improving and upgrading. The double happiness continuously hit her brain and she almost fainted. After just a few thrusts, her body had already gone through 3 uncontrollable orgasms. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. With a low roar, a large amount of mana essence was directly injected into Xiaoya's body. The mana essence was instantly sublimated and fused into every single blood vessel in Xiaoya's body. Xiaoya's aura suddenly shook, as if she had broken through a bottleneck. A rather powerful aura was emitted. A level 7 Earth Spirit Archmage. However, Lei Lou knew that this breakthrough was only the beginning. Very quickly, his lower body hardened again. He hugged Xiaoya, who had fainted due to the continuous orgasms, and started thrusting again. After an unknown period of time, while Xiluo was screaming, Lei Lou once again shot out his mana essence. For a moment, a large amount of liquid flowed down from where the two of them interacted like a waterfall. The entire ground was soaked with dirty water. An 8th level Earth Spirit Archmage. Holding Xiaoya in his arms, Lei Lou checked the condition of her body while she was unconscious. Her bloodline had already been perfected. In less than 2 to 3 years, she would be able to break through to become a 9th level Earth Spirit Archmage. As for whether she would be able to sense the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, that would depend on her own luck. Because this was not something that could be done by infusing mana essence and perfecting her talent. Unless Lei Lou could break through to an intermediate Sky Spirit Archmage, which was at least a level 30 or 40 Sky Spirit Archmage. It was said that a mage like that could allow a person to ascend to the heavens in one step. Lei Lou was far from having such an ability at the moment. Xiaoya opened her eyes. She already knew how big of an opportunity she had obtained. Uncle Lei Lou, Little Fire. She looked at Little Fire in shock and disbelief. She originally thought that her cultivation base had increased rapidly because every time she had S*X with Lei Lou, a large amount of mana essence would be injected into her body. This mana essence completely melted into her body, causing her mana to increase rapidly. She did not expect that this time, with the help of Little Fire's divine fire, the increase in her cultivation base had actually been faster and more significant than any other time. She knew that when Lei Lou shot into her body just now, there was an enormous force that completely sublimated the mana essence. Without wasting a single strand, that enormous force was actually the effect of Little Fire's divine flame. In just half a year's time, he had broken through 2 realms consecutively in the Earth Spirit Archmage realm. This speed was simply too terrifying. To be honest, this speed was something that even Lei Lou himself was a little envious of. In half a year's time, he had broken through 2 levels in succession. Xiaoye, who had later become his woman, was already a level 8 Earth Spirit Archmage, while Wei, Liulan, and Leona were stuck. The Murloc Princess was only a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage. However, he also knew that it was because of the special constitution of Xiaoye. Otherwise, she would not have been able to last so long in Little Fire's divine fire. With the help of Little Fire's divine fire, this time, Lei Lou and Xiaoye had S*X alone for half a year. Such an increase was simply too terrifying. The high-intensity increase in mana also had side effects. Xiaoye was currently very weak because her body was unable to adapt to such a powerful mana input. Therefore, she could only rely on her own meditation to train for a short period of time. Of course, she could still have S*X with Lei Lou occasionally. Little Fire and I can only help you a little. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to walk the path, Lei Lou said indifferently. Uncle Lei Lou, Little Fire, thank you. Xiaoye was extremely moved. She didn't know what to say. Her eyes were already filled with tears because her fate had been completely changed. If it wasn't for Lei Lou, Galaxy City and the Belson family would have been finished. Now, she actually had such an opportunity. She had the opportunity to peek at the incomparably sacred path of a Sky Spirit Archmage. How lucky was that? While she was touched, Xiaoye broke free from Lei Lou's embrace and forcefully stood on the ground. Suddenly, her body swayed. Lei Lou hurriedly went forward to support her. Xiaoye ignored the weakness of her body and bowed slightly to Lei Lou. This was the highest etiquette of the elf clan, and usually only for masters who they were willing to be loyal to for life. At this moment, Xiaoye had already branded Lei Lou's mark on her soul, and she swore in her heart that she would never leave Uncle Lei Lou. Lei Lou did not stop her when he saw this scene. Looking at Xiaoye's beautiful body, his lower body had some reaction again, and he raised his head slightly. After bowing, Xiaoye looked up and saw Lei Lou's huge male organ. A blush climbed onto her face. This time, she did not shy away. Instead, she squatted down and used her 2 hands to hold on to it. She opened her small mouth and sucked it. After a long time, Lei Lou finally shot the mana essence into Xiaoye's mouth again. The rich fragrance of the mana essence immediately filled the entire skull of Xiaoye. In the next second, she used her tongue to gather all the mana essence. Finally, with a gulp, she swallowed it all. After swallowing, she looked at Lei Lou in a daze and licked her lips. Such a seductive scene almost made Lei Lou stiffen up again. Fortunately, he quickly suppressed the desire in his heart because he sensed that something was happening in the outside world. Lei Lou leaned over and lightly kissed her forehead as he said, "All right, cultivate well. I should go." Hearing this, Xiaoye was somewhat reluctant to part, but she did not urge him to stay. The next moment, Lei Lou left the star-slaying cave abode. He sensed that another Sky Spirit Archmage had arrived outside Galaxy City. And it was not just one. There were a total of 3. Outside of Galaxy City, 3 figures appeared a kilometer away from the Holy Light Shield. This holy light shield is indeed full of mysteries. The person in the lead was shockingly the level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage of the Immortal Divine Sect, Elder Sinless. The other two were also level 4 and level 5 Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. This time, they wanted to take down the Nameless Mage with an absolute advantage. As for the reason, they had found it long ago that the Nameless Mage protected the Whale Clan's fugitives. By killing the Whale Clan's Sky Spirit Archmage, the Whale Clan would be enraged, and it would threaten the safety of the galaxy world. Therefore, the Immortal Divine Sect could only take down the Nameless Mage to appease the Whale Clan's anger. How can such a powerful formation be possessed by such a small galaxy city? Another Sky Spirit Archmage from the Immortal Divine Sect said coldly. Such a powerful defensive formation was probably not comparable to the Immortal Divine Sect. Soon, Elder Sinless took a step in the air and arrived in front of the Holy Light Shield. He said in a clear voice, "Is the Nameless Mage is here? I am Elder Sinless of the Immortal Divine Sect. I have received an order from the Immortal Divine Sect's ancestral spirit to look at your culture." After he finished speaking, the powerful aura of a level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage erupted. This aura struck the Holy Light Shield, causing it to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, many people in Galaxy City were in a commotion. Another mage has attacked. The faces of Belson and the other mages of the Belson family turned ugly. Immortal Divine Sect. Why would one of the top 3 great divine sects in Galaxy World come knocking on their door? Tell me, what's the matter? An indifferent voice came from Galaxy City. It was Lei Lou's voice. However, he couldn't be bothered to see that Elder Sinless. He had killed a mere level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage a few decades ago in Immortal Palace. Now, nothing less was worth mentioning to him. As for the Immortal Divine Sect, the strongest one was only a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. Such a force wasn't worthy of Lei Lou's respect. He could kill them with just a raise of his hand. Nameless Mage, why are you protecting the Whale Clan's fugitive, the Murloc Princess? Later, you even killed the Whale Clan Sky Spirit Archmage, the Sea King, and several hundred Whale Clan mages in a row. In my eyes, your actions threaten the safety of Galaxy World. I advise you to follow us to the Immortal Divine Sect for investigation. Otherwise, we can only make a move and break through Galaxy City to capture you." Elder Sinless said coldly. "So, your Immortal Divine Sect is planning to help a foreign clan to deal with a mage from the same world?" Lei Lou's figure became slightly cold. What mage from the same world? You are an outsider. You don't even know your origin and identity. What exactly is your purpose for infiltrating our Galaxy World? It is precisely because of this that our Immortal Divine Sect wants to conduct an in-depth investigation on you." Elder Sinless said with a cold snort. "Although I'm an outsider, I broke through to the Sky Spirit Archmage realm in Galaxy World." Lei Lou sighed. He was really a little disappointed with this Immortal Divine Sect. As one of the 3 great divine sects, they actually used this reason to deal with him. If the Immortal Divine Sect directly wanted to seize the Starslaying Cave abode, he would feel that it was a little reasonable. But the Immortal Divine Sect actually wanted to use such a clumsy reason to oppress him. Although he was already a 12th level Sky Spirit Archmage, a Sky Spirit Archmage mage above level 10, he had never thought of dominating the entire Galaxy World. He only wanted to cultivate quietly and protect his wives at the same time. His request was really very simple. He didn't want to cause any trouble for others. He was already low-key enough, right? But there were always people who wanted to cause trouble for him. The feeling of having trouble knocking on his door was really unpleasant. Who knows if you broke through to the Sky Spirit Archmage realm in Galaxy World? Even if you did, you are also scheming against our Galaxy World. If you want to play around with suspicion, then quickly remove the defensive formation, surrender, and accept the investigation of our Immortal Divine Sect. Elder Sinless thought that Lei Lou had been frightened by the direct power of the Immortal Divine Sect, so he became even more aggressive. Forget it. I'll be high profile this time. Lei Lou shook his head, looking extremely helpless. Then, he walked out of the holy light shield. His speed seemed very slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Soon, he had walked out of the holy light shield and arrived in front of Elder Sinless and the other Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect. As Lei Lou stepped out of the air, they felt that they had lost control of their bodies and were unable to move. The formless footsteps seemed to produce a terrifying sound that echoed in their minds. With each step, the sound of the footsteps seemed to step on their souls. Their bodies were trembling. Their souls were trembling. I want to see what qualifications the Immortal God sect has to dare to interfere in my affairs. Lei Lou glanced at the three people and said indifferently. Then, he stepped on the head of Elder Sinless, and then his other foot landed on the head of another Sky Spirit Archmage of the Immortal Divine Sect. He just put his hands behind his back and stepped on the heads of the two Sky Spirit Archmages. As for the other Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect, there was a four-horned red lizard with wings standing on its head. Saliva kept flowing out of its mouth. Now, Elder Sinless was no longer angry, but was filled with endless fear. Heavens, what kind of existence has our Immortal Divine Sect offended? In the next moment, the three Sky Spirit Archmages seemed to lose control of their bodies as they shot into the sky and flew into the distance. Their eyes were on the Immortal Palace. In Galaxy City, City Lord Belson, many mages of the Belson family, and tens of thousands of mages of Galaxy City were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What had they just seen? Galaxy City was a long way from the headquarters of the Immortal Divine Sect. They needed to cross 12 regions. The land of the Immortal Divine Sect was in the north of the continent. Previously, the three Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect had taken more than 10 hours to cross such a long distance to reach Galaxy City. With Lei Lou's speed, he used a bit of energy to control the three people's bodies, and it only took him a few hours to cross 12 regions and arrive at the headquarters of the Immortal Divine Sect, the Immortal Palace. The headquarters were not small. However, its real foundation was in a small grotto heaven world. The people stationed outside were all ordinary members of the Immortal Clan. Most of the true disciples, elders, and even higher-level ancestral elders were meditating in the grotto heaven world. This was because the environment for meditating inside was better. Not only the Immortal Divine Sect, but also the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion had grotto heaven worlds. The 12 heaven gates also had them. Even first-rate forces like the Bailey family had them. It was just that the size of the world was different in winter. When Lei Lou stepped on the two Sky Spirit Archmages and arrived above the Immortal Divine Sect's palace, his gaze was indifferent. Suddenly, he stomped hard. Immediately, Elder Sinless and the other Sky Spirit Archmage's bodies trembled. Despair appeared in their terrified eyes before they completely froze. In the next moment, the aura on their bodies was completely cut off. Their souls had been instantly killed by Lei Lou. Xiaoya suddenly spat out a flame that landed on the head of the other Sky Spirit Archmage. Along with the distorted face of the Sky Spirit Archmage, he was also completely stunned. The three Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect, they had all died. Inside Immortal Palace, the Immortal Ancestral Spirit was sitting in the main hall. Beside him, a female Immortal Clan member with an extraordinary temperament was making tea for him. This was the highest quality tea of the Elf Clan. Only Sky Spirit Archmages could enjoy it. This female elegantly served the tea. The Immortal Ancestral Spirit nodded in satisfaction and immediately picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Evelyn, how's the governance of the Immortal Empire sect going? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit's eyes were filled with love as he looked at his outstanding descendant. Her name was Evelyn, and she was his direct descendant. She was very talented in magic. In order to nurture her, he had even handed over the entire Immortal Empire to her to manage. The Empress, Evelyn, bowed respectfully and said, "Ancestral spirit, thanks to you, the Empire is doing well." Her skin was a strange dark red, and there were small but strange horns on the top of her head. Her canine teeth were long and sparkling, and her figure was hot and sexy. Her chest was much bigger than a basketball, and she had a pair of blood-red wings on her back. Her perky buttocks had a tail that was like an arrow, swimming in the air behind her. She had the typical appearance of an immortal, but this appearance was terrifying and had a hint of deadly beauty. It was especially attractive. Suddenly, the entire immortal palace was in an uproar. The soul beads of the 3 immortal archmages had all shattered. In addition to the elder who had died in the immortal palace more than 30 years ago, the immortal divine sect actually had 40,000 sky spirit archmage mages in just a few decades, and 2 of them were level 6 sky spirit archmages. Whoosh! 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 Powerful figures flew out from the small world cave. There were 16 of them, including the most powerful sky demon ancestral spirit. The sky spirit archmages of the immortal divine sect were going crazy. They wanted to go to Galaxy City to see how the 3 elders had died. Could it be that they were in a dragon's den or a tiger's den? However, as soon as they came out of the small world cave, they immediately sensed the bodies of Lei Lou and the elder who were standing in the air. The terrifying gaze of the immortal ancestral spirit, which was like spitting fire, landed on Lei Lou's body and he spoke in an extremely deep voice. "Nameless. How dare you kill the members of my immortal divine sect?" Moreover, Lei Lou had actually used both his feet to step on the heads of the 3 of them. This was simply an incomparably great insult to the immortal divine sect. After today, the immortal divine sect will no longer exist in Galaxy World, Lei Lou said indifferently. "Huh, you want to exterminate my immortal divine sect? You must be dreaming," the immortal ancestor spirit said in a sinister tone. He truly believed that this nameless mage's strength was very, very powerful. It was very likely that he wasn't inferior to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill Elder Sinless. However, he still had absolute confidence in himself because this was the Immortal Palace. One of the 3 great divine schools in Galaxy World. His Immortal Divine School had an unimaginable foundation. Long before the appearance of humans and elves, the Immortal Clan had already existed on this continent and had a terror that no one could imagine. Even if the nameless mage went to the Immortal Divine School, he should not even think about leaving. "Let's give it a try," Lei Lou said indifferently. There was no need to talk nonsense. He was here to kill the entire Immortal Clan. It should be enough to make an example of the Immortal Divine Sect. He stomped on the corpses of the 3 patriarchs, turning them into a bloody mist. In the next second, Lei Lou took out a magic staff from his spatial ring. Broken magic staff. It was so easy to deal with the Immortal Clan. Even if his strength far surpassed his, as long as Lei Lou held the broken magic staff in his hand, he was confident that he could kill them instantly. He only needed one spell. The immortal ancestral spirit's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a strange space power distorted and teleported all the elders and mages of the immortal clan to the other side. Interesting. Lei Lou's expression was calm. He gently stepped on the void and waved his broken magic staff. Instantly, there was the sound of the void being torn. However, he had already arrived in front of a sky spirit archmage of the immortal clan. The dark purple gemstone on the tip of the broken magic staff lit up with terrifying lightning. He gently raised the staff and stabbed down. The immortal clan member looked terrified. He could only watch as the dark purple gemstone on the tip of the broken magic staff touched his body. In the next moment, thousands of lightning bolts burst out. His body collapsed instantly as if lightning had cut through the most basic particles in the city. Another sky spirit archmage of the immortal divine sect had died. The immortal ancestral spirit's face turned pale when he saw this scene. That's impossible. With the interference of the immortal magnetic field in the immortal palace, how could he lock onto us? Could it be that he's already a sky spirit archmage above level 10? No, that's impossible. How could a sky spirit archmage above level 10 live in seclusion outside Galaxy World? At this moment, despair appeared on his face. Because he knew what a level 10 sky spirit archmage meant. Galaxy City was invincible. Under the cover of the immortal magnetic field, even a level 11 sky spirit archmage would find it difficult to break through, but after reaching level 12, it was completely different. Quickly enter the small world, the immortal ancestral spirit roared in terror. The other immortal divine sect mages all realized something. Only by escaping into the small world would they be able to escape this calamity. This was because even sky spirit archmages above level 10 would find it difficult to break through the small world's passage. This was their only chance of survival. You've come out, and you still want to go back. Lei Lou smiled indifferently. Little fire, let them experience what it means to be in despair. Caw, caw, caw. Little fire soared into the sky and suddenly transformed into a huge divine dragon that spat fire. Wherever it flew, golden flames covered the sky. The flames were extremely terrifying. They could penetrate the void. In the blink of an eye, the entire immortal divine sect was completely covered by the flames. However, they didn't burn everything, nor did they kill the immortal clan members of the immortal divine sect. Although he was here to destroy the immortal divine sect, he didn't intend to kill all the immortal clan members. Everyone in the world had their own rules. Lei Lou would intervene, but he wouldn't destroy them too cruelly. As long as they killed all the sky spirit archmages of the immortal divine sect would be finished. The rest would be left to the enemies of the immortal divine sect. After all, the human clan and the elf clan had held a grudge against the immortal clan for a long time. As one of the three great sects, there would definitely be many clans that hated the immortal divine sect. The immortal ancestral spirit and the other sky spirit archmages originally wanted to go back to the small world, but now, the entire void was covered in golden flames. As long as they got close to the entrance, the terrifying aura that could destroy everything would make it impossible for them to get close. They knew that they were completely finished. They couldn't even escape back to the small world. Nameless mage, are you really going to kill us all? The immortal ancestral spirit and the others were suppressed in a small area by the fire. They let out desperate roars. Behind them was a sexy and beautiful female immortal. At this moment, Evelyn was in extreme despair. An enemy that even the immortal ancestral spirit could not deal with was such a terrifying existence. Had the end of the immortal clan really come? She actually mustered up her courage and went in front of Lei Lou, standing in front of all the immortal archmages. Lei Lou just glanced at her and continued to approach her. Evelyn was trembling as if she was afraid. However, she stood still and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, the immortal ancestral spirit became anxious. Seeing Lei Lou approaching Evelyn, he hurriedly shouted, "Let Evelyn go. We'll let you do whatever you want. If you take the initiative to commit suicide, I can bypass the immortal divine sect and allow the immortal clan to continue. Otherwise, if you die, the immortal divine sect will also be finished," Lei Lou said indifferently. He had no intention of killing the entire immortal clan. Why? Even if we've offended you, it shouldn't be like this, the empress of the immortal clan, Evelyn, said in grief and indignation. There's no reason. If you make a mistake, you have to bear responsibility for the mistake. You are the top existences in Galaxy World. Don't you know this principle? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider it. If you can't make a decision, then I'll help you. Lei Lou's tone was very calm. This female immortal was actually trying to reason with him. Didn't she know that the strongest people in this world were the most powerful? Luckily for them, it was him. If it were other powerful mages, they would have long exterminated the immortal clan. Even the women of the immortal clan were so naive. 1. 2. 3. Lei Lou began to count. The Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect were struggling. The countless Immortal Clan Mages of the Immortal Divine Sect below all had complicated feelings. Some were angry, some were afraid, and some were in a daze. The faces of all living beings were fully displayed here. When the countdown was about to be explained, the Immortal Ancestor Spirit of the Immortal Divine Sect suddenly sighed. He looked at Lei Lou and said, "Nameless, we are willing to pass away. I hope you will keep your word." "Lord Ancestor Spirit." Empress Evelyn cried out in grief. She was unwilling to let the Ancestor Spirit who had raised her for 1,000 years die just like that. She wanted to stop it, but she was blocked by a powerful wall of air. She could not get close to her elders. Behind the wall of air, the Ancestral Spirit sighed as if all his energy had been drained. He knew that this outcome couldn't be changed. Facing a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10, the Immortal Divine Sect couldn't have any hope. If they continued to struggle, the final outcome would be even worse. Rather than die at the hands of the Nameless Mage, it would be better to commit suicide. It could also be considered a decent private message. Thus, the remaining 15 Sky Spirit Archmages of the Immortal Divine Sect lowered their heads and looked at the countless faces below, revealing endless memories. In the next moment, the aura on their bodies gradually dissipated. "No!" Empress Evelyn cried out in pain. Her exquisite face was already wet with tears, but there was nothing she could do. With the death of the 15 Sky Spirit Archmages, the sky suddenly became extremely gloomy. This was a celestial phenomenon. After the death of a Sky Spirit Archmage, a celestial phenomenon was created. It was a special reaction of the world's origin to the death of such a mage. In an instant, the strange celestial phenomenon spread to an even more distant area, and in the end, it almost covered all of Galaxy World. So many Sky Spirit Archmages had died in one go, including a 7th level mage. After more than 10 seconds, this phenomenon gradually disappeared. Below, the countless Immortal Clan members of the Immortal Divine Sect saw that all the Sky Spirit Archmages had died, and many of them started crying. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of him, and Lei Lou quickly grabbed a slender wrist. That jade hand was holding a dagger. It was only 10 centimeters away from his throat. Lei Lou looked up and saw Evelyn gnashing her teeth, trying to stab the dagger into Lei Lou's throat and kill him. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Lei Lou looked at her and said. "I'm going to kill you." Evelyn desperately tried to pull her wrist out, but she couldn't break free from that powerful palm. "Interesting," Lei Lou said indifferently. Just when she was about to raise her hand to kill him, Evelyn suddenly loosened her grip on the dagger and sat down on the ground, sobbing. Can I follow you?" Evelyn suddenly said with her head lowered. Lei Lou was stunned by her words. He regained his calmness and said expressionlessly, "Why should I let you follow me? I have the body of a demonic god, and I'm a virgin. Intercourse with me can speed up your cultivation speed," Evelyn said slowly, her voice low and deep as if she had lost her soul. Lei Lou had heard of the body of a demonic god before, so he immediately became a little interested and asked, "Then what's your purpose?" Evelyn gritted her teeth and finally said, "I'm going to kill you." "Interesting," Lei Lou said again. In the next second, he directly slashed the back of Evelyn's neck, making Evelyn's vision go black and she fainted. He pulled her into his arms. "From today on, the Immortal Divine Sect will be hidden for 1,000 years. All the Immortal Clan members are forbidden to come out." Lei Lou's gaze swept down and made a loud noise. In the next moment, he moved and disappeared with Evelyn in his arms. At the same time, the Immortal Divine Sect's Archmage's huge commotion had already alerted the powerful mages around. As one of the 3 major forces, the Immortal Divine Sect was naturally the focus of many forces. The other 2 major forces, the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, paid even more attention to them. Oh my god, the Immortal Divine Sect is completely finished. The magic spies of the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the Tiandao Divine Sect revealed shocked expressions when they saw the Immortal Divine Sect. This was because they had witnessed everything that had happened in the Immortal Divine Sect. Under the pressure of the nameless mage from Galaxy City, the Immortal Ancestral Spirit and the other 15 Sky Spirit Archmage from the Immortal Divine Sect had no choice but to extinguish their own souls and commit suicide. Quick, Nameless must send the news back immediately. The sky of Galaxy World is about to change. From now on, the Immortal Divine Sect, as one of the 3 great divine sects, is a complete history. Let alone the Immortal Divine Sect, our Sky Spirit Pavilion and Tiandao Divine Sects will not have an easy time either. How can this nameless mage be so powerful? Tiandao Divine Sect. The strange phenomenon in the sky attracted the attention of many powerful mages of the Tiandao Divine Sect. This was because this was a sign of the death of a Sky Spirit Archmage. Moreover, this sign meant that several of them had died consecutively. If so many Sky Spirit Archmages of Galaxy World died, then something big would happen. Following the news from the Immortal Divine Sect, the Tiandao Divine Island completely exploded. What? The Immortal Ancestral Spirit and all the Sky Spirit Archmages committed suicide? Was it forced by the nameless Archmage from Galaxy City? Impossible. The nameless Archmage is only a newly advanced ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage. I even saw him last time. How could he be so powerful? No wonder the weather changed so much. All the Sky Spirit Archmages from the Immortal Divine Sect died. This is troublesome. This nameless mage has destroyed the Immortal Divine Sect. I wonder if he will attack our Tiandao Divine Sect. Have you found out why the nameless mage wants to deal with the Immortal Divine Sect? Quick, we have to inform the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the other 12 Heaven Gates immediately. Sky Spirit Pavilion. As a powerful magic force that was known to be omniscient in Galaxy World, the information they received was much more detailed than the Tiandao Divine Sect. The Immortal Divine Sect had cooperated with the Whale Clan and allowed the Whale Clan Sky Spirit Archmages to attack Galaxy City. After that, the Immortal Divine Sect sent 3 Sky Spirit Archmages, such as Elder Sinless, to visit and force out the Nameless Archmage. This angered the Nameless Archmage, and he swept through the entire Immortal Divine Sect. This should be the most accurate information. I didn't expect this nameless mage to be a Sky Spirit Archmage above level 10. Such a peerless mage is actually hiding in our Galaxy World. He didn't even try to make a move. It's a pity that the Immortal Divine Sect took the initiative to provoke him. He finally got himself into trouble. This time, it's clearly the Immortal Divine Sect's problem. Moreover, Nameless only made those ancestors of the Immortal Divine Sect commit suicide in the end. He didn't destroy the entire Immortal Divine Sect. Instead, he sealed the Immortal Divine Sect for 1,000 years. Didn't the Nameless Mage also take away the Empress Evelyn of the Immortal Clan? What do you think a mere Empress is compared to the ancestors of the Immortal Clan? Inform all the members of the Sky Spirit Pavilion that they must not provoke Galaxy City. Ensure the neutrality of the Nameless Mage. Try not to interfere with anything in Galaxy World. Also, block all information about Galaxy City and the Nameless Mage on the Galaxy Mage list. The many powerful mages of Sky Spirit Pavilion gathered together and quickly made a series of decisions. The other 12 Heaven Gates also received the news one after another and were extremely shocked that the Immortal Divine Sect, one of the once arrogant 3 great divine sects, had actually ended up in such a way. After losing all the Sky Spirit Archmages, the decline of the Immortal Divine Sect was unavoidable. In the future, it would be considered their limit to be listed in the Heaven Gate sect. Very soon, the 2 great divine sects, led by the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, secretly gathered the Sky Spirit Archmages of the 12 Heaven Gates and gathered them together through a special spiritual domain. The 14 powerful mage forces finally reached a consensus. That was to pretend to know nothing and everything would go on as usual, and not to provoke Galaxy City. In short, the people of the various major forces would keep a low profile in the future. At the same time, they announced to all the Earth Spirit Archmage forces in Galaxy World that the 1,000-mile area of Galaxy City was a forbidden area, strictly forbidding all mages from entering. Just like that, Galaxy City, which was already mysterious enough, became even more mysterious. It became the most mysterious force in Galaxy World. Lei Lou was still very satisfied with this situation. In this way, there shouldn't be any trouble that would come knocking on his door again. As expected, it was better to be high-profile once in a while and show off one's strength. This was a world where magic was revered. It wasn't good to be too low-profile. Of course, after being high-profile, he would quickly restrain himself and hide his achievements and fame. That day, Lei Lou took all of his wives and left Galaxy City. He also took a little fire with him. He was going to leave Galaxy World and go to the world of annihilation. He would also visit the new world and the old world at the same time. Counting the time, it had been more than 170 years since he came to Galaxy World. It was really not a short period of time. Although a mere 100 years was nothing to those Sky Spirit Archmages, it was endless for Lei Lou because he had only cultivated for 100 years in the old world and the new world of the human clan, plus 170 years in Galaxy World. It was a total of more than 300 years. On Earth, in his previous life, that was more than 3 centuries. The civilization on Earth had gone from primitive backwardness to the path of industrial technology development. I really don't know how the development of the new world and the old world is going. The sisters, Wei, and the other 2 girls were all very suspicious. As long as there were no major changes, those who stayed in the 2 worlds were all ultimate archmages. Basically, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, the cultivation base of their ultimate archmages was a bit weak. Lei Lou planned to go back this time and increase the strength of the forces that had stayed in the 2 worlds. If they wanted to come to Galaxy World, that would be the best. With the cultivation resources in his hands, any small amount would be enough to satisfy their cultivation. In half a day's time, Lei Lou passed through the path of ice fog and entered the new world. The origin registration of this world is too low. It's a great restriction for Sky Spirit Archmages. The moment Lei Lou entered, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if he had encountered a withered world. This was the world's origin's self-protection mechanism. Although the world would not reject him, his magic power level was too high. It had reached the level of a 10th level Sky Spirit Archmage, far exceeding the limit of mages that could be born in this world. It was also because of the system that he would not be rejected by the world. If it was an ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage, he would probably be struck by lightning and thunder wherever he went, causing a strange scene to appear in the world. This was a strong warning from the world's origin to expel this Sky Spirit Archmage. No wonder powerful mages like to run to high-level worlds. It's because it's uncomfortable. Lei Lou shook his head. In the future, he would definitely not be willing to stay in a world like the new world. It was just too uncomfortable. Very soon, Lei Lou arrived outside God's Island. Compared to more than 100 years ago, the human race's God's Island in the new world had undergone too many changes. It had truly become the center of the new world. Not bad. He has already become a top-tier ultimate archmage. Lei Lou very quickly sensed the city lord's strength. They did not enter God's Island. Leolan and Leona only communicated with each other through voice transmission before turning around and heading straight for Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City had also undergone great changes. Its scale had expanded, and the quality of many mages was much higher than it had been 100 years ago. Lei Lou's figure moved, and he led the group of women into the Earth God's cave abode. It was still the same here, but there were many more people. Judging from their auras, they should be the disciples and grand disciples that Leolan and Leona had nurtured previously. When they saw them, the group of mages was extremely nervous. Leolon and Leona took a step forward. Soon, some of the mages recognized Leolon and Leona. Master. Master, you're back. Master, it's really Master. Master is back. A few of the disciples that Leolon and the others had personally taught became excited with tears in their eyes. It had been more than 170 years. This was not a short period of time. They had just entered the Archmage realm and cultivated to the peak Archmage realm. They had seen the rise of the human race with their own eyes. One after another, ultimate archmages were born and gradually they became the #1 race in the new world. All of this was because their masters had left a foundation for the human race. Without their masters, there would be no humans in the new world. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. Even though they had become the pillars of the human race, they still had endless worship for Leolon and Leona. I'm just passing by this time. I won't stay for long. Leolon smiled and said, I'll give you a choice. One is to stay in the new world and break through to the Earth Spirit Archmage realm, and the other is to wait for me to come back. At that time, I'll take you to Galaxy World. The upper limit of cultivation in the new world was too low. Ordinary low-level Earth Spirit Archmages were the limit. It was different in Galaxy World. Master, we'll go to Galaxy World with you. The group of disciples looked at each other and spoke in unison. Now that the human race in the new world was on the right track, the number of ultimate mages had already formed a great advantage over the other clans. As long as they didn't seek death, there would basically be no problems. That's fine, Leolon nodded and agreed. Next, Lei Lou moved the entrance to the Earth God's cave abode from Fire Dragon City to the Human God's Island. Lei Lou had planned to use a 6-layer holy light shield on the Human God's Island, but after thinking about it, he gave up because it would be too high profile. It was just a simple arrangement. It was not a good thing to protect it too well. After that, Lei Lou took the girls and left the Human God's Island, flying directly to the border. The 100-year ban had been lifted a long time ago. Now, the two worlds were very close to each other. It was not just the humans who came and went. The orcs would also enter the old world. However, the land of eternal freeze and the Dead Sea were still barriers that affected the communication between the two worlds. This was because only high-level mages had the ability to cross the two worlds. Lei Lou reached the capital. The prosperity here was not inferior to the New World's God's Island at all. One could see mages, peak mages, and even many ultimate mages everywhere. However, what surprised Lei Lou was that the Pharaoh Kingdom seemed to have disappeared. He was quite curious. He had been away for more than 170 years. What had happened? He looked for someone in the hall to ask. That person looked as if he was looking at an idiot. Sir, could it be that you have been in seclusion for many years? 48 years ago, the Pharaoh Kingdom had a foolish king. He made the kingdom lose its reputation and the entire world fell into chaos. At that time, many mages in the world rebelled and the Pharaoh Kingdom lost control of the situation. If not for the Shadow Guards taking action at the last moment and organizing the army to attack the city, the capital would have changed. In the end, the king of Pharaoh took the initiative to abdicate and the capital became the last fiefdom of the Pharaoh royal family. However, the Pharaoh royal family still has the Shadow Guards behind them. Now, it is still one of the few super magician families in the world. After hearing this, Lei Lou could only sigh. Wei was also silent. She had not expected that the Pharaoh Kingdom, which had such a powerful backer, would still be finished in the end. It was likely that Alo was also helpless in the end and had given up. However, the current situation could be said to be the best. Having lost the royal authority, it was still a top-tier power. Like a normal dynasty change, there were very few royal families that could be preserved. Usually, the outcome would be very tragic. Lei Lou went to the original palace. the current Shadow Guard Palace. The entire city had been split into two. Half belonged to the royal family, and the other half belonged to the Shadow Guards. Imperial Palace already belonged to the Shadow Guards. Looking at the dilapidated Xiluo Magic Academy and the library in the corner, which was still the same as it had been 100 years ago, Lei Lou felt like he had returned to his old place. He had lived there for a full 100 years, which was equivalent to nearly a third of his cultivation life. It was impossible to say that he did not miss it. Some of the people who had left gradually appeared in his mind. The old senior, the Pharaoh Kingdom, the spirit. After a long time, Lei Lou took the girls into the small world. The changes inside were huge, hiding the aura of many ultimate archmages. Soon, he sensed the aura of Lei Lou, who had also reached the peak archmage level. Lei Lou went to the place where he had trained before. This place was still reserved for him. Not long after, Lei Lou ran over in a hurry. Senior. Mother. Lei Lou. Wei, who had been silent the entire way, saw Lei Lou. Tears immediately flowed out of their eyes. They had not seen each other for more than 170 years. You're already a few hundred years old. Why are you still crying? Lei Lou laughed. Seeing that Wei was in a better mood, Lei Lou's mood improved a lot. After all, the two of them had been by Lei Lou's side since the beginning of his training. They had a deep relationship with each other. Senior, don't leave Lei Lou behind, okay? Bring him along, Wei said. Although she had a good relationship with Liu and the others, she still lacked a confidant. And Lei Lou was just like her child. The relationship between the two of them was even deeper. Lei Lou looked at Lei Lou, and he lowered his head slightly without saying a word. His real Lei Lou had always been a rather dull character. Even if he wanted to, if he didn't allow it, Lei Lou wouldn't speak. Lei Lou suddenly nodded and said, "All right, Lei Lou will follow me from now on." Hearing this, Lei Lou immediately raised his head, his face full of surprise. Be good. From now on, Mom and Senior will never abandon you again. Wei pulled Lei Lou into her arms. Her eyes were red as she spoke with extreme gentleness. In the end, under Lei Lou's persuasion, Lei Lou also decided to take the others to Galaxy World. There was no harm in taking a few more. After all, they would be sent to Galaxy City. In the future, their magic training would depend on their own luck. Lei Lou did not stay in the small world for too long. He prepared to head to the land of extinction. However, when he left behind some cultivation resources that he could not use. They could be considered as the future resources of the Shadow Guards. Taking the girls and Lei Lou arrived at the Murloc clan in the Eastern Ocean. Unfortunately, the Murloc clan had already become a thing of the past. However, he was still able to find some Murloc encampments that should have survived. It had to be said that the Whale clan had been really brutal, not even sparing the Murloc clan of this world. He did not stay in the Eastern Ocean for too long. He took out the Murloc clan's huge ship from the system space and jumped onto it. The magic power of a sky spirit archmage wrapped it up. When she saw the giant ship, the eyes of the Murloc princess Phyllis could not help but become moist. She recalled the bumpy years of her escape. The Sea Elders and her people were all dead. When the giant ship appeared, it was as if the familiar faces had appeared in front of her once again. The ladies landed on the giant ship. After they had steadied themselves, Lei Lou began to drive the Sky Spirit Archmage's magical powers. Immediately, the giant ship was pushed by a powerful force, and it sailed toward the region of the Dead Sea at an astonishing speed. On this Dead Sea, only Sky Spirit Archmages could sail. So, Lei Lou took out a bead from the system space. Frozen Magic Bead. As he activated it, ice mist bloomed and enveloped the entire giant ship. This way, the Sky Spirit Archmage's power consumption would be much smaller, and it would be much less worrisome. He only needed to control the direction of the giant ship. He did not fly directly and instead used the giant ship to sail was that other than the fact that here he could rest and read books, he could also play with the ladies when he was free. Of course, the main reason was that he could not fly too high because there were terrifying spatial cracks hidden in the sky above the Dead Sea. The spatial cracks above the Dead Sea were much more powerful than the ones in the world. Once they were touched, it would be very dangerous. Even a sky spirit archmage would find it hard to resist. Therefore, on the Dead Sea, ships were usually used to navigate. Or they could fly close to the surface of the water. Lei Lou felt in that case, they might as well take a ship. It was just that the speed was a little slow. However, Lei Lou treated this trip as a vacation. Therefore, he took all the women and sat on the deck of the giant ship. Everyone was wearing cool swimsuits and lying on the deck chairs reading books. While absorbing the knowledge in the books, he looked at the sexy bodies of the women, leaving the immortal Empress Evelyn to perform oral sex on Lei Lou with a face full of humiliation. Although she was unwilling, she was Lei Lou's captive. Her status was far lower than the other wives. Lei Lou felt that it was a good feeling to be so relaxed. Just like that, the giant ship sailed on the Dead Sea for 5 days before a continent finally appeared in his sight. This was not the land of extinction, but the fantasy world where the Murloc clan resided. As expected of the name of the fantasy world. The waters of this world were rich, and there were rivers and lakes everywhere. It was very dense. It was no wonder that a clan like the Murloc clan was born here. Unfortunately, Fantasy World had gone through a great calamity. There were traces of destruction everywhere. There were no traces of civilization at all. Instead, it was like a primitive world. In other words, almost the entire Murloc clan had been destroyed by the Whale clan. Even if there were still remnants of the Murloc clan, they had all gone into hiding. This Whale clan is really brutal. In order to open that Earth God's cave abode and condense a bloodline, they did not hesitate to destroy a powerful clan. Moreover, this might only be one of them. Fortunately, Phyllis had returned in advance. Otherwise, she would have been very sad to see this scene. Lei Lou's expression became gloomy. This world was even crueler than he had imagined. But he immediately became calm. He couldn't let himself care about so many things. It was enough to protect the people he needed to protect and then quietly cultivate. He couldn't change this world, but he didn't have the ability to change it. Even if he had the ability in the future, he wouldn't change it. The law of nature was that creatures that could adapt could survive. If he had time to spare, he might as well cultivate and read a few more books. Why bother with so many other things? He had messed up the Whale clan's plan. If possible, he might as well go to the Immortals' cave to get the money and go back to cultivate. A mere 12th level Sky Spirit Archmage didn't have the right to be too arrogant. Didn't you see the owner of the devouring treasure box? You powerful people still died in the end. A lesson learned from blood. A day later, Lei Lou crossed Fantasy World and arrived in front of a huge ice fog path. This ice fog path led to the Nirvana world. In order to invade the fantasy world, the Whale clan had paid a huge price to build this ice fog path. After entering the Nirvana world, Lei Lou felt that the natural environment and elemental attributes of this world were both dark and evil. It was no wonder that a clan like the Whale clan was born. The innate environment had a lot to do with it. After obtaining the consciousness information of the Sea King who had tamed the Whale clan, Lei Lou was very familiar with the Whale clan's world. He even knew where the entrance of Earth God's cave abode was. It was not in Nirvana world but on an island in the Dead Sea. Lei Lou passed through more than half of Nirvana world and entered the Dead Sea, heading directly to the island where the Earth God's cave abode was. A few days later, Lei Lou finally arrived near the island. This island had long been hidden by the Whale clan using special methods. If he had just happened to pass by, he definitely wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of the island. Just like that, Lei Lou passed through a layer of ice fog and entered the island without anyone noticing. The island wasn't small, about several hundred square kilometers. Traces of ancient civilization could be seen. With just a little sensing, Lei Lou knew that there were more than 10 auras of sky spirit archmages from the families hidden on the island. The most powerful sky spirit archmages were only 8th level sky spirit archmages. Other than that, Lei Lou sensed a red pool. The red pool was filled with the blood of the descendants of the gods. It was hard to imagine how many descendants of the gods the Whale clan would have killed to make up such a large red pool. Obviously, the red pool wasn't completely filled. Therefore, the bloodline couldn't be formed. Little fire, can that drop of God's blood still be spat out? Lei Lou touched little fire on his shoulder. Master, the God's blood essence has long been digested by me. Little fire told Lei Lou with his mind. Forget it, sign here now. Lei Lou shook his head. Ding, congratulations to host for signing in successfully signing in. Reward, God's blood key. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou was stunned. Is the system asking me to directly enter the cave abode? Lei Lou was delighted and immediately checked the information on the God's blood key. It turned out that entering the Earth God's cave abode was very simple. As long as he used the God's blood key, he could activate the teleportation function of the entire God's cave. He could enter the cave from anywhere on the island. Thus, Lei Lou directly used the God's blood key. In an instant, a strange fluctuation enveloped Lei Lou, and then his figure disappeared. None of this was noticed. Even the Whale clan's sky spirit archmages on the island didn't feel anything. They didn't know that someone had already entered the Earth God's cave abode. When Lei Lou entered the cave, he felt that this world was enormous, but it carried an indescribable desolation and deathly stillness. This isn't an ordinary small world. Lei Lou was astonished. Because this small world was extremely large, even using his spiritual sense, Lei Lou could not sense the end. Instead, at the center of the small world, there was a huge divine dragon. According to Lei Lou's rough calculations, it was like a mountain peak. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a huge life form in this world. Although there was no life left, a faint pressure was emitted. This pressure actually produced a very strong suppressive force on Lei Lou. It was as if the sky spirit archmage's power in his body was restrained. This divine dragon had fallen for an unknown period of time. Its body seemed to be petrified, and it had even fused with the small world. It was in the small world. If it was in the outside world, the Earth's crust would have moved and dust would have accumulated, and it would have become a real mountain range. Suddenly, Lei Lou released little fire from the system space. As the God's blood key could only bring in one life, when he entered, he had put Wei and the others into the system space. As soon as little fire came out, it immediately flew up, looking extremely excited. Then, it flew to the front of the giant dragon's corpse and spat out a mouthful of life. Then, it opened its mouth to bite. Soon, the place actually shattered. Then, little fire drilled in and continued to bite. Little fire, what are you doing? Lei Lou asked curiously. There's dragon essence blood here, a lot of dragon essence blood, little fire answered as he bit. Dragon essence blood? Lei Lou was extremely surprised. He thought that the one buried here would be the god's Mount Dragon, but it turned out to be a divine dragon. It seemed that even the Whale clan didn't know what kind of creature's cave this was. What was even more surprising was that this divine dragon had been dead for how many years, but there was still dragon essence blood left. After some time, Little Fire's thoughts suddenly came out. Master, Little Fire has already torn a hole. Quickly use it, don't waste it. In the next moment, from the hole that Little Fire had torn, a stream of red flame-like dragon blood flowed out. Lei Lou hurriedly used the Sky Spirit Archmage's power to wrap it up, and then stored it in the system space. There were problems with some other places, but there were no problems with the system space. When the last drop of the divine dragon's blood essence dripped down, little fire crawled out from it with a satisfied expression. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot of divine dragon's blood essence just now. Lei Lou collected around 50 liters. 50 liters of divine dragon's blood essence, how many drops was that? Lei Lou felt that this was the biggest harvest he had ever had. Little fire, let's see what else is good. Lei Lou urged. If it wasn't for the fact that this divine dragon corpse had already fused with the entire cave, he would have wanted to store the entire corpse in the system space. Little fire started to get busy again. After an unknown amount of time, little fire brought out a dark and colorless dragon, a large piece of well-preserved dragon scale, a withered dragon tendon, a few unique dragon bones, dragon claws, dragon teeth, and dragon horns. Even so, the huge divine dragon's corpse was still well preserved. This was because these things were only from the edges and corners of the corpse. Of course, he had only taken these essence arts from the dragon corpse. The rest were of no value, as they were truly petrified. Lei Lou was grinning from ear to ear because the harvest this time was really so great. Whatever it was a super treasure. After all, this was left behind by a divine dragon. Looks like this trip was a very wise decision. Oh right, another day has passed. Before I leave, I'll sign in this divine dragon's cave abode once. Lei Lou looked at the system's sign-in opportunity and saw that it had refreshed. Thus, he did not hesitate to let the system sign in. The next moment, the system's notification sound rang. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Dragon Slaying Codex. Lei Lou hurriedly checked the introduction information of this codex. The Dragon Slaying Codex was a divine-level spell. It had a natural restraining effect on all kinds of dragons and descendants of the dragon race. After Lei Lou saw this cultivation technique, he revealed a smile. He had not expected his luck to be so good these past 2 days. Previously, he had signed in and was rewarded with a god's blood key, allowing him to enter the divine dragon cave abode and obtain such a huge harvest. Now, he had obtained another divine-level spell that was born to restrain the dragon race. In the future, he might meet powerful dragon mages. With this dragon-slaying codex, he would be able to possess martial arts that could restrain the dragon race. Previously, he had obtained a broken magic staff that was born to restrain the immortal clan. Its power against the immortal clan had been obvious. Little Fire, we should go. Lei Lou called Little Fire over. Little Fire flew over and was put into the system space by Lei Lou. In the next moment, he used the god's blood key and left the cave. Just as he left, an indifferent sigh sounded. It's a pity that it's not the new owner of the devouring treasure box. Forget it, my era has completely ended. Let all of this disappear. After all, my inheritance is still here. Immediately after, the entire cave abode suddenly shook. It was as if the world had shattered, and the heavens and earth had collapsed. Great destruction erupted within the divine dragon cave abode. At the same time, the entire island suddenly shook. The earth rumbled and cracked, causing the surrounding Dead Sea waves to surge into the sky. F***CK, what's going on? Lei Lou was shocked. Could it be that he had damaged the divine dragon's body and caused the cave abode to collapse? This was the only possibility. Lei Lou hurriedly flew off the island and entered the Dead Sea. He did not even turn his head to leave. Suddenly, the island completely shattered. A terrifying flame tore through the sky and soared high. The dozens of Whale Clan Sky Spirit Archmages and a large number of Earth Spirit Archmages who were originally on the island were instantly swallowed by this terrifying power. Even the 8th level Sky Spirit Archmage family mage was unable to escape. It was only Lei Lou who had escaped in time. The power of that cave abode's destruction was really great. Lei Lou was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he had left, otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. He probably did not dare to stay any longer and quickly flew off into the distance. He was worried that such a huge commotion on the Dead Sea might alert some super existences. If those guys woke up, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Although he was not sure if there were any super existences, he was born cautious and would always think of the worst. Just in case, he had to retreat quickly. After all, the unknown was terrifying. When Lei Lou returned to Nirvana World, he didn't stop. He landed in Fantasy World and then stopped. Then, he took out the token to enter the Profound Land Immortal Palace. He didn't dare to take the risk. If a powerful existence went there, would they find him? Thus, the safest way was to enter the Profound Land Immortal Palace directly. He thought that no one could investigate a place like Immortal Palace. After the commotion was over, he could go back. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too big. It involved a divine dragon. This divine dragon was an existence that surpassed Sky Spirit Archmage realm. He had taken so many things from this divine dragon. If others knew about it, he would be in big trouble. The island that was filled with flames seemed to be boiling. It lasted for more than half an hour before it gradually calmed down. The island had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a huge hole. However, there seemed to be a strange power that isolated the water of the four seas. Suddenly, the water of the Dead Sea in the distance suddenly swelled up, forming a huge figure that walked over. The eyes of this huge figure were like vortexes, emitting a strange and deep light, as if it could see through everything. This is the aura of a god. A will that seemed to be in a dream spread through this space. Some people have been here. Some people left not long ago. The huge figure seemed to have taken a deep breath, as if it wanted to suck in all the breath of this space. In the next moment, the huge figure strode toward Nirvana World. Its speed was extremely fast. It was as if it could teleport. In less than an hour, the huge figure formed by the water of the endless Dead Sea water arrived above Nirvana World. Boom! The rolling Dead Sea actually spread over the land, mountains, and surged toward the heart of Nirvana World. Perhaps the Dead Sea water had left the Dead Sea and lost its characteristic of corroding everything, so the sea water only washed over the land and did not cause the terrifying destructive power. Even so, a large number of living beings were still affected. Some whale clan cities were completely razed to the ground after being flooded by the seawater. Such a huge commotion alarmed many family mages, and there were even Sky Spirit Archmages who wanted to investigate the situation. However, when this huge figure swept his gaze, countless family powerhouses fell down like raindrops. The Sky Spirit Archmage of the Whale clan was directly attracted by a terrifying force and was sucked into the huge mouth formed by the water of the Dead Sea. This small whale clan is really bold. They actually dared to set their sights on the Divine Dragon's cave abode and plunder the blood descendants of the Divine Dragon everywhere. The huge figure's gaze was gloomy. Where is the person who escaped? Did he take something away from the Divine Dragon's cave abode? Even an existence like this coveted the cave abode left behind by a powerful Divine Dragon. In the next moment, he followed the faint aura that was left behind and continued to roll forward. Wherever he passed, everything was destroyed. He passed through the silent destruction world, crossed the Dead Sea, and once again entered the fantasy world. Finally, he stopped. I've completely lost all traces. What a pity. The gigantic figure formed by the water of the Dead Sea emitted a terrifying will of regret. This was because it had missed out on a precious Divine Dragon cave abode. Although it did not know what method the other party had used to completely erase all traces, it really could not find it. Or perhaps an incomparably powerful existence had erased all traces for that person. No matter which one it was, it couldn't continue to chase after him. Boom! The furious giant figure roared. The terrifying water of the Dead Sea diffused, destroying a large area of land, rivers, and lakes. It turned into a swamp with a terrifying aura. Shortly after, the giant figure turned around and walked to the Dead Sea. Eventually, it merged with the Dead Sea and disappeared. Inside the Immortal Palace. Lei Lou didn't know that by using the token to get into the Immortal Palace, he had escaped a great danger. At this moment, he had sneaked back to his original palace. Everything was safe. After a while, the Immortal Palace should be safe too. Lei Lou started to cultivate with ease. His wives set up tents nearby. They planned to cultivate for a few years before going out. Sure enough, for the next month or so, Lei Lou didn't meet the little girl. Lei Lou also released Xiaoye. He let her move around inside the palace. Since she didn't have a pass token, Xiaoye couldn't run out because the restrictions around the palace were enough to restrict her. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou suddenly heard a croaking sound. Then, Lei Lou opened his eyes and immediately felt his scalp go numb. That was because there was a little girl was lying at the door, as if she was chatting with little fire. Lei Lou was very helpless and could only walk out of the palace. Lei Lou squatted down and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiluo." "What's your name, big brother?" The little girl smiled happily. Her two dimples looked really cute. Lei Lou. Lei Lou smiled. "Oh, big brother Lei Lou, why are you meditating in the Hall of Life? Isn't it better in other places?" "I heard that this Hall of Life is prepared for the people of the lower realm," the little girl, Xiluo, said. "It's quiet here." "Little Xiluo, you didn't tell anyone, did you?" Lei Lou asked. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But, brother, can you let that little lizard play with me?" Xiluo pointed at little fire on Lei Lou's shoulder. "I'm not a lizard, I'm a divine dragon." Little fire immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and revealed its bloody mouth. Lei Lou's face turned black. Little fire must have realized that something was wrong, so it quickly shrunk back without looking at Lei Lou. It looked as if it had done something wrong. "Wow, your teeth are so domineering." Xiluo was happy. But she changed the topic and said, "However, you still look like a lizard." Little fire tilted its head and ignored Xiluo. Xiluo quickly apologized, "Hee, don't be angry. You're not a lizard." Only then did little fire pay attention to Xiluo and flew onto her shoulder. After playing for about half an hour, Xiluo suddenly said, "Big brother, little fire, I have to go back. Otherwise, they'll look for me again. I'll come and look for you guys again next time." Then, Xiluo flew away. Lei Lou was still a little worried, so he didn't practice much for a while. If anyone came, he was ready to slip away at any time. Fortunately, no one came. More than a month later, Xiluo sneaked in again. Just like that, Xiluo would come over to play every once in a while, for about half an hour. Lei Lou stayed in the Immortal Palace for more than 5 years. So he was very familiar with Xiluo. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. Lei Lou had some understanding of the Immortal Palace. Of course, he didn't ask too much. He just casually mentioned it. He could not reveal that he was not a member of the Immortal Palace. That would be detrimental to his long-term future there. He definitely could not give up such a good training place so easily. It has been more than 5 years. The limelight should have passed by now. Lei Lou calculated in his heart. He could not stay in the Immortal Palace for too long. After all, he still had to wait for Alo's disciples and grand-disciples to go to Galaxy World. One day, Lei Lou used the pass token immediately after Xiluo had gone and left the Immortal Palace. Fantasy World. The place where Lei Lou had disappeared. This was the only bad thing about the pass token. It would only appear at the place where he had entered previously. Similarly, the place where he entered the Immortal Palace was also a fixed entry point. When Lei Luo's figure appeared and saw this area, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was clearly a lake before, why did it turn into a swamp? What about the mountains in the distance? Why did they all disappear? Lei Luo couldn't help but shiver. Could there really be a powerful existence that had tracked him 5 years ago? He probed the extremely vast area that had completely changed. With his current strength, it wouldn't a problem for him to change the terrain of an area. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to change it so much. He would need to spend quite a bit of time to do so. However, this swamp had clearly been formed in one go. In other words, the existence of the swamp that was created was extremely terrifying. Phew, luckily I was a little more cautious. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Lei Luo let out a long breath. He didn't expect that kind of existence to be so terrifying. He had only shown his face in that area, but he had actually been locked onto. Although he had purposely blocked his aura, this level of blocking was only relative. Facing such a super powerful existence might not be safe. Looks like I have to keep a low profile. I definitely can't do such dangerous acts in the future. Lei Luo thought to himself. He didn't want to die before he made his move. With the signing in system, he would at most be able to last a little longer. One day, he would be invincible. At that time, wouldn't it be good to come out again? Thus, Lei Luo hurriedly returned to the human old world. A few days later, he had reached the capital. When Alo's disciples and grand-disciples saw that Alo had returned, they were very happy. They had waited for more than 5 years and were very worried. After all, when he had left, he had said that they wouldn't be too long and had asked them to look after everything. But this wait had lasted for more than 5 years. They were all worried that he would be in danger. In the sky above the capital, Lei Luo stood beside Wei and Alo and their 3 disciples. He's finally leaving. I wonder how long it will be before he can return. One of the disciples lamented. In the end, there was still something to worry about here. There was still their family. No one knew what would happen in the future. Perhaps if they left and later returned, the country would be gone, and their family would be gone. Just like Lei Luo. Wei had left for more than 100 years, and the Pharaoh kingdom would be gone. You can protect this country for 100 years, but you can't protect it for 1,000 years, sometimes, you have to learn to let go, Lei Luo said calmly. If it weren't for Alo, he wouldn't have stayed in the old world or the new world of the human race. It was time to let go completely. The future was up to them. We found it, but suddenly, we felt a bit reluctant to part with it, the 3 disciples said. After all, they had spent most of their hundreds of years of life here. Even Wei and Alo felt a little reluctant to part with it. This place held their deepest memories. Although they had already put it down as they spoke, when it was time for them to really leave, there was a kind of sadness that was difficult to give up. You'll get used to it soon, Lei Luo said indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and instantly, a powerful sky spirit archmage power wrapped around them, disappearing in the sky above Imperial City. A few hours later, Lei Luo entered Galaxy World, and there were already more than 10 people by his side. After returning to Galaxy City, Lei Luo took them directly into the Starslaying Cave abode, and then protected them one by one. He poured the power into their heads, and they broke through to the Earth Spirit Archmage realm. Of course, he couldn't do it without Little Fire's help. It poured the refined energy into their bodies to build a solid foundation and accumulate enough energy. After everything was done, Lei Luo sent them to cultivate. Whether they could break through to the Sky Spirit realm or not would depend on their good fortune. Lei Luo used the token of passage from the immortal Palace of Profound Land to enter the palace again. This time, he planned to cultivate inside. Not to mention reaching level 100, he had to at least reach level 33. 30 years later, Lei Luo broke through to level 15. 100 years later, Lei Luo had taken the 23rd step on the path to becoming a great Sky Spirit Archmage. By now, Lei Lou had almost used up all of his cultivation resources. But it didn't matter. Besides the daily reward, Lei Lou started to use the Divine Dragon's magic core to cultivate. It contained a huge amount of Divine Dragon essence, which was the best energy for cultivation. Xiaoye would refine a drop of Divine Dragon blood every once in a while, and its growth speed was also heaven-defying. After all, who could have so much Divine Dragon blood? One had to admit that the cultivation conditions of one person and one bird were really too good. In addition to the superior environment of the Immortal Palace, it was simply like adding wings to a tiger. The cultivation of the 6 women also improved at a godly speed. In order not to favor one over the other, Lei Lou also deliberately controlled the number of times they had *X, so that their cultivation levels reached the same level. 3rd level Sky Spirit Archmages. Now, Lei Lou had to stay with them at the same time every time they had *X. Fortunately, with Evelyn's presence, when Lei Lou had *X with them, he did not delay his training. On the contrary, it was much faster than normal training. Ever since Evelyn was conquered by Lei Lou, she had become much more obedient. She often saw Alo beside Lei Lou, and even deliberately wore very little to tease him in front of Lei Lou. Unfortunately, in Lei Lou's eyes, she was just a captive. He cared for Wei and the others, but he was only rude to her. Every time, he would knock Evelyn out, then wake her up, and then knock her out again. It could be said that he was venting his anger on her. There was no gentleness at all. Every time, he would make Evelyn scream and cry in pain. During these 100 years, Xueli still came over every once in a while. What made Lei Lou curious was that this little girl didn't seem to grow up. After 100 years, she seemed to have only aged by 1 or 2 years. Lei Lou didn't ask too many questions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Just like that, 200 years later, Lei Lou had already cultivated to the 23rd step. After the second 100 years, he had only taken 7 steps. Lei Lou felt that it was very slow. However, the next 3 steps actually took Lei Lou another 100 years. At this point, Lei Lou had stayed in the Immortal Palace for 300 years and finally reached the level of a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. Now, Lei Lou finally understood why a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage was the limit. It was because, after the 33rd level, the Sky Spirit Archmage's path had actually reached its end. In front of him was a brand new domain. Lei Lou entered a few more years of cultivation and reached the limit of a 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage. Finally, he obtained new information from the domain in front of him. Above Sky Spirit Archmages, there are 2 paths. One is the path of the gods, and the other is the path of the Holy Spirit. The path of the gods ignites the divine fire, opens up the kingdom of the gods, gives birth to divine sparks, understands the divine duties, protects all races in the kingdom of the gods, obtains the power of faith, and condenses the divine power. The path of the Holy Spirit cultivates its own origin, connects with the mysterious universe, comprehends the world laws, and condenses the divine power, Lei Lou muttered to himself. After some thought, Lei Lou didn't plan to walk the path of the Holy Spirit, because it wasn't something he liked to do, bringing his family along and developing the kingdom of God. He liked the path of the Holy Spirit to be free and unfettered, only cultivating his own life, not being restricted by external things. All the Holy Spirit belonged to him. However, having the foundation of a 100-step Sky Spirit Archmage, a 33-step Sky Spirit Archmage is not the limit for me. Lei Lou's eyes were bright. He would not directly walk the path of the Holy Spirit because his limit had not been reached yet. There would definitely be other people who could walk more Sky Spirit Archmage paths. Only by walking on the path of Sky Spirit Archmages could one be able to walk further on the path of gods and holy spirits in the future. A 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage should be the foundation of walking on the path of gods and holy spirits. Perhaps for an ordinary person, walking to the 33rd level Sky Spirit Archmage was already the limit. Continuing to walk on would definitely be exceptionally dangerous. However, he had laid down his foundation with the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, so he naturally had enough confidence. Since there's no path ahead, then I'll make a path. Lei Luo's soul consciousness descended once again. He wanted to take the 34th step. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Lei Luo's will had long been incomparably firm. He would never age. He would never be moved. Thus, without hesitation, he took a step toward the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. On the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, that had no path ahead, taking a step into a new world was much more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. No matter how many savings he had, it would be useless. Thus, this step stopped 99% of the peak great Sky Spirit Archmages. They did not dare to move forward. After all, the opportunity to become a god was right in front of them. How could they take a more dangerous path? Only those with super talent, with seniors leading them, and with related experiences and inheritances, would have the chance to take this step. Lei Luo didn't have seniors leading him, and he didn't have related experiences or inheritances. However, he had once taken a 100-step Sky Spirit Pill. This was enough. 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, what a heaven-defying pill. It had created an incredibly solid foundation for Lei Luo. A mere 34th step wasn't difficult for him at all. His goal was to become a 100th level Sky Spirit Archmage. At that time, even if he hadn't become a god, he could still slaughter gods and kill saints. Boom! As the void suddenly shook, he stepped on the empty ground. He didn't feel as if he was stepping on air because the Sky Spirit Archmage path under his feet had actually extended. From the 33 steps of the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage to the 34 steps of the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. This meant that he had succeeded. He had successfully taken the 34th step. His path of the Sky Spirit Archmage was already longer than others. It seems simple, but how many people dare to take this step? Lei Luo sighed deeply. If he hadn't had the system backing him and the foundation of the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, he wouldn't have dared to take this step either. As he successfully took the 34th step, a large amount of information emerged from the boundless void and fused into his soul consciousness. This time was completely different from the previous 33 times. It was more than 100 times stronger. Moreover, it contained all kinds of indescribable and strange information. It was like a kind of key that allowed him to gain the authority to control a certain law of heaven and earth. Lei Luo immediately understood that this was the key to his future magic path. Only by obtaining this key would he be able to communicate with the heavenly Tao origin, comprehend the law, and condense magic power in the future. At the same time, in the outside world, Lei Luo's body suddenly bloomed with light. The entire palace's restriction seemed to be unable to suppress it, causing a large area to shake. It lasted for a long time before the trembling gradually disappeared. Lei Luo opened his eyes and experienced a completely different feeling. In his senses, the space seemed to no longer be flat but filled with a strange sense of hierarchy. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and lightly pressed on the space. There was actually a blocking force, as if he was pulling on a piece of material. But in reality, what he was pressing on was space. Is this the unique ability of a 34th level Sky Spirit Archmage? Space is no longer an illusion but has become real. Lei Luo had a look of understanding. His fingers shook and fiercely pressed in. With a sudden pull, the sound of cracking was like the sound of tearing cloth. A small crack gradually appeared. It was a spatial crack. What a solid space. Even if Lei Luo had used a very powerful Sky Spirit Archmage power, he felt that this was the best he could do. He had no doubt that if he was in Galaxy World, this pull of his would be enough to destroy a large area of space. Suddenly, his body moved, and he appeared on the other side of the hall. It was as if he had teleported. Of course, this wasn't really teleportation. It was just that he had analyzed the spatial structure and found the shortest path. He had completed a quick move, which resulted in the effect of teleportation. It was like a maze. Different paths would lead to different long paths. If he could find the shortest path, he could save a lot of time. The structure of space was thousands of times more complicated than a maze. There was no shortest route, only shorter. If you wanted to move faster, you had to find a shorter route. This way, they could save more time. The structure of space was millions of times more complicated than a maze. There was no shortest path, only shorter. Therefore, if they wanted to increase their movement speed, they had to find a shorter path. This was because the normal movement of the surface of space wasn't the shortest straight line. It was just a human's illusion because they couldn't sense the true structure of space. Now, Lei Lou was able to do it. After seeing through the maze, the real world was right in front of him. Lei Lou was extremely shocked. In the next few months, Lei Lou suddenly realized that the little girl, Xiluo, had not come. This was a bit abnormal. Before this little girl always had a time pattern. Could it be that something has delayed her, or she has been grounded by an elder? Lei Lou shook his head. He did not think too much about it and continued to cultivate. He was very satisfied with this kind of cultivation environment. It was really great. He and his wives would not be disturbed by anyone else. Just like that, another half a year passed. Lei Lou was cultivating when suddenly, Little Fire flew in. Little Fire was now extremely powerful. It could easily enter and exit the restriction in the hall. Lei Lou estimated that Xiaoya's strength should be equivalent to a great sky spirit archmage because to enter and exit the restriction in the hall, one had to at least have the strength of a great sky spirit archmage. Xiaoya was running around now. However, Lei Lou could not restrict her to stay in a small place, so he warned her not to go out of the Hall of All Beings. In the past 300 years, the Hall of All Beings often had sky spirit archmages from the lower realm. With Lei Lou and Xiaoya's strength, with their protection, Wei and the others wouldn't be detected by the lower realm sky spirit archmages. These sky spirit archmages came from different places. Lei Lou had seen them from more than 10 territories. Usually, there would be a batch of them every few decades. Master, little Xiluo is here, Xiaoya flew into the palace and said loudly. Oh, then you should go play with her, Lei Lou said. No, this time, Xiluo didn't come alone. She has 2 people with her, Xiaoya said. Lei Lou was startled. Could it be that his training in the Hall of All Beings had finally been exposed? Little Xiluo wouldn't expose him. Otherwise, she would have told them more than 300 years ago. What would happen now? However, he wasn't the same as before. He believed that as long as it wasn't a true God or Holy Spirit, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. A God or a Holy Spirit wouldn't have the time to do that. Therefore, he had to understand the situation. If he left the immortal palace in a hurry, it would not be good, and it would be easier to expose his identity as an illegal immigrant. Not long after, Xiluo arrived. There were 2 other people. A man and a woman. However, this man's aura was clearly different. Lei Lou immediately knew that he should be the guard brother that Xiluo had mentioned. Lei Lou was amazed. He didn't expect that there would be a sky spirit level guard in this immortal palace. Just look at the level of this immortal palace. The cultivation of this guard was definitely at the sky spirit level. In fact, the guards were all at the sky spirit level. The woman next to him should be a maid, also at the sky spirit level. To the current Lei Lou, it was nothing because his cultivation had already surpassed them. Big brother, long time no see. Xiluo looked like she was 10 years old. She was still cute and beautiful, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. She was no longer as cheerful and lively as before. Lei Lou felt that something must have happened around Alo. Little Xiluo, why did you bring someone here today? Lei Lou asked with a smile. Impudent. The woman suddenly shouted coldly, How can you casually use Her Majesty the Empress's name? Empress? Lei Lou didn't pay much attention to the woman's berating. He looked at Xiluo in surprise. Could it be that Xiluo was the owner of this immortal palace? Sister Judy, brother is my friend. Don't speak nonsense, Xiluo frowned slightly and said. Originally, she didn't want to bring the two of them here, but her identity was no longer the same as before. In the past, she could sneak in, but now, many pairs of eyes were watching her. So, she had to bring Judy and the guard in. Your Majesty, yes, the woman hurriedly said respectfully. All right, you can leave now. I have something to say to brother, Xiluo said. Judy and Bo exchanged looks and then retreated. Brother, let's talk inside, Xiluo said. Lei Lou nodded and walked into the palace. With the barrier, it was hard to hear the sounds from the outside. Brother, the Hall of All Beings will be closed soon. So, you can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, you'll never get out, Xiluo said. Why are you closing this place all of a sudden? Lei Lou was surprised. Because the immortal palace of Profound Land is about to be closed. The Hall of All Beings can contact the outside world. So, we have to close it. Xiluo was a little depressed. Lei Lou was surprised. Once the Hall of All Beings was closed, would his token still be effective? Perhaps after it was closed, he would be locked in. Fortunately, Xiluo had thought of him, so she had come to remind him. Little Xiluo, why do you want to close the immortal palace of Profound Land all of a sudden? What happened? Lei Lou asked curiously. Originally, he didn't care about these things. But now, it was related to whether or not he could stay in there to cultivate. After cultivating in there for so long, he had gotten used to it. He was used to the environment here. If he had to go back to Galaxy World to cultivate, he would be depressed to death. Brother, you've been cultivating in the Hall of All Beings. You don't know the situation outside. Our immortal palace has been fighting with the demon clan. More than a year ago, my father had a battle with the demon god emperor. However, he was ambushed. He was severely wounded and died. Our immortal palace lost the god power. We couldn't resist the demons anymore. We have to close the immortal palace to protect ourselves, Xiluo said. Lei Lou finally understood why little Xiluo hadn't come for such a long time. It was probably because the god emperor had been seriously injured and was dying. However, he was a little confused. Why did Xiluo say that the immortal palace had lost the power of a god? Could it be that the god emperor was the only god in the entire immortal palace? If that was the case, the power of the immortal palace wasn't that great. He thought that there were a lot of gods in the immortal palace, just like the myths in his previous life. It seemed that his power was also very strong. Brother, I know that you like cultivating and you don't like fighting for power. That's why you hid in the Hall of All Beings to cultivate. So, after we get out of here, I've arranged a place for you to cultivate, Xiluo said in a low voice. In the past hundreds of years, she remembered that only in the Hall of All Beings, when she was playing with Little Fire and talking with Lei Lou, was she happy and relaxed. It wasn't like the atmosphere in the Immortal Palace, which was heavy and solemn. Little Xiluo, if you can arrange a place for me, it's best if it's a place with books, Lei Lou smiled and said. After leaving the Hall of All Beings, he had to cultivate in seclusion. He had planned to go to Galaxy World. However, after thinking for a while, he decided to stay. It was because he couldn't bear to leave the excellent cultivating environment here. With his current cultivation base, it wasn't suitable to cultivate in the Galaxy World because the suppression of the world origin would be severe. After all, he had reached the 34th level of the Sky Spirit Realm. Of course, no problem. I know a place with many books, Xiluo smiled and said. That would be great. Lei Lou nodded. Besides cultivating, he could read books to understand the situation of the world where the Profound Land Immortal Palace was located. Thus, Lei Lou followed Xiluo out of the Hall of All Beings. This was the second time he had walked out. However, the first time, he had sneaked out. This time, he had walked out openly. With Xiluo, the Empress, no one would doubt his identity. Moreover, he was a man with a broken body. Guard Bo and Judy didn't doubt his identity. The entire palace was very big. Just the Hall of All Beings was big enough, not to mention the outside. Xiluo had a lot of support, which was right outside the hall. The weakest of these maids and guards were still low-level Sky Spirit Archmages. There were many middle Sky Spirit Archmages and a few high-level Sky Spirit Archmages, but there were at least 7 or 8 of them. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Immortal Palace. This power was really powerful. Half an hour later, Lei Lou officially moved into a place called the Profound Land Library. This was the place where the Profound Land Immortal Palace stored all kinds of books. It was really huge and there were dozens of attendants managing the place. However, the strongest one was only a mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage. Since Lei Lou was accompanied by Xiluo, the attendants in the Profound Land Library didn't dare to look down on him. They arranged a separate palace for Lei Lou, which was big enough for his family to live in. Thus, Lei Lou officially settled down in the Profound Land Library. The cultivating environment here was even better than in the Hall of All Beings. Moreover, Lei Lou was very satisfied with all kinds of books. The only question was whether he could return to Galaxy World after the Profound Land Immortal Palace was closed. Forget it. I can't go back now. When my cultivation base is higher, it won't be hard to go back to Galaxy World. Lei Lou didn't care too much because cultivating was the most important thing. He had to understand the situation of the Immortal Palace and the Demon Clan. However, it's my first time staying here. I should sign in first. Lei Lou thought for a while. I have to stay here permanently. Thus, he set the palace as a long-term sign-in point. Soon, he finished signing in. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Reward, a piece of the God-trapping formation. Lei Lou was a little surprised. After reading the introduction, he smiled. This God-trapping formation was similar to the flag, but it was much more advanced. It could block the power of some low-level gods. Not only that, this God-trapping formation formed the God-trapping domain. Within this domain, it could weaken the power of a god, but it would not weaken the user's own power. Therefore, this God-trapping formation was quite useful. If he encountered an immortal, he would use this God-trapping formation to weaken the immortal's power. This way, he might have a chance to fight against a god. Of course, Lei Lou valued the power of a low-level god the most. In the future, when he cultivated here, he would not have to worry about his aura being released when he made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace anymore. This wasn't the Hall of All Beings. It was easy to alert those powerful existences. He just wanted to cultivate quietly. He didn't want to create trouble. Thus, Lei Lou immediately took out the God-trapping formation and set it up in the palace. In an instant, an invisible God-trapping formation appeared and covered the entire area of the palace. As long as he cultivated in this area, his aura wouldn't leak out. Lei Lou was very satisfied. Just like that, Lei Lou stayed in the Profound Land Library for 3 years. He cultivated every day, read books every day, and had *X with his wives every day. It was very comfortable. However, during these 3 years, Xiluo didn't appear much. He didn't know how she was doing. However, she was the great empress now, so she shouldn't be bad. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to her. In the past 3 years, he had read a lot of books. He now had a detailed understanding of the world where the Immortal Palace was located. This world was called Deity World. It was very, very vast. It was far from what Galaxy World could compare to. As for the Immortal Palace, it was just one of the powerful god-level forces in Deity World. And the enemies of the Immortal Palace, the demon race, could also be considered as a very powerful god-level force in Deity World. Other than that, there were many other powerful forces that could be named. However, Deity World was mainly made up of gods, but it wasn't a true god-level force. Gods were existences that could be cultivated, and gods were a true god-level force that was similar to the Dragon Clan. They were a clan with powerful bloodlines. It was usually different when it came to the world system. An immortal could form a god-level faction. It was no wonder that after the God Emperor had died, the Immortal Palace had to be sealed up in order to protect it. Without a god-level power holding down the fort, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves. In Deity World, Sky Spirit Archmages were not the lowest level. Because the world's origin was very high, coupled with the bloodline environment and other factors, it caused the cultivation system in Deity World to be a little strange compared to the lower levels of the world. Especially when it came to the lower levels of Sky Spirit Archmages, there was a difference. Because Sky Spirit Archmages belonged to the divine system. The first stage was to condense magic power. The second stage was to condense the soul. The third stage was to constantly break through magic power and the soul to a new height. The fourth stage was to fuse magic power and the soul. Once it fused, it was a god. Lei Lou finally understood why the weakest people in Profound Land Immortal Palace were all Sky Spirit Archmages. In Profound Land Immortal Palace, only Sky Spirit Archmages had the fighting power. If they weren't even small Sky Spirit Archmages, they were just ants. The god-level forces also used the power of Sky Spirit Archmages. Immortal Palace itself was divided into the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. The inner strength belonged to the place where the Arcane God Emperor lived. Other than his wives, concubines, and children, there were also some maids. The Outer Palace was where the direct descendants of the Arcane God Emperor lived. If Lei Lou's guess wasn't wrong, the strongest person in Immortal Palace should be a demigod. A demigod was a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage. They had comprehended laws, but they couldn't break through to the divine and condense God's magic power. There were many reasons why they couldn't condense God's magic power. The main reason was that they hadn't comprehended enough laws and couldn't complete the transformation with the Sky Spirit Archmage's magic power. Many demigods were stuck at this stage. Just like the path of the gods, many demigods were stuck and couldn't cultivate divine sparks or divine power. In that case, with my level 34 Sky Spirit Archmage cultivation base, I should be invincible in Immortal Palace. Lei Lou was suddenly speechless. After all, it was impossible to have a level 34 Sky Spirit Archmage in Immortal Palace. If there was one, he could definitely break through to the God realm. He sighed a little. How could he be invincible when he was having *X with his wives every day? Even with his current strength, in the entire God world, he should be at the top level, except for those gods. I can't be arrogant. Although I'm invincible here in the God world, there should be a lot of gods that can threaten me. Lei Lou warned himself. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile. He had to cultivate at levels 50, 60, and above. He might be able to resist the power of the sky gods. Anyway, Immortal Palace was closed now. He could cultivate in peace. He wasn't afraid of those powerful gods disturbing his cultivation. That day, Lei Lou finished his cultivation and flipped through a book. He didn't know where Little Fire had gone. Anyway, it didn't matter. As a divine dragon with the power of a great Sky Spirit Archmage, as long as he didn't meet any demigod in Immortal Palace, no one could threaten him. Moreover, he had warned Little Fire not to appear too special. It had to keep a low profile. Because Lei Lou had taught it well, Little Fire didn't want to wander around. However, it kept a low profile and would never cause trouble. "Big brother, I'm here." Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. It was Xiluo. She was wearing casual clothes, so it was much easier for her to sneak out. Lei Lou sensed that Xiluo's aura was much stronger than a few years ago. She was almost a great sky spirit archmage. This speed was already very fast. When he first met Xiluo, she was just a little sky spirit archmage. However, she was the Empress of Profound Land. She had a high innate endowment and didn't lack cultivation resources. It was normal for her to have this kind of speed. Lei Lou found that little fire was standing on Xiluo's shoulder. Lei Lou was a little curious. This little guy looked like a lizard. It was pretty ugly. Why did girls like it? Big brother, are you okay here? Xiluo sat down casually. She held little fire in the center of her palm and stroked its head. It's pretty good here, Lei Lou said with a smile. A few years ago, my cultivation was too slow, so I didn't have time to visit you. Big brother, if you have time, you can come and find me. I live at the main god temple. Xiluo took out a token and handed it to Lei Lou. Lei Lou took it. This token was obviously extraordinary. It should have very high authority. With it, one could enter and leave many important places. Xiluo said, brother, can you ask little fire to come and play with me? He said that you won't let him go too far. I can't come here often. I think you mainly want to play with little fire. Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I don't want to see you, big brother. Xiluo laughed. Okay. Lei Lou smiled. Anyway, in Immortal Palace, there weren't many existences that could threaten little fire. If something happened, he would know immediately. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Lou finally completed the 35th step. A powerful aura gushed out of his body, crazily sweeping through the space of the palace. Countless cracks spread out, making people feel frightened. Fortunately, it was the god-confining domain that had blocked these auras. Perhaps, the entire palace would be alerted. Phew. The further we go, the harder it will be. Lei Lou opened his eyes and exhaled, sighing with emotion. Even he felt that it was extremely difficult, let alone others. If it wasn't for the foundation laid by the 100-step Sky Spirit Pill, he didn't think that he would be able to step off the 35th step. The moment he stepped off, a strong feeling of fear and nothingness would arise in his heart. It would be able to cause his soul to become unstable and his heart to collapse. I've already cultivated in Immortal Palace for over 300 years. I have to go back to Galaxy World to take a look. Lei Lou thought. Galaxy World, Sky Spirit Peak. The remnant forces of the major mage forces in Galaxy World had all gathered here. 18 years ago, the Tiandao Divine Sect, Immortal Divine Sect, and Sky Spirit Pavilion, the three major mage forces, had suddenly received a message from Immortal Palace, asking Galaxy World to prevent the invasion of external forces. At that time, the major forces there knew that something big had happened, and they began to deal with possible emergencies. It was not until 8 years ago that the powerful demon clan came from the Dead Sea and began to invade Galaxy World. Not only Galaxy World, but according to the intelligence they had, several powerful neighboring worlds had also been invaded by the demon clan. This clan was extremely powerful, and they had more Sky Spirit Archmages than Galaxy World. Even with the suppression of the world origin, Galaxy World was still retreating in defeat. In just half a year's time, they had lost control of more than half of the territory, and more than 20 Sky Spirit Archmages had died. As for the Earth Spirit Archmages, it was even more unknown how many there were. Originally, those powerful mage forces that possessed small worlds wanted to rely on them to resist, but the demons had grasped a special method. Not only could they detect the small world's entrances and exits, but they could also break the small world's defenses. In the end, Galaxy World could only rely on the uniqueness of the divine domain to be able to resist the invasion of the demon clan. This divine domain was very special. Not only did it suppress the mages of Galaxy World, but it also suppressed the demon clan even more. It was precisely because of this that Galaxy World had been able to last until now. During this period of time, the various powers of Galaxy World had placed their hopes on the nameless mage in Galaxy City, hoping that this mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage would make a move. However, they had sent quite a number of emissaries but received no response at all. According to the information from half a year ago, Galaxy City had long been surrounded by the demon clan. They suspected that something was very likely wrong with the nameless mage. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no movement at all, not even after Galaxy City had been surrounded. If this goes on, our Galaxy World will be completely finished. Immortal Palace hasn't responded to us, so we can't get support. We won't be able to hold on for long. Immortal Palace might have also experienced some changes. Otherwise, it's unusual for there to be no response at all. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy our Galaxy World? On top of Sky Spirit Peak, many Sky Spirit Archmages sat cross-legged on the ground, their hearts heavy. Most of them were uninjured. Right at this moment, waves of powerful, detestable, and cold aura came from afar, heading straight for Sky Spirit Peak. This was the unique aura of the Demon Clan. Because it was completely different from Galaxy World, it caused an extremely obvious heaven and earth phenomenon. These be asterisk stars, they're here again. A Sky Spirit Archmage with a full beard from the Tiandao Divine Sect was very angry. Many Sky Spirit Archmages had no choice but to face the battle. A large number of Earth Spirit Archmages below Sky Spirit Peak also went up the battle. Galaxy Region, outside of Galaxy City. A large number of demons surrounded the city and attacked the Holy Light Shield in Galaxy City in a frenzy. It had already lasted for more than half a year. The weakest among these demons were all high-level Earth Spirit Archmages. There was also quite a number of peak Earth Spirit Archmages, including several Sky-level magicians. Moreover, these demons would not be injured when they attacked and could continue to attack. Now that they had continued to attack for more than half a year, the entire Holy Light Shield had become much dimmer. At this speed, the Holy Light Shield would not be able to hold on for long. Within Galaxy City, everyone was in a state of panic and unease because they felt a fatal threat. Alo's disciples and the female disciples that Leolan and Leona had nurtured were all gathered together. Some of them had actually already broken through to the Sky Spirit level. The rest were peak Earth Spirit Archmages. This was definitely due to Lei Luo's contribution. After all, he had given them so many cultivation resources before he left. If they were unable to break through to the Sky Spirit level, then they would really be pigs. However, even if they had the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage, they still had no way to deal with those demons outside. This was because the demon Sky Spirit Archmages outside were extremely powerful. The strongest one was probably already a 7th level Sky Spirit Archmage. They were far from being comparable to the newly advanced Sky Spirit Archmages. If this continues, the Holy Light Shield will probably be broken in 2 months at most, Alo's eldest disciple, Bodley, said worriedly. The current situation was simply waiting for death. It's a pity that Master and Grandmaster aren't here. Otherwise, they would definitely have a way. Perhaps after this, we will never have the chance to see them again. Leolin's female disciple, Dana, was a little depressed. After all, her teacher and the others had not appeared for more than 300 years. Although to a Sky Spirit Archmage, 300 years was nothing at all, to them, 300 years was already long enough. The remaining disciples also looked dejected. They were not afraid of death, but they were really unwilling to die so sullenly. Instead of waiting here to die, why don't we go out and fight it out with them? Dana suddenly gritted her teeth and said. Okay. Bodley nodded and said. The others were also tempted because the feeling of waiting for death was too uncomfortable. No, Master told me that we must not give up until the last moment. Moreover, this Holy Light Shield can last for 2 months. Maybe there will be a turn for the better, the head of the treasury said quickly. He was undoubtedly the calmest. It seems that among all these people, the head of the treasury is the only one with some brains. Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. When Bodley, Dana, the head of the treasury, and the others heard this extremely familiar voice, their bodies trembled, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Immediately after, they all became ecstatic because the greatest spiritual pillar in their hearts had finally returned. Ancestor, is it really you, Ancestor? Bodley and the others actually knelt down, tears continuously flowing down. They were so excited that they cried. Bodley, you guys are already hundreds of years old. Is it appropriate to cry like this? If Lei Lou saw you guys like this, she would probably scold you guys, Lei Lou said indifferently. Only then did Bodley and the others wipe away their tears. They stood up from the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. What's going on outside? Lei Lou asked curiously. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation as soon as he came back. He was speechless. Bodley quickly explained the situation. Immortal Palace ordered the demon clan to invade. Lei Lou had a thought and guessed. This demon clan probably belonged to the demon clan in God World. After the death of the God Emperor, the Immortal Palace of Profound Land had to seal off their territory to protect themselves. As a result, their territories were invaded by the demon clan. The same situation happened in the world below. Without the support of Immortal Palace of Profound Land, Galaxy World wouldn't be able to resist the invasion of the demon clan. This was still a very long matter. It was very likely that the demon clan had sent demon experts down from the upper realm. They wanted to completely cut off the foundation of Immortal Palace in the lower realm. According to his understanding, although the God Spirit world was very big and the origin of the world was very high, giving birth to many powerful mages, they would still choose outstanding geniuses from the world. The Sky Spirit Society that was held a meeting once every 300 years in Galaxy World was established for this purpose. In addition, as long as the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy World could break through to the mid-level, they would be qualified to enter the Divine Domain. This was also the reason why there had never been a mid-level Sky Spirit Archmage in Galaxy World. Even if they appeared, they would be immediately drawn into the Divine Domain. Only Lei Lou was an exception. Therefore, when he attacked, the Immortal Divine Sect did not dare to resist at all. Patriarch, this demon clan is very powerful. It is said that there are even Sky Spirit Archmages above the God level. If it weren't for the fact that the stronger our Galaxy World is, the more severe the suppression of the world origin would be, I'm afraid that our Galaxy World would have been finished long ago. I heard that the other mage forces suffered heavy losses and have retreated to the Divine Domain Sky Soul Peak. I wonder what the situation is now, Dana said grimly. Don't worry. It'll be over soon, Lei Lou said in a low voice. He had just spread out his soul consciousness and detected the situation in Galaxy World. These demons were extremely savage, comparable to the whale race. Many native races of the Galaxy World had suffered great losses. Fortunately, the demons' main target was the remaining resistance in the Divine Domain. Otherwise, the slaughter created by these demons would have been even more terrifying. These demons really deserved to die. Lei Lou's heart was filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Lei Lou's body emitted a strange power fluctuation. The holy light shield that had enveloped all of Galaxy City instantly collapsed and disappeared. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be boiling. Then, a resplendent pillar of light shot up from Lei Lou's body. Everyone who was bathed in the pillar of light looked at Lei Lou in shock. This was because they could sense that Lei Lou was like the ruler of the world, the center of all things. His every action seemed to carry the might of a deity. Is this the power of laws? Lei Lou muttered to himself. He was now using his level 35 Sky Spirit Archmage to communicate with the origin of this world. It was as if he had become one with the world and had become the embodiment of the origin of the world. Then let's try this great power. Lei Luo's aura became cold and solemn. In an instant, the pillar of light that soared into the sky suddenly spread out in all directions from his center. Many demons outside Galaxy City, including a few sky spirit level demons, thought that the holy light shield had been broken when they saw it. However, before they could rejoice, they sensed an extremely terrifying aura. That aura caused even one of the 8th level sky spirit demons present to tremble at this moment. His body actually collapsed onto the ground. The other demons found it even more unbearable. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, shivering, and endless fear filled their souls. In the next moment, endless light swept across. These lights seemed to be formed by countless sword chi. After the light swept over, all the demons, including the demon sky spirit archmages, were turned into ashes. The light spread toward Galaxy World at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the demons would be reduced to ashes after being swept by the light, and all the creatures that belonged to the native land would be completely unharmed. Just like that, an extremely strange scene occurred as the light spread. Originally, many places were in the midst of a cruel war, and the demon clan was crazily wreaking havoc. However, after the light passed, all the demons were reduced to ashes, as if they had been wiped out by a great power. Very soon, this light spread to the divine domain. Countless demon clans were gathered here, and they were fighting with the remaining mages of Galaxy World. Even if the demon clan was suppressed by the world's origin, they still had the upper hand and the remaining mages of Galaxy World were almost unable to resist it. Powerful mages were dying at every moment. Suddenly, an indescribable light spread from afar, sweeping across, and then swiftly far away. However, all the mages in Galaxy World present saw an incomparably terrifying scene. In the next second, the demons that had been fighting with them were all annihilated before their eyes and turned into ash. They no longer existed. It was as if these powerful demons had never existed at all. There were no traces at all. No aura was left behind. At this moment, all the remaining mages in Galaxy World were dumbstruck, unable to recover for a long time. What had they seen? The powerful demons, close to 100 sky spirit archmages, and tens of thousands of earth spirit archmages had all turned to ash. Not even a trace was left. The aura of any demon had completely disappeared. It was as if that light had completely wiped out the demon clan from Galaxy World. If not for the fact that most of the mages in Galaxy World had injuries on their bodies and that their mental strength had been greatly depleted, they would have suspected that all of this was a dream. After a while, everyone finally came back to their senses. Victory! They had won. Endless cheers resounded throughout the entire divine realm. In Galaxy City, countless mages saw the scene of all the demon mages being reduced to ash after the light spread. They all revealed shocked expressions. Too powerful. This nameless mage was as powerful as a god. He didn't make a move at all. Just by relying on the spreading light, he killed all the demons, including the sky spirit archmages. Okay, it's done. Lei Lou waved his hand and cast the 7th layer Holy Light Shield. It was many times more powerful than the 6th layer Holy Light Shield. With his current cultivation base, the entire shield was completely connected to Galaxy World. Unless it was a great sky spirit archmage, no one could break the Holy Light Shield. As for the consumption of energy through attack, it was impossible. Because the energy that supplied the Holy Light Shield was not only from the spiritual vein of the earth where Galaxy City was located but from all of Galaxy World. I'll go and take a look at other places, Lei Lou said. In the next moment, he disappeared. Dana, Bodley, and the others still thought that Lei Lou was going to Sky Spirit Peak, so they did not think too much about it. In reality, Lei Lou was going to take a look at other worlds. This demon clan was too savage. Who knew how many worlds had suffered? Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to prevent future trouble. In a world that was unknown, how far away from the galaxy world was the demon clan's headquarters? In a huge palace, a powerful demon sat upright, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was definitely an existence of a mid-level sky spirit archmage. And below, there were many demons at the sky level that were hungry and were reporting to this mid-level sky spirit archmage demon. Suddenly, a sky spirit level demon flew over in a hurry and knelt down on one knee in the main hall. Reporting to Lord Angel, we have lost our training with Galaxy World. Moreover, there was news from a few soul bead halls not long ago that a large number of soul beads had been broken. They were all sent to Galaxy World, the demon reported. Didn't they say that they had already surrounded all the remaining mage forces in Galaxy World? How could such a situation happen? Quickly go down and investigate, the demon who was sitting upright said in a deep voice. Yes. After receiving the order, this sky spirit level demon was about to leave the hall when, all of a sudden, he felt as if he had lost control of his body and was actually unable to move. It wasn't just him. All the demon mages in the hall were in this situation, including the mid-level sky spirit archmage, Angel. The demon Angel wanted to raise his head, but his body couldn't move at all. He only felt an indescribably terrifying will directly suppressing his soul. His body seemed to have lost control. A trace of fear finally appeared on his face. Immediately after, he found that his body could move slightly. Then, he raised his head and saw a figure walking in from outside the hall. It was Lei Lou. After he had dealt with the demons of Galaxy World, he had flown directly to this world. With his current strength that surpassed that of a high-level sky spirit archmage, it did not take long for him to cross the distance between the two worlds. After absorbing the soul of a 10th-level sky spirit archmage, he received detailed information. Then, in less than 3 hours, he crossed more than 10 world regions and had arrived here. If it had been a mid-level sky spirit archmage's cultivation, it wouldn't be possible to do it in less than a few days. Sir, who are you? Angel asked with trepidation. Because he felt that this aura definitely surpassed that of a mid-level sky spirit archmage. In other words, the terrifying existence in front of him might be a high-level sky spirit archmage. How could the existence of a high-level sky spirit archmage descend into this lower realm? The world's origin would automatically reject overly powerful forces. Even a middle sky spirit archmage had almost surpassed the limits of the lower realm. A sky spirit archmage like him, who was a level 12 sky spirit archmage, was already considered the limit. Moreover, he was a sky spirit archmage who had descended from the upper realm, so the rejection was even more severe. But now, there was actually a high-level sky spirit archmage in existence, yet it had not caused the rejection of the origin of the world. This was simply shocking. Immediately, stop invading other worlds. Otherwise, the demon clan will completely disappear from the lower realm plane. Lei Lou said indifferently. Even if you have a high-level sky spirit archmage, I am the emissary of the demon clan in the god spirit world. Conquering the worlds under Immortal Palace is our great plan. Don't tell me you want to stop it. Aren't you afraid that our demon emperor will be angry? This angel was trembling in fear, but he was still unyielding because he had the backing of the powerful demon clan. Now, was a mere sky spirit archmage actually dared to organize the demon clan's plan? In the demon clan, high-level sky spirit archmages were more common. If it wasn't for the fact that this world had too strong a repulsion toward high-level sky spirit archmage power, their demon clan would be able to summon high-level sky spirit archmages at any time and even terrifying existences at the demigod level. Can your demon clan's demon emperor descend? Lei Lou asked calmly. The demon clan's angel was speechless. Can your demon clan's demigods descend? Angel was speechless. Then what about your demon clan's high-level sky spirit archmages? Lei Lou asked again. I'll give you a chance to summon them now. In the next moment, the demon clan's mid-level sky spirit archmage regained control of his body. He glanced at Lei Lou and immediately rose into the air. He took out a pitch-black scroll and crushed it abruptly. In an instant, the world shook. The sun and moon lost their light. Endless dark clouds covered the entire demon world, as if the end of the world was coming. Then, within the endless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared, as if one could see the scene of another world. It was like a dream. It was like a mirage. It could be seen but not seen. That was the path to the upper realm. It had been opened by the demon clan's angel using the pitch-black scroll. Many demon mages looked at the path to the upper realm with yearning showing on their faces. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura was transmitted from the crack, and then a terrifying ghost shadow appeared. It had an ashen face and 2 fangs. It looked like a typical demon, but it looked even more ferocious and terrifying than an ordinary demon. This was a demon with an even stronger bloodline. Just by relying on its aura, one could tell that this demon was definitely a high-level sky spirit archmage. Just as it squeezed its figure out from the opening, the world shook, and an even more terrifying power suppressed the arrival of this demon sky spirit archmage. There were even flashes of lightning and thunder in the surroundings. This was clearly caused by the resistance of the world's origin. However, the world's origin was obviously unable to stop it. Seeing that the demon sky spirit archmage was about to descend, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing countless demon mages to be incomparably excited. But suddenly, Lei Lou suddenly raised his hand and grabbed out. In an instant, a monstrous giant hand appeared, grabbing the opening and forcefully pulling the demon sky spirit archmage out. The demon roared and struggled, but he couldn't break free at all. His ghostly eyes revealed a look of fear because the only thing that could make a great sky spirit archmage like him unable to resist was a terrifying existence that was above level 30 sky spirit archmage, and even a demigod existence. How was this possible? How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? There was no reaction from the surroundings of this existence. This was extremely abnormal. Looks like the demon sky spirit archmage you summoned is very ordinary. Lei Lou swept his gaze towards Angel. Continue summoning. As he spoke, he lightly pinched and crushed that powerful demon sky spirit archmage in front of countless demon mages. All the demons were terrified. And Angel was even more terrified. That was a high-level demon sky spirit archmage. In God's world, a high-level demon sky spirit archmage could be considered the most powerful existence. Yet, he was actually crushed to death by this human mage. What did this mean? This existence was definitely a powerful existence. Yes, sir, I will immediately recall all the demons and stop the invasion. How would Angel dare recall the high-level demon sky spirit archmage to descend? This was simply courting death. The high-level sky spirit archmage also had no way to descend. Perhaps His Majesty the Demon Emperor could send down his incarnation, but the problem was that more than 10 years ago, in the battle with the God Emperor, His Majesty the Demon Emperor had been seriously injured and had been recuperating. At this time, it was definitely impossible for him to send down his incarnation. It was impossible. Therefore, the demon clan had no way of dealing with this human mage. Hurry up and go. I don't want to drag this out for too long, Lei Lou said indifferently. Yes. Angel hurriedly replied. Very soon, the order to retreat was used with a special communication method. He passed it on to the demon mages who were fighting in various worlds. After more than a month, all the demon mages returned from various worlds one after another. Only then did Lei Lou leave. However, when he left, he took care of Angel and countless demon mages along the way. He had only said that he wouldn't completely destroy the demon clan, but he hadn't said that he wouldn't partly destroy them. The reason he had stayed there for so long was to capture all the high-level demon mages who had come to the lower realm. At this point, after a large number of top-level demon mages were destroyed, the demon clan's strength would fall into a long period of weakness. One could meet them, but the other worlds that had been attacked would definitely not let it go. A few hours later, Lei Lou returned to Galaxy City. However, he didn't stay in Galaxy World for too long because the restrictions in the lower realm were too great. It was very uncomfortable. On the second day after returning to Galaxy City, he used the pass token and returned to Immortal Palace. Phew, this is more comfortable. Lei Lou couldn't help but let out a long breath. Staying with the demons for more than a month, he had had no way to cultivate. If he had even cultivated for just a little while, the commotion would have been too terrifying. Now, he spent the time cultivating. In the blink of an eye, he had cultivated in Immortal Palace for another 180 years. In these 180 years, he had only taken 7 steps. From the 35th step to the 42nd step. The further he went, the more time he needed. He had no doubt that if he really wanted to walk 100 steps, he would not be able to do it without 2,000 or 3,000 years. This was still the ideal time. It might even take longer. However, the cultivation of a 42nd level Sky Spirit Archmage was absolutely terrifying. He did not even know how powerful he had become. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen the power of those gods. Otherwise, he would be able to determine what level his strength was at. Lei Lou was cultivating when he was suddenly disturbed by a powerful aura. This is... Lei Lou revealed a surprised expression because this aura had already surpassed the power of a demigod. That unique aura was definitely not something that a Sky Spirit Archmage could compare to. Is that the power of a god? Lei Lou couldn't help but look at a huge mansion in the outer palace. However, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. That was the power of a god. After a while, he frowned. Although this god's power was very powerful, far surpassing that of a demigod, he felt that it was at most similar to when he was at level 37. It was far weaker than his level 42 power. No way, is the power of a god so weak? Lei Lou couldn't believe it. He had thought that the power of a god would be comparable to a level 40 or 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. But now, it was only comparable to his level 37 Sky Spirit Archmage. So, I'm already so powerful. Lei Lou withdrew his attention and muttered to himself. Profound Land Immortal Palace. In the center of Profound Land Immortal Palace was the office where Empress Xiluo lived and cultivated. Xiluo looked like she was 15 years old. She had already begun to show the image of a peerless beauty. At this moment, more than 10 people were gathered in this palace. Each of them had a grave expression. I didn't expect Sanya to break through to the god realm. This is troublesome, a black-bearded elder with a jade crown on his head said in a deep voice. This person was Xiluo, the grand elder of the imperial family of Immortal Palace. He was also an elder of the previous god emperor. The power of a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage was at the demigod level. He could be said to be the pillar of the Xiluo family. There were more than 20 demigod-level mages in Immortal Palace. Xiluo wielded a powerful divine weapon, and his combat strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the Immortal Palace. Furthermore, the Xiluo family had 5 demigods in their direct line of descent and they had an absolute advantage. Furthermore, after the death of the god emperor, the prestige of Immortal Palace had not dissipated. Thus, the various large families and powers still held great respect for the newly appointed Great Empress Xiluo and did not dare to underestimate her. As long as Xiluo could become a god in the future, she could truly grasp the authority and lead Immortal Palace to rise again. With Xiluo's magic talent and special bloodline, this possibility was very high. Thus, Profound Land Immortal Palace had to seal off their territory to protect themselves, waiting for Xiluo to grow up. However, they didn't expect that there would be any internal problems. The strongest general under the former Profound Land God Emperor and the strongest mage in Profound Land, Sanya, who had the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan, had broken through the limit and reached the god realm. Without a god, how could the Xiluo royal family have the right to command a powerful god? Once this god had a thought, the Shui family would be in great danger. And this was inevitable. In Immortal Palace, when the God Emperor was still in power, he had conferred 4 of his most capable subordinates as the 4 great God Kings. They were the Eastern God King Sanya, the Southern God King Luna, the Northern God King Ming, and the Western God King Zeus. These 4 God Kings were all level 33 demigod mages. Each of them commanded an army of Sky Spirit Archmages. They had a lot of authority in Immortal Palace. Among them, the Eastern God King Sanya was the most powerful. He had also received the most important responsibility as a God Emperor. As one of the 4 God Kings' mansions, the Godly Monarch Palace was very large. Although it could not compare to the Immortal Palace, it was definitely the largest mansion there. However, the Godly Monarch Palace was extremely lively at the moment because the God King Sanya had broken through the limit and reached the level of a god. From now on, Immortal Palace had the power of a god once again. For Immortal Palace, which had been sealed for more than 200 years, this was definitely exciting news. Therefore, many families of Immortal Palace and powerful mages in the magic world rushed to congratulate him. For them, the Eastern God King Sanya, who had become a god, was the most crucial mage. The strange thing was that the other 3 God Kings' mansions didn't make any movements. In the palace at the core of the God King's mansions, a king with an incredible aura was sitting. The god power in his body was constantly circulating. His majesty was boundless, and he dominated the world. Below him stood dozens of God King's confidants. There were even 3 demigods. The others were all Sky Spirit Archmages above level 30. Your Highness, you have become a god, but the Inner Palace and the other 3 God Kings have not come to celebrate. It seems that they are already afraid of you, a demigod mage said. Your Highness, Xiluo is just a little child. What right does she have to be the God Emperor? Now that you have become a god, the only god in Profound Land Immortal Palace, why don't you let Xiluo give way, another demigod said with a dark voice. Be ****. I've received the God Emperor's favor and been conferred the title of the Eastern God King. I should be assisting my young master. How can I do anything? Sanya spoke in a dignified manner without being angry. However, the demigod bowed slightly and said, Your Highness, that's true, but the strong are the masters and the weak are the followers. There will always be a gap between us. Your Highness has just broken through to the God realm today, and the Inner Palace is already filled with suspicion. It doesn't matter. As a subject, how can I let His Majesty send people over? My own son will do. Sanya waved his hand and stood up. His imposing aura filled the air, and everyone present became more respectful. Soon, Sanya brought his support and stormed toward Immortal Palace. The other 3 God Kings had gathered together. Sanya has become a god. It's going to be chaotic. I don't think so. I think Sanya is still very respectful to Her Majesty. Even if he has become a god, he can't rebel, right? After all, Sanya has received the favor of the God Emperor. Otherwise, how could he have his current achievements? People change. If Her Majesty had already grown, she might have been able to suppress him. But now that Sanya has become a god ahead of time, she won't be able to suppress him no matter what. Next, we will face a huge choice. What? Ming, don't tell me you want to betray Her Majesty and join Sanya. I am telling the truth. In this god world, no mage has ever been able to stand above a god. This is against the rules of the heavenly axiom. The situation is irreversible. We are just mere demigods. How can we stop them? Alright, stop arguing. Her Majesty the Empress is our benefactor and Sanya's benefactor. There is no doubt about this. However, Ming is also right. Mortals cannot suppress the gods. This is the common sense of the heavenly Tao. It is not something that we can change. I just hope that Sanya will not go too far. Let's wait quietly and see what changes there are. Humph, how can you guys hide it? We are indebted to the God Emperor and are assisting the young master. Even if Sanya has already become a god, we cannot commit such a crime. I, Luna, have misjudged you guys. Different paths lead to different strategies. A beautiful lady with wings on her back stood up abruptly and left angrily. Sigh, this Luna is too strong-willed. She will definitely suffer a great loss. Humph, if she wants to die, she's asking for it. The remaining two kings, Ming and Zeus, watched Luna leave and shook their heads. In the palace, everyone was still in deep discussion. At the same time, a large amount of information was sent in. It was all about the mages from the major families and forces congratulating Sanya. There was no news from the other three god kings' mansions. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. His Highness the Dragon King has brought people here. A guard hurriedly ran in. The faces of everyone present changed greatly. Is Sanya so impatient that he wants to rebel? Guard Bo was furious. Wait, maybe Uncle Sanya didn't mean that. Let's wait and see. Xiluo, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It's the only way. Xiluo, the great elder of the Xue family, sighed. Although Immortal Palace had some resistance against the power of a god, at that time, the Xue family would be finished. Soon, the orders were sent to activate the defensive formation. Not long after, a majestic figure strode. It was the Eastern God King Sanya. Besides him, he had arranged all his subordinates to wait outside the palace. He had done a good job. He wanted to tell the world that he, Sanya, didn't have any intention of rebelling. Seeing this, the people in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. What they were worried about the most was that Sanya wouldn't play by the rules and directly rebel against the palace. Uncle Sanya, congratulations on achieving the god realm. We were still discussing how to celebrate for you. I didn't expect you to come just like this. Xiluo quickly got up and stepped down from the throne. Sanya greets your majesty. Sanya quickly bowed and greeted, appearing very humble. Someone, take a seat for Uncle Sanya, Xiluo quickly said. Your majesty, you can't do that. I'll just stand here. Sanya hurried to say. Uncle Sanya has become a god. From now on, our immortal palace has the power of a god. It's a great event for us. I will send a decree to make Uncle Sanya the great god king, Xiluo said. Everybody's face changed slightly because they hadn't discussed this matter yet. However, Xiluo had taken the initiative to make Sanya the great god king. Once the title of great god king was conferred, it would truly be beneath one person and above 10,000 people. However, they immediately became dejected because this was the only way to temporarily appease Sanya. Your Majesty, this must not be allowed. I have not made any contributions. How can I accept such an honor? Sanya hurriedly bowed and said. Uncle Sanya, you have already made great contributions as a god. How can you say that you have not made contributions? Xiluo smiled and said. After Sanya had tried to decline, he finally accepted the title. At this moment, the southern god King Luna barged into the hall. Seeing that the hall was peaceful and didn't have any tense atmosphere, she let out a sigh of relief. So, the southern god king has arrived. Seeing Luna, Xiluo smiled. Your subject greets your majesty, Luna immediately bowed. Sanya, congratulations on becoming a god. Your majesty, with your help, our immortal palace will be more stable in the future. Luna looked at Sanya and congratulated him. Luna, I've just made Uncle Sanya the great god king. You can't call him Sanya anymore. Xiluo smiled. Great god king. Luna immediately understood that this was Her Majesty's way of appeasing her. Luna greets His Highness Sanya. She hurriedly greeted him. Previously, the four great god kings had held the same status, but now that Sangya had become a god and was conferred the title of Great God King, his status was completely different. It was just that she did not know if such a status could appease Sangya. At least for now, Sangya's attitude was still good. Luna heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the harmonious atmosphere in the hall. However, she could not let down her guard. Even if Sangya did not have the intention to rule, it did not mean that the people under him did not. After all, not everyone was willing to submit to someone who was weaker than them. Profound Land Library. Lei Lou only paid attention to the situation in Immortal Palace for a while. Then, he retracted his soul consciousness and went into seclusion to cultivate. He wouldn't meddle in Immortal Palace's matters. Since Xueli had the ability to deal with it, it was fine. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Lou was still at a level 42 Sky Spirit Archmage. The further he went, the more difficult it would be for him to take a step forward. Lei Lou habitually signed in. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Bottle of Divine Slave Potion. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou was a little surprised. Another good item? He quickly checked the information. Divine Slave Potion, Divine Grade Strange Potion. It could be used to control the power of a level 1 god. The higher the level of the user, the higher the success rate, and the lower the chance for the user to break free. In addition, this item had a certain effect on the user's cultivation. This thing is specifically used to control gods. Lei Lou was a little surprised. If he could control a god, it would be pretty good. So he put it into the system space. He walked out of the place where he lived and entered the space where the books were stored. There were countless books in there, the number was measured in tens of millions. He casually took some and walked out, but he saw Xueli coming over, with little fire on her shoulder. How come you have time to come today? Lei Lou said with a smile. I've been bored to death recently, so I came here to relax, Xueli said. After entering the place, Xueli said, Brother, if only I could be like you, cultivating every day and not caring about anything. Cultivating every day isn't something that anyone can do, Lei Lou said with a smile. Sigh, it would be great if father was still around, Xueli said gloomily. There are gains and losses. Nothing is perfect in this world, Lei Lou said indifferently. I know. That's why I've been working hard to cultivate, hoping to become a god as soon as possible. That way, I can take on the heavy responsibility and not let my mother down. I won't let the great elder down, Xueli said with her head lowered. It was only at this time that she could shed her pretense and show the softness in her heart. In her heart, Lei Lou was already like her family, an inseparable part of her. Lei Lou did not speak, allowing Xueli to pour out her heart. Her heart was too lonely, too bitter, and the pressure was too great. After an unknown amount of time, Xueli suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Brother, thank you for listening to me. I feel much better now. I have to go. Xueli, wait a moment, Lei Lou suddenly said. Brother, what's wrong? Xueli asked. I have something for you, Lei Lou smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a drop of divine dragon's blood that looked like flames appeared. He had carefully observed Xueli's bloodline. Its essence was very high, only slightly inferior to the divine dragon's bloodline. This bloodline would not have been formed by the previous god emperor. An ordinary god would not be able to form such a bloodline. Xueli's ancestors would have an even greater background. Brother, what is this? Xueli did not recognize it, but she could feel the bloodline in her body stirring. Divine dragon's blood, Lei Lou said with a light smile. Divine dragon's blood? Xueli's eyes widened. How could she not have heard of divine dragon's blood? It was said that Sangya had the divine dragon's bloodline, but it was definitely very weak. This drop of divine dragon's blood should be able to stimulate your blood, Lei Lou said. Brother, this is too precious, Xiluo hurried to say. Even with Immortal Palace's foundation, it was hard to get such a precious drop of divine dragon's blood. Lei Lou smiled. He flicked his finger and the divine dragon's blood flew into Xiluo's glabella. Immediately, a vermilion dot formed between Xiluo's brows. Xiluo's entire body shook, and the bloodline in her body trembled, beginning to crazily devour the divine dragon's blood. After an unknown amount of time, the vermilion dot between Xiluo's brows completely disappeared. Lei Lou used his elemental eye to check and knew that the activity of Xiluo's bloodline was much stronger. However, to completely digest that drop of divine dragon's blood was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Xiluo opened her eyes, bowing slightly. Thank you, brother. She knew how much it could help her. Not only would her cultivation speed increase, but her chance of becoming a God Realm expert would also increase. She suddenly became more curious about Lei Luo's background. Although she hadn't investigated Lei Luo's background, someone around her had investigated and reported to her. However, in the hundreds of years in the Hall of All Beings, she was close to Lei Luo. She didn't believe that Lei Luo would hurt her. In the blink of an eye, another 110 years had passed. It wasn't 110 years of peace. In the immortal palace of Profound Land, the situation was changing. The atmosphere became tenser. It was mainly because the great God King's mansion in Immortal Palace was becoming more and more influential. The conflicts with the internal energy and the Xue family were getting bigger. Meanwhile, the Western God King and the Southern God King were getting closer and closer. In recent years, there had been rumors in Immortal Palace saying that Sangya was dissatisfied with the Empress and was going to force her to yield. The Great God Mansion. Your Highness, the situation is in our hands now. You can't hesitate anymore. Yes. According to the information we have received, the Empress's cultivation speed in the past 100 years has been very fast. It's very likely that she has already reached a level 25 Sky Spirit Archmage or above. At this speed, she will reach a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage in less than 1,000 years. She will be able to break through to the God Realm. Recently, our people have observed the Empress's bloodline. In the past 100 years, it has become much more active, and the possibility of becoming a god is also increasing. Once the Empress becomes a god, what will you do? Your Highness, if you have any concerns, I am willing to write a letter to persuade the Empress. Now, not only Sangya's confidant, but even the Northern God King Ming had come. He was even willing to be the vanguard to force the Empress. Because it was impossible to stop Sangya's momentum, he had no doubt that he could become the master of Immortal Palace. In the future, if he wanted to keep his current position and continue to stand in Profound Land, the best way was to fully rely on God King Sangya. Like the despicable behavior of Zeus, the Western God King, he disdained it, but he wanted to get close to God King Sangya without any blame. When God King Sangya became the God Emperor of Profound Land, Zeus, the idiot, would eventually be completely excluded and marginalized. Sigh, you guys are trying to pin the traitor and thief's frown on me. Sangya sighed. Actually, he had the same thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to possess the Great Empress's body, but he still had some misgivings. If he were to rape the Great Empress or force her to abdicate, it shouldn't be difficult. However, his reputation wouldn't be too good. After all, the God Emperor had done him a great favor, but he had tried to seize the throne. If this news got out, everyone in the world would curse and spit on him. Hearing this, the Northern God King Ming knew what Sangya was thinking. A few days later, something happened that shocked everyone in Immortal Palace. The Northern God King Ming had actually written to the Great Empress, hoping that she would think of the big picture and give the throne to the great God King Sangya. After the news spread out, all the forces in Immortal Palace were shocked. The great God King Sangya couldn't bear it anymore. Was he going to make a move? It was like a chain reaction. Following that, many forces also wrote a letter. The content was almost the same as Ming's. Sanya had the shadow of the God Emperor, which could make profound land rise again. They hoped that the great Empress could consider the big picture and give the throne to him. Some forces even wanted the great Empress to marry Sanya directly and become a pair of God Emperors and Mother Gods. There were many such forces. For a time, the atmosphere in Immortal Palace became tense. A huge light barrier appeared in the palace. The defensive formation had activated. It was a high-level formation that could resist the power of a god. Traitor! This is a dog that wants to rebel. In the palace, Shweta roared angrily. First Elder, can this defensive formation block the god's attack? Shweli, who was sitting calmly on the throne, suddenly asked. Your Majesty, yes, but we will also be completely trapped inside, Shweta sighed and said. Even though he was extremely angry, he knew that the tide had completely turned toward Sanya. Without the power of the gods in Immortal Palace, they would not be able to fight against Sanya. That's enough, Shweli said indifferently, negotiate with Sanya. Zen yield is impossible. It's been the foundation of our Shwe family for hundreds of thousands of years. We won't let it go. Give him two choices. Either maintain the current situation or leave. If he insists on taking the foundation of our Shwe family, we will open Immortal Palace and perish together. People were stunned. They didn't expect that Shweli would be so resolute. She wanted to use this chance to force Sanya to yield. Once they opened Immortal Palace, they would be exposed to the demon clan's attack. I think Her Majesty's plan is good. I'm willing to be an envoy to negotiate with Sanya, Luna said. As one of the four God Kings, she stood firmly on Shweli's side. Southern God King, this trip is extremely dangerous. If he insists on going his own way, he will not let you off, Shweli said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I have received your favor and have nothing to repay. Now that I have this opportunity, I will naturally do my best to repay your favor. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. Luna's tone was extremely determined. Thus, Luna took Shweli's decree to the great God King's mansion. After Luna read the decree, she said to Sanya, Your Highness Sanya, you've heard Her Majesty's decree. You can decide whatever you want to do. Our Majesty is putting me in a difficult position, Sanya sighed. However, at the next moment, he seemed to have made a decision. Luna, tell Her Majesty that I, Sanya, am willing to leave Profound Land Immortal Palace. Luna was stunned. Sanya was willing to leave. However, everyone's faces changed drastically. I, Sanya, rose from the ashes. It was Her Majesty, the God Emperor, who gave me a chance. That's why I'm here today. From the beginning to the end, I, Sanya, have always been loyal to Her Majesty. Since Her Majesty has asked me to leave, I will follow her orders, Sanya said with a serious face. Luna couldn't figure out what Sanya was thinking. Since Sanya was willing to leave, it was the best. After Luna left, the hall exploded. Your Highness, you can't leave Profound Land Immortal Palace. Only by taking down Profound Land Immortal Palace can you gain a foothold in God World. Your Highness, you can't be soft-hearted. The young Empress is stupid. Forcing Your Highness to leave is an act of losing people's hearts. Looking at his subordinates' reactions, Sanya said indifferently, I've made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. Soon, the Empress issued an edict to force the great god, King Sanya, to leave Immortal Palace. The news spread throughout the region. Many people were in an uproar when they heard it. After knowing that Sanya was willing to leave, many people praised the great god King Sanya for caring about the big picture. Instead, they blamed the Empress for being stupid and forcing the pillar of the Immortal Palace to leave. Under such circumstances, Sanya's prestige soared. On the other hand, Empress Shweli became the representative of being stupid. It was finally time for Sanya to lead everyone to leave. Immortal Palace would open a space passage. The great god King Sanya and his subordinates had already gathered at the exit. Inside Immortal Palace. Your Majesty, Sanya has already passed through the entrance. You can open the exit now, a demigod who was in charge of the barriers in Immortal Palace said respectfully. Open the barriers, Xiluo said. Yes, the demigod replied. Soon, the whole of Profound Land was shaken. The barriers in Immortal Palace were about to open a space passage. This was the first time it had opened after being sealed for more than 100 years. Great God King, you may go. The exit has been opened. I won't see you out, Luna said in front of the space passage. Sanya didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, he smiled and said, Luna, do you think Profound Land has a bright future under the guidance of that little girl, Xiluo? Of course, Her Majesty has a peerless talent. In the future, she will become a god and regain the glory of the God Emperor, Luna said. Unfortunately, we won't have such a chance, Sanya sighed. What do you mean? Luna had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Because I, Sanya, will be the master of Profound Land. Since Xiluo doesn't want the peaceful Zen throne, I can only take it by force. I want Xiluo to be my exclusive property, Sanya said indifferently. You. Luna's face changed. You guys can't understand the power of a god. Sanya sighed. Then, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky as if the whole of Profound Land had turned into his territory. Endless power filled the air. At the same time, inside Immortal Palace, Xiluo's face changed drastically. He roared, not good. Sanya wants to delay. He doesn't want to leave. However, after a while, Sanya's voice was heard, as if the defensive formation was useless. Your Majesty, Elder Xiluo, you don't have to waste your energy. The defensive formation in Immortal Palace is useless against me. Then, Sanya's voice appeared in the Divine Palace as if he had teleported. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden eyes shone with a strange light. His entire body was filled with a domineering air, and he just put his hands behind his back. All the powerful existences present were trembling in fear under this aura. This was the power of a god. Why? Xiluo found it hard to believe. The shrine's defensive array was controlled by the Xiluo family and the guards. It was basically foolproof. But now, the defensive formation had a problem. Was there a traitor inside? It's simple. I'm the only god in Profound Land Immortal Palace. I've become a resident of this world. As long as there's a loophole in Immortal Palace's formation, my will is above the previous controller. I control the entire formation of Immortal Palace, including the defensive formation, Sanya said indifferently. Then, his eyes fell on Xiluo. Your Majesty, this is the last time I will call you Your Majesty. I will give you one last chance. Give me the Zen throne and marry me. I will give you and your Xiluo family decent treatment. All eyes fell on Xiluo. Xiluo's face was calm as she asked, what if? I don't agree. Then, I can only force you to marry me. Then, I will make you watch as the entire Xiluo family is beheaded. Xiluo, you make the decision. As the only god in Immortal Palace, he had the overall situation under his control. He could make all the decisions with just one thought. Xiluo's body shivered. Sigh, isn't it good to leave? Why do we have to stay? At this moment, a faint sigh echoed in the hall. Shortly after, an ordinary grey-robed figure appeared and stood calmly in front of Xiluo's throne. It was Lei Lou. His appearance was so sudden. Even Sanya, a first-class god, didn't notice him. Who are you? Sanya stared at this figure. What kind of existence was he? A first-class god. He was the only god in the entire palace. He was the supreme existence. No existence or movement could escape his senses. However, he didn't know how this man had appeared. This made him have an absurd feeling. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you shouldn't stay here, Lei Lou said indifferently. Although Sanya had broken through to the god realm more than 100 years ago, his power hadn't increased much. If this man kept his promise and left the palace, Lei Lou wouldn't stop him. However, this man insisted on staying. Why did he have to do that? Brother. Sitting on the throne, Xueli finally came back to her senses. She looked at the familiar figure. She recognized him. The others present couldn't believe their eyes because they didn't know how this man had appeared. However, two other people had also recognized Lei Lou. Guard Bo and Judy. Both of them were mages above level 30 Sky Spirit Archmages. They were Xueli's trusted aides. They had also met Lei Lou in the hall. However, they had not paid much attention to him before. They had not expected Lei Lou to appear at such a critical moment. I did not expect that there would be a powerful mage like you hiding here. Even I have hidden it. However, I want to see what kind of strength you have to be so arrogant. Sanya's voice was extremely low. He couldn't judge Lei Lou's strength. As a level 1 god, it was unbelievable that he couldn't judge Lei Lou. However, he had to test him. He was a god. The only god in Immortal Palace. He didn't believe that there was a second god hidden in there. If there was, why didn't this powerful existence appear when the god emperor had died? It was impossible. Thus, the biggest possibility was that this was a powerful demigod who cultivated some special secret technique or magic tool that could hide his aura. No matter how powerful a demigod was, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of a level 1 god. This was how confident he felt. At the next moment, Sanya's aura trembled. A terrifying divine power started to gather as he clawed at Lei Lou. This claw was incomparably terrifying, tearing apart the void. Everyone's soul vision seemed to be absorbed, pulled, and their souls were about to be pulled out. Endless tremors enveloped everyone's minds. It was as if they wanted to block their 5 senses and souls. This was a god. A god that surpassed mortals. Lei Lou looked at the claw that was grabbing him. He didn't hesitate at all. If it appeared in Galaxy World, perhaps the entire world would be destroyed by this claw. The power of a level 1 god had completely surpassed the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage. It had entered an indescribable domain that involved the operation of laws. It could destroy the origin of a world from the level of laws. No matter how many demigods there were, they would not be able to fight against the weakest god. Lei Lou was not a demigod. Instead, he had surpassed a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage and had now reached a terrifying level 46 Sky Spirit Archmage. Even if he hadn't condensed his divine power, his comprehension and usage of the laws had reached an extremely terrifying level. He wasn't a god. But he was stronger than a god. Suddenly, Lei Lou raised his hand and gently pointed. Crack. That terrifying claw collapsed immediately. The collapsed divine power didn't even explode. It was as if it had been annihilated. When Sanya saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his body trembled slightly. Impossible. You are clearly not a god. How can you be so powerful? He had just sensed Lei Lou's power fluctuation. It was still the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage. However, this kind of Sky Spirit Archmage's power was so terrifying that it was difficult to describe. It was even stronger than his divine power. He was going crazy. How could a Sky Spirit Archmage be more powerful than a divine power? Does a divine power have to be more powerful? Don't doubt my power with your shallow knowledge, Lei Lou said calmly. Then, he took a light step down. Sanya felt a huge pressure. There was a magic staff in his hand. The staff was carved with fish scale-like patterns. He growled, and the magic staff immediately released a vibration of magic power. With him at the center, cracks appeared. This was a terrifying power that space could not withstand. Perishing God Staff. He held the wand in his hand and swung it at Lei Lou. Immediately, a surge of magic energy flew out, and the entire hall shook. Everyone felt their vision go black, as if the whole world had been turned upside down, as if it was the end of the world. Their soul consciousness had been completely suppressed by a terrifying aura. This spell is not bad. Lei Luo's indifferent voice sounded. He was actually evaluating the situation. Sanya was burning with anger and boundless killing intent, but he found that he could not advance any further because the magic energy ball that he released had already been blocked by 2 of Lei Luo's fingers. Just 2 fingers had completely blocked all of his magic power, magic, divine power, and the terrifying power of the magic staff. He was going crazy. A spell that could kill a god was blocked by 2 fingers. Was he dreaming? At that moment, everyone in the hall returned to normal. The magic that was raging in the hall had completely disappeared. They saw an extremely shocking scene. They saw that the spell that Sanya had waved had been blocked by the grey-robed figure with 2 fingers. Was this grey-robed figure also a god? But even if he was a god, what level was he at? All of a sudden, Lei Lou shook his wrist. Sanya couldn't hold his wand and let go. However, Lei Lou gently waved his hand to cast a spell. Instantly, the void seemed to freeze as Sanya fell down. His face was filled with extreme fear and despair. He thought that after he became a god, he could control a mortal palace and become the supreme god emperor. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrifying existence there. Sanya, I won't kill you. However, you tried to humiliate Her Majesty and conspire against her. Your crimes are unforgivable. I will demote you to a slave god. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf, Lei Lou said calmly. The next moment, a bottle of medicine appeared in the center of his palm. The stopper popped open, and the medicine directly shot into Sanya's glabella. Ah! Sanya let out a shrill scream, as if he had been subjected to the most painful torture in the world. He struggled and rolled. That sound was enough to make the hearts of countless people at the scene jump. After a while, Sanya finally stopped screaming. However, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and his eyes were filled with jealousy and fear. Lei Lou waved his hand, and a crystal bead flew out from between Sanya's eyebrows and landed in the center of his palm. He turned to look at Xiluo and said calmly, Xiluo, this divine slave bead is yours. After refining this bead, you can order Sanya to do anything. He won't have any thoughts of rebelling. As he said that, the bead flew toward Xiluo. Xiluo caught the bead and said in surprise, Brother, this is too precious. You can't do this. This divine slave bead controlled a god. In other words, she could use this bead to order a god to absolutely obey her commands. Brother's methods were simply unbelievable. Alright, take it. Lei Lou turned around and disappeared with his hands behind his back. Of course, before he left, he also signed in. The system notification sounded. Ding, the host has successfully signed in. Reward, Divine Emperor Pen. After Lei Lou left, Xiluo looked at the divine slave bead in her palm, unable to regain her senses for a long time. In the end, she managed to refine the divine slave bead. In the next moment, she felt the magic of this bead. It could have a strange control over Sanya. Everyone in the hall was stunned and numb. What kind of existence was this brother? He easily suppressed the level 1 god, Sanya. He even used a bead to control Sanya and turned him into a slave god. This method was simply miraculous. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Xiluo was the first to kneel down in excitement, tears streaming down his face. He knew that Xiluo's position would be extremely stable. No one would be able to shake her. This was because not only did she control the power of a god, she also had that mysterious elder brother as her backer. The other guards and ministers present also knelt down in excitement. Luna, who was outside, saw the shocking scene of the grey-robed wizard suppressing Sanya. Her mind went numb, but she immediately let out a long sigh of relief. She knew that everything was over. Soon, the chaos in Sanya was completely quelled, and all of his loyal subordinates were also suppressed. Sanya himself was the one who had attacked. Such a change made countless forces in Immortal Palace dumbstruck. They couldn't imagine what had happened. However, Xiluo had already ordered them to keep quiet. She knew that Lei Lou didn't like this kind of thing spreading. He was so powerful, but he was willing to stay in the library and cultivate in the Hall of All Beings for so many years. Of course, he didn't like being disturbed. In the next few months, the result of Sanya's rebellion was announced. Some of Sanya's important subordinates were executed. God King Ming of the North was also executed. God King Zeus of the West had his genitals castrated. His limbs were cut off, and his head was cut off. He had lost control of his army. Except for a small number of the families and forces involved, Xiluo had pardoned them all. Otherwise, this incident would have involved a lot of people. At this point, the great Empress Xiluo had established her absolute authority in Profound Land Immortal Palace. Lei Lou returned to the Library of Profound Land. He was quite satisfied with Xiluo's treatment. He checked the reward he had just received. He thought that there wouldn't be anything good. However, the system had told him that the reward wasn't bad. The Divine Emperor Pen was a powerful magic artifact used by a certain god emperor. It contained an extremely powerful nomological effect and had a total of 5 layers of restrictions. Lei Lou felt that this divine artifact wasn't bad, so he began to refine it. The first layer of restrictions didn't take much time to refine. The second layer of restrictions took a little more time. The third layer of restrictions began to become a little more difficult. The fourth restriction had taken a lot of time. The fifth restriction had also taken a lot of time. But the fifth restriction could not be refined. Looks like this miracle is not bad. Lei Lou was quite satisfied. After all, there was still another restriction that even he could not refine. It was enough to show that the previous owner of this miracle was definitely much stronger than him. Lei Lou tested the might of the Divine Emperor Pen. When he wrote a word, law. In an instant, an extremely terrifying magical will was produced. The magical aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Lei Lou was a little shocked. Was this the effect of the law of words? It was indeed incomparably powerful. Just one word was enough to display it vividly. Not bad. This pen isn't bad at all. Lei Lou was very satisfied. Next, he did some experiments. He took a blank piece of paper, dipped the Divine Emperor Pen in some special ink, and wrote on the paper. Unfortunately, the paper couldn't bear the power of the pen. As soon as he finished writing, the paper turned into powder. In the end, Lei Lou thought of a method. He took out a special type of jade. This purple jade was a type of jade that was especially used to carve runes. It could withstand extremely powerful energy. After Lei Lou wrote on the purple jade actually withstood it. When he wanted to use it, he directly crushed the purple jade. Immediately, the power of the words was released. After countless experiments, Lei Lou finally created a runic purple jade that could be controlled. Although he was too lazy to use it because it was too time-consuming. He might as well train hard. Because he had been studying the runic purple jade, he had even been delayed from having *X with his wives. During this time, Xiluo came over a few times, and Lei Lou gave the runic purple jade to her. These runes were useless to him. But to the weak, they were definitely life-saving trump cards. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. God World, Hell Demon City. This was the holy land of the demon clan. The whole of Hell Demon City was shrouded in dark clouds, eerie and terrifying, and filled with extremely powerful dark energy. To the demons, this was an environment that they were very used to. At that moment, in Hell Demon City, a large number of powerful demon mages had gathered in the square outside a huge black stone palace. Every single one of their auras was at least a great sky spirit archmage, and there were even many demigod demons. The reason why these demon mages had gathered here was that the Supreme Demon Emperor was about to come out. 500 years ago, the Demon Emperor had severely injured the God Emperor, and his body was also heavily injured. It was only today that he finally came out of seclusion. After an unknown period of time, the entire black stone palace suddenly shook. Then, rolling black demonic chi spread out from within, gradually condensing into a terrifying skull phantom above the palace. Following that, 4 balls of dark demon fire appeared around this skull phantom. In the next moment, the skull and the demon fire disappeared. Seeing this, many demons were excited. His Majesty is going to break through again. Great! Not only has His Majesty recovered, but his force has also increased. We can destroy Immortal Palace completely. Immortal Palace isn't an enemy anymore. Our future enemy is the Moon God Palace. Indeed. Once we completely swallow the territory of Immortal Palace, we will have to face Moon God Palace. Just as these demon mages were discussing, the doors of the Black Stone Palace opened with a loud bang. Then, a tall demon stepped out from within. A boundless power surged out, causing all the demon mages in the square to fall to their knees. Welcome your Majesty. Welcome your Majesty. Welcome your Majesty. Welcome your Majesty. A roar like a tsunami reverberated through the sky. My orders. All demons, attack Immortal Palace, the Emperor commanded. There was no power left to stop him. Even if Immortal Palace was sealed, so what? He had become a level 4 God Spirit. Going from a level 3 God Spirit to a level 4 God Spirit was a huge leap. If he fought Immortal Palace now, he wouldn't need to use sneak attacks. He could severely injure the God Emperor easily. Thus, he had full confidence that he could break Immortal Palace's defensive formation and completely destroy it. Profound Land Library. Lei Lou opened his eyes. It was too difficult. After 200 years of cultivation, he had only taken 4 steps and had just reached a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. However, compared to him, his wives were slower. After several hundred years, they were only at level 7. The origin of the world in God world is very high, and I don't lack cultivation resources for the time being. There's only one possibility, which is that my soul consciousness isn't strong enough. Lei Lou sighed. This became the biggest obstacle to his cultivation speed. This feeling of only being able to take one step after 70 to 80 years was too unpleasant. It was so slow. When would he be able to take 100 steps? Could it be that the frequency of having *X with his wives was still too low? There were only 3 ways to improve his soul consciousness. If he kept walking on the path of Sky Spirit Archmage, he would improve his soul consciousness without increasing a level. The second method was to cultivate in the Devouring Treasure Box, which could also slowly improve one's soul consciousness. However, the limitations of these 2 methods were too great. Only the third method, which could improve one's soul in Profound Land, had an obvious effect. All of a sudden, Lei Lou sensed that Little Fire was moving in the system space. A few years ago, Little Fire had entered a strange state, as if it was about to break the limit of a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage. Therefore, Lei Lou sent it to the system space. As a divine dragon, its bloodline was strong enough, and it often devoured higher-level divine dragon blood. It should be no problem for it to surpass a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage. How many levels it could reach in the end would depend on Little Fire's fate. With every step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, after entering the Sky Spirit Archmage realm, its potential would be greater. One would also walk further on the path of a god. To become a god with a level 33 Sky Spirit Archmage was not possible. Even a high-level Sky Spirit Archmage could not do it. He hoped that Little Fire could take a few steps and become a god, a divine dragon. Soon, Lei Lou released Little Fire from the system space. Little Fire, have you become a level 34 Sky Spirit Archmage? Lei Lou asked. Of course, Master. Don't you see what kind of bloodline Little Fire has? Little Fire was extremely proud. What are you proud of? Your master is already at level 50, Lei Lou said with a smile. Little Fire immediately withered. Level 50. He felt that his master was too abnormal. In front of his master, he was just an ordinary lizard. How are Wei and the others? Lei Lou asked. Recently, he had kept Wei and the others in the system space. They are all fine, but they have been training and don't play with me anymore, Little Fire curled its lips and said. Don't bother them too much, Lei Lou replied. He knew why Wei and the others worked so hard. They were afraid of being left far behind when they saw that he had improved too quickly. Master, I'm going to play with Xiluo. Little Fire had been dealt a heavy blow by Lei Lou. She decided to find Xiluo to regain some confidence, so he flapped his wings and flew out. Lei Lou shook his head. Shortly after, he was stunned, as the system notification rang out. Ding! The ticket to Profound Land has cooled down. The host can use it again. He hurriedly took out the ticket from the system space. It was different from before. Lei Lou was very happy because Profound Land had a chance to improve his soul consciousness. Thus, Lei Lou sealed the palace. Even Little Fire couldn't disturb him. After all, he couldn't sense the outside world in Profound Land. Lei Lou lay in the vampire coffin and used the entrance ticket to Profound Land. In the next moment, his soul consciousness Profound Land again. Silver runes. Golden ocean. Extremely familiar. Lei Lou was looking forward to it. At that moment, an elf-like phantom appeared in the sky. Hello, I am the administrator of Profound Land. Congratulations on becoming a level 1 scholar here. You will receive the following authority. Authority 1, you can enter Profound Land to learn once every 1,000 years. Authority 2, you can stay there for a month. Authority 3, you can study a magic book at random every time. The elf-like shadow sent out a thought. Lei Lou was a little surprised. From what the administrator said, he must have left a magic book in Profound Land last time, which was why he was qualified to be a level 1 scholar. If he hadn't left anything at that time, he might never have had the chance to come in again. Administrator, I want to study the magic book. How about reading it? Lei Lou asked hurriedly. Level 1 scholar, please wait a moment, the administrator, who looked like an elf, said. He held his small hand for a while, and a strange phantom appeared, like a movie. Then, a strange magic book gradually condensed. A silver book. There were golden words on it. The magic book suddenly fell into Lei Lou's hands. When Lei Lou held the magic book, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was no longer Profound Land, but an environment with beautiful mountains, clear waters, beautiful birds, fragrant flowers, and bright sunshine. Lei Lou was lying on a chair. Lei Lou was a little surprised. Wasn't this his favorite reading environment? Profound Land could actually create this kind of reading environment. He couldn't even tell if it was real or fake. It was as if it was a real world. Interesting. Lei Lou smiled. Then he looked at the magic book in his hand. The Fusion Codex. When he opened it and looked inside, Lei Lou was even more confused. He couldn't understand it. He could recognize every word. But when I combine them together, I can't understand it at all. Is this a magic book? System, can I directly absorb the contents of this magic book? Lei Lou muttered. Ding, you can't. This is a magic book. It's out of your etiquette range. The system's notification sound rang out. Lei Lou was speechless. It's out of my comprehension range. Is this level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage really that bad? I don't believe it. I really can't understand it. Lei Lou felt that the system had looked down on him, so he wanted to prove it wrong by understanding the content of the book. So he looked and looked and looked. As he looked, he felt like he was about to fall asleep. He once again experienced the feeling of reading books in his previous life. Since he didn't understand it at all, he simply memorized it. After he left, he studied it carefully. But carrying it in his mind made him feel very tired. The most ridiculous thing was that he had just finished memorizing it and then forgot it in the blink of an eye. He couldn't remember any of it. What the hell, what kind of magic is this? Lei Lou was completely puzzled. In the end, his mind was too tired. He actually fell asleep. When he woke up, he found that he had slept for 2 days. Wait, something's not right. My soul consciousness seems to have become stronger. Lei Lou had an unexpected discovery. It can't be. Could it be that reciting this magic scripture will increase my soul consciousness? Lei Lou's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't understand it, it could increase his soul consciousness. That would be super powerful. Lei Lou was full of motivation. He continued reciting. He still forgot the content after reading. He couldn't remember it at all. But Lei Lou didn't think much of it. Anyway, he didn't even have to memorize it. Just like that, more than 20 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. Lei Lou opened his eyes and stretched. He was really comfortable. His soul consciousness was much stronger than before he entered. He had a feeling that although it was not as good as the reward from writing the codex last time, it was still very good. In the remaining 3 days, I will write a few more magic books. Lei Lou touched his chin. He did not plan to continue reciting because he still had more important things to do. If he could write down more magic books and get recognition, he should be able to increase his soul consciousness again, and even increase his scholar level and obtain higher authority. This profound land was very good. Although it wouldn't increase his strength, increasing his soul consciousness meant that his potential had increased greatly, and his cultivation speed would definitely increase by a lot. Thus, Lei Lou hurriedly communicated with the manager of Profound Land and made plans to travel there again. Then, he took a silver magic book and flew directly to Profound Land. What magic book should he choose this time? He had read many magic books, and he had read many in his previous life. Soon, he thought of a book, Divine Comedy. There were 3 divine comedies, Hell, Purgatory, and Heaven. Although he didn't understand it, it didn't matter. He just needed to remember it. Thus, Lei Lou immersed the silver book into the golden sea of runes. In an instant, the memory of the Divine Comedy appeared in his mind. The countless words in the blood sea started to swim like tadpoles, entering and leaving the silver book until the aura of these words was completely contaminated by the aura of Profound Land. Then, they merged with Profound Land and became part of it. As time passed, everything about the Divine Comedy in Lei Lou's mind was absorbed by Profound Land. Under the extraordinary reading and understanding of Profound Land, it was rearranged and formed into a brand new magic book. It was shining with golden light in the sky. Seeing this scene, Lei Lou was also a little shocked. He had not expected Profound Land to be so powerful that it could turn ordinary books into magic books. Moreover, the level was not low. After all, what kind of low-level books could be read in Profound Land? Immortal Palace was like a giant floating island floating in the sky above God World. It was covered by a massive light barrier. Even though it was just a heavenly palace, it was massive. It wasn't much smaller than the galaxy. Ever since Immortal Palace had been sealed, the demon clan had basically taken over their territory. Over the past few hundred years, the countless clans in Immortal Palace's territory had been living a miserable life. Even though these clans had many great sky spirit archmages, and even demigods, without the protection of Immortal Palace, they didn't have much power to resist the powerful demon race. They all fell. In the end, they had no choice but to submit to the demon clan. As time passed, these clans gradually got used to it. Moreover, under the propaganda from the demon clan, many clans started to hate Immortal Palace. Because of the complete closure of the Arcane Heavenly Palace, they had been abandoned. When the demon clan started to attack Immortal Palace, many forces that had originally been subordinate to Immortal Palace also joined in. Their main goal was to win the favor of the demon clan. They hoped that after they destroyed Immortal Palace, their clans would have a better life. The demon clan needed to subdue these clans, so they gave them this chance. At that moment, the area around Immortal Palace was completely surrounded by the demon clan's sky spirit archmages. There were more than 1 million of them. Although most of them were low-level sky spirit archmages, they were still an extremely terrifying force. Attack! With the demon emperor's order, countless sky spirit archmages and mages attacked the defensive formation of Immortal Palace. 1 million sky spirit archmages attacking at the same time, how terrifying was that? Boom! With a terrifying boom, countless rays of light shot onto the massive Immortal Palace's formation. The entire defensive formation shook violently. However, it wasn't broken. The attacks didn't have any results. After all, it was a defensive formation that could withstand the attacks of a level 1 god. After the first wave, the second wave, and the third wave continuously bombarded it. The high-level attack of the demon clan's Sky Spirit Archmage army had alarmed Immortal Palace. Within the defensive light barrier, a large number of palace mages gathered together. A few Sky Spirit Archmages were already in position. The demon clan suddenly launched an attack. It should be because the demon emperor's injuries have recovered, First Elder Shweda, the demigod of the Shwe family, said in a deep voice. If this attack continues, how long can our array last? Shweli asked. She looked like she was only 16 years old. Her body was already open, and her every move carried the demeanor of a great empress. A high-level Sky Spirit Archmage will find it very difficult to break through. At most, it will consume the reserve energy of Immortal Palace. However, Immortal Palace's array is this space, and it can continuously draw energy from God World. Basically, it won't be a problem to supply it. However, once the Demon Emperor makes a move, it will be different. His attack can not only increase the consumption, but it can also cause the potential wear and tear of the array formation. Over time, it will definitely affect the operation of the array. As for how long it can last, I don't know. Shweda shook his head and said, however, we have a god, Sanya. With the help of the formation, the demons might not be able to break it. Sanya was only a level 1 god. He was definitely not a match for the Demon Emperor. However, there was still a mysterious mage hidden in Immortal Palace. He had personally experienced that incident more than 200 years ago. With that person, Immortal Palace could resist the Demon Clan. It shouldn't be a big problem. Shweli knew what the Great Elder meant. But she also knew that it was best not to bother her brother. Just like that, the Demon Clan's attack lasted for more than half a month. The Demon Emperor didn't take action. One day, the Demon Emperor was sitting cross-legged in the massive floating palace. He suddenly opened his eyes, his ferocious face cold. It's time to break Profound Land's formation. In the next moment, he walked out of the palace and attacked Immortal Palace with his claws. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be distorted under this attack. Countless Sky Spirit Archmages felt their souls tremble as if the world was collapsing. Compared to the excitement of the Demon Clan, many Sky Spirit Archmages from other races looked at the godlike figure with fear in their eyes. It was too powerful. In front of such a great power, even the strongest sky spirit archmages were like ants. This was the power of immortals. They were above all living things. Boom! The terrifying claws hit Immortal Palace. The palace, which was as big as a new world, suddenly shook violently. It was as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had happened inside. All the buildings and the array formation seemed to be carrying a huge load. In the next moment, the originally stable defense array began to collapse. One strike. Profound Land's array was shattered just like that. How is this possible? Looking at the crumbling defensive array, Grand Elder Shweta and the other Immortal Palace mages were stunned. This was a high-level defensive array that could block a god's attack, but it was shattered by the Demon Emperor's claw. Without the defensive array, how could Immortal Palace fight the Demon Emperor? Many palace mages were extremely pale because just Sanya alone was not a match for the Demon Emperor. That was an old god, and Sanya was just a newly advanced god. The gap was too big. Luna and the others were slightly better because they found that there was a peerless archmage hiding in Immortal Palace. They believed that the peerless archmage would not stand idly by when he saw the destruction of Immortal Palace. "It's over now," Little Fire, who was standing on Luna's shoulder, suddenly said. "Little Fire, what's wrong?" Shweli hurried to ask. "Master is cultivating in seclusion. Little Fire can't contact him for the time being," Little Fire said. "Is there no other way?" Shweli knew that her brother was the last hope for Immortal Palace. "Of course there's no other way. No one can break the defense that Master has set up. Even if Immortal Palace is broken, Master might not know." Little Fire knew what its master had gone to do. Lei Lou had informed Little Fire before entering. "Then what should we do?" Shweli was a little surprised. "It seems like only Little Fire can take action." Little Fire spread its wings. "Little Shweli, let Sanya face the Demon Emperor. Little Fire will launch a sneak attack." "Little Fire, can you do it?" Shweli did not know how strong Little Fire was. "I think so," Little Fire said. In fact, it did not know how strong it was. Little Fire had never fought with anyone before. It felt a little guilty. Because of this, it let Sanya take the lead and fight the Demon Emperor head-on. This way, it would be much safer. "Little Fire, be careful. If you really can't win, run quickly," Shweli said. "Don't worry. When Little Fire runs, it will definitely take you with it," Little Fire said. Shweli forced a smile. Even if she could run, she couldn't. She didn't want to. After the Demon Emperor had broken the formation of Immortal Palace, countless sky spirit archmages of the Demon Clan screamed and shouted, "Long live the Demon Emperor!" However, the Demon Emperor's eyes fell on a bent figure in Immortal Palace. "I didn't expect that you would have a new god so soon." The demon's savage face revealed a murderous intent. Unfortunately, it was useless. A new god didn't stand a chance against an old level 4 god like him. The gap was too big. "Sanya, attack the Demon Emperor." Although the Demon Emperor didn't look at Shweli, she could feel a terrifying evil intent that made people shiver. It felt like her soul was being suppressed. She made a decision and gave the order. Yes. After Sanya was controlled by the slave god Bede, he couldn't control himself anymore. He didn't even have the thought to resist. He could only carry out Shweli's order to the letter. This was the terror of the slave god Bede. In just a blink of an eye, Sanya jumped into the air, his powerful god aura diffusing everywhere. "Demon Emperor, if you want to destroy Immortal Palace today, you have to step over my dead body," Sanya shouted. Even if he was going to die in this battle, he had no chance to retreat because Shweli had given him the order to fight to the death. He didn't hesitate to give it his all and risk his life. He sighed in his heart, but he felt relieved. Perhaps dying in battle was the best outcome for him as a god. A puny level 1 god dares to be so arrogant in front of me. The demon emperor smiled coldly and suddenly grabbed with his hand. Accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of gods, the shadow of a terrifying skull appeared on his body. In an instant, Sanya, who had just soared into the sky, felt an extremely terrifying will suppression. This is a level 4 god. Sanya instantly sensed it. He swallowed an illusory bead to resist the Devil Emperor's terrifying heavens will suppression. When one reached the god level, they would comprehend laws and condense the heaven's will. A level 1 god could condense the first heaven's will. And this Devil Emperor, he had condensed the fourth heaven's will, representing a level 4 god. He couldn't resist the power of the ghost claw. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven's will in Sanya's body was crushed and his defense was destroyed. His entire body was smashed into the void by the terrifying claw, creating a large area of shattered void. Too weak. The demon emperor's eyes were indifferent. Xiluo and the others in Immortal Palace changed their faces. They had not expected the demon emperor to be so powerful. Sanya could not even withstand a single move. Xiluo suddenly felt a little worried. Was the mysterious mage a match for the demon emperor? Back then, that mysterious mage could defeat Sanya in one move. And now, the demon emperor could also defeat Sanya in one move. At that moment, something strange happened. A pitch-black sharp claw with terrifying flames suddenly clawed out from the void behind the demon emperor. The demon emperor's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. With a roar, the rolling black knights spread out and turned into a strange black mirror, blocking the high-grade pitch-black claw. Crack. The strange black mirror broke apart, but it gave the demon emperor time. His body retreated explosively, tearing through the void and instantly moving to the other side. But that pitch-black claw followed like a shadow. The rolling divine flames spread out and burned the void. Boom! A claw clawed over. The demon emperor did not have the time to dodge. The defense on his chest was torn apart, actually leaving a terrifying scratch mark on his body. The location of the wound seemed to have been burned. Roar! The demon emperor's eyes were red. He was actually injured. What are you concealing? Get your ass out here. The demon emperor let out a shocking roar. His body suddenly expanded, as if he had become a complete body. He was at least 1,000 feet tall. The muscles on his body bulged, and strange patterns covered them. He actually grabbed at the pitch-black sharp claw. Croak. The owner of the pitch-black sharp claw that was hidden in the void let out a strange cry, and suddenly, he died. The demon emperor missed. At this time, Sanya, who was severely injured, spat out blood and pounced over again. A layer of blood-red flames appeared on his body, and he held a long knife in his hand as he slashed at the demon emperor. Get lost! The demon emperor sent 3 men flying with a kick. However, that pitch-black sharp claw once again clawed at his back. The demon emperor was already prepared, and he punched out. Boom! A terrifying power of ghosts and gods erupted, tearing apart a large area of the void. Finally, the shadow of that hidden pitch-black sharp claw was revealed. It was a huge lizard. It had a pair of terrifying wings on its back and its entire body was covered in raging flames. Caw caw. When Little Fire saw that it had been exposed, it cried out in alarm. It suddenly flapped its wings and instantly dodged the high-level demon monarch. Its strength was really inferior to the demon emperor, but it relied on its own advantage to repeatedly dodge him. The attack just now had even caused damage to the demon emperor. What kind of lizard is this? After the demon emperor saw it clearly, he was a little stunned. This lizard clearly had not reached the level of a god, but it could pose a threat to him. Could it be a descendant of some kind of god? His heart moved. Only a true god could have the power to contend against a god before reaching the level of a god, because this kind of creature with a strong bloodline could break the limit of a 33rd level sky spirit archmage. This kind of god descendant was full of treasures. If he could tame it, it would be even more useful. He didn't expect that Immortal Palace would have such treasures. This place was so rich that it even had a god descendant. Greed appeared in his eyes. If he could catch this kind of god creature, his harvest would be much greater than destroying Immortal Palace. This demon emperor is so terrifying. However, Little Fire was scared away by the demon emperor's eyes. It turned around and flapped its wings, preparing to run away. "Can you run?" the demon emperor sneered. All of a sudden, a 1-meter-tall black stone statue appeared in his palm. This stone statue looked strange as if it had been skinned. It gave people a horrible, hateful feeling. Crack. Suddenly, the black stone statue shattered. Do you like this video? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to like, subscribe and click the notification bell to stay updated. See you soon. But it doesn't matter, they will soon all be mine. The demon emperor stared at the grey-robed figure. Although he didn't sense this person's aura, he felt that the possibility of him being a god was very low. Even if he was, it was at most a level 1 god. He felt that this Immortal Palace was really strange. Not only had the God Emperor defeated a new god in just a few hundred years, but he had also defeated level 33 Sky Spirit Archmages. Now, another unknown existence had appeared. However, he was still very confident because he was a level 4 god. You talk big. It's just that your strength is too weak, Lei Lou said with a faint smile. He had never thought that such a problem would appear. In the 1 month he had been in Profound Land, Little Fire had almost become a threat. Fortunately, he had come out in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. My strength is weak. The demon emperor almost laughed maniacally. He was a level 4 god, but he was actually said to be too weak. Yes, you are too weak. Lei Lou nodded indifferently, and then he took out a sword and pointed it toward this demon emperor who dared to harm Little Fire. Star-slaying sword. Lei Lou decided to send this guy to his death with a sword, making him become a dead ghost. When Lei Lou took out the sword, the demon emperor felt his heart suddenly tighten. It was as if he was gripped by a terrifying force. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his soul, and his 5 senses and consciousness all had problems. Even his heavens will core started to tremble. This? The demon emperor's pupils constricted. Oh my god, what level of sword intent is this? His body began to tremble. If you can receive 1 strike from me without dying, I will spare your life. Moreover, I will give you an extra 10 breaths of time to allow you to escape, Lei Lou said indifferently. The demon emperor was completely terrified of Lei Lou because he finally realized that he had met a terrifying existence that he couldn't resist. He couldn't figure it out. Why was there such an existence in Immortal Palace? Why didn't he show up when they were fighting the God Emperor? Why did he show up now? Run! The demon emperor only had one thought. He turned around and ran away. As for the demon clan and the army of Sky Spirit Archmages, he abandoned them all. He cast a peerless escape magic spell, and the divine essence was burning. But he still felt a fatal threat. It was as if he could not escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. The demon emperor had actually escaped. They only saw the grey-robed figure take out a sword and then he fled. He did not even turn his head. His expression was one of panic, as though he was filled with great terror. What happened to His Majesty? The demons were all at a loss. In their hearts, their emperor, who was like a god, had actually fled in a panic. They simply could not imagine what they had seen. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. At this moment, a few light sounds rang out. However, it struck everyone's heart. Whether it was the people from Immortal Palace, the hundreds of demons, or the powerful mages who had consumed the demons, they all felt their souls being grabbed. Their minds and wills sank into an indescribable trembling. The demon emperor, who was running for his life, felt as if he had sensed the death knell of the end of the world. Even though he had run far away, that faint voice seemed to be ringing in his ears continuously. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, Lei Lou suddenly thrust out his sword. The star-slaying sword was enveloped by an indescribably terrifying magic power. The magic power continuously lit up every rune pattern on the star-slaying sword. The star-slaying sword suddenly lit up and a terrifying magic light beam shot out. In an instant, the terrifying magic light beam pierced through the void. The demon emperor, who was desperately trying to escape, trembled. He only felt a terrifying magic power locking onto him. There was nowhere to escape. I don't believe that I will die. The demon emperor let out a mournful roar. He used all his strength to activate the forbidden magic. But it was completely useless. The shadow of death quickly arrived. There was no escape. The demon emperor suddenly threw out a red scroll. The red scroll turned into a figure. It was like a real figure. This was substitute magic. It was a secret magic scroll of the demon clan. He had refined it over countless years. It could only be refined with the souls of a large number of blood descendants. It could save his life at critical moments. Now he was locked onto by a terrifying magic. He hoped that he could borrow the body double scroll to die for him once. That way, the body would be able to come into contact with the magic lock attack instead of him. As long as he escaped this attack, that terrifying existence would think that he had killed his target because the body double scroll would block the signal of the real body. That way, he would be able to escape. The body double scroll was extremely precious. Everyone could only refine one. But as long as he could keep his life, it would be worth it. In an instant, the magic light beam penetrated the figure formed by the substitute scroll. Following that, the figure disintegrated inch by inch. But the strange thing was that the magic light beam did not end there. It actually changed its direction and continued shooting toward the demon emperor. No, impossible. My substitute scroll will block all my information. How can it still catch up? The demon emperor let out an extremely terrified howl. No. In the next moment, his body was blasted apart by the magic beam. Only his mournful scream could be heard. Even a level 4 god could not resist this sword attack. In an instant, countless rays of light bloomed. It was like a star rising in the void, releasing endless light and heat. At the same time, in the endless starry sky above the heavenly realm, a star suddenly flickered and then turned into a dazzling meteor, falling into the god realm. It announced the death of a level 4 god. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many level 1 gods in the surrounding world. Moon God Palace. This was a god-level force that was connected to the demon clan and immortal palace. The master of Moon God Palace, Moon God, had been a level 4 god for a long time. However, Moon God was very peaceful and didn't have any ambitions. Even if the two forces next to her were weaker than her, she didn't care. Thus, Moon God Palace's territory was much smaller than the demon clans and immortal palace's territory. However, Moon God Palace was stuck in a crucial position. Once the demon emperor annexed Immortal Palace, Moon God Palace would be the first one to expand. What's that? On a high platform, a faint silver light fell as if it was connected to the sky. A white-robed figure looked into the distance. Her beautiful face was puzzled. Even though they were miles away from each other, she could still feel a terrifying feeling. All of a sudden, she lifted her head to look at the sky. A bright star was twinkling in the daytime. It still twinkled 4 times. Then, it fell to the horizon and disappeared in the direction that had frightened her. There are only Immortal Palace and the Demon Clan in that direction. Hundreds of years ago, the god emperor of Profound Land died. Why did another god die? Was it a level 4 god? The moon god's beautiful face showed her worry. She just wanted to cultivate quietly. She didn't want to have a dispute with others. Even though she was a level 4 god, she was considered a powerful god in God world. However, she was willing to live in a corner. Immortal Palace, the demon clan, and the countless powerful mages from many forces were all stunned when they saw the cold light in the distant void and the demon emperor's unwilling screams. The demon emperor had fallen. He had fallen. How was this possible? They couldn't believe what they had just seen. After the demon emperor had escaped so far, he was still killed by that grey-robed figure with a single sword attack. How strong did he have to be to kill a level 4 god with such ease? How strong was this grey-robed figure? After a long time, the dead and quiet space finally became noisy. Everyone in Immortal Palace was seething, excited, and screaming. They were celebrating their narrow escape from death. If the demon emperor had won, no creature in the whole of Immortal Palace would have survived. But now, the demon emperor was dead. They had had the last laugh and the demon clan was panicking. Even the great demon emperor had been killed by a single sword strike. Did they still have hope? No. There was no hope at all. Endless despair enveloped the hearts of all the demon clan's experts. The powerful mages from the various races, who were originally dressed and wanted to perform well, also felt a chill in their hearts because they realized that they were on the wrong side. Not only had Immortal Palace not been destroyed, but they had also hidden such a terrifying expert. They felt they had been betrayed by Immortal Palace, which they had once pledged their loyalty to. Suddenly, it was as if they were shouting loudly. "We will destroy the demon clan." In an instant, the powerful mages from the various races, who were at a loss and did not know what to do, felt as if they had been injected with a dose of hope for survival, as if they had a target. They looked at the demon clan's experts with bloodshot eyes. Instantly, countless mages of different races pounced on them. They wanted to exterminate the demon clan and express their allegiance to Immortal Palace. They hadn't betrayed Immortal Palace. They had only been forced by the demon clan. For a moment, the battle began. After the demon emperor died, the demon clan's morale was low. Now, they were being attacked from the back. They were thrown into chaos. They didn't have any intention to fight. They scattered and ran away. The demon clan, which was much stronger than the other clans, was now in chaos. The other clans were now chasing after them. At the same time, Xiluo, the master of Immortal Palace, saw the situation. She immediately ordered several legions of sky spirit archmages to attack. A large number of Immortal Palace experts attacked the demon army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, they couldn't let the demon clan escape. As long as they destroyed the mages of the demon clan, it would completely decline. Swoosh! The sword light turned and fell into Lei Luo's hand. There was actually an interspatial ring on the star-slaying sword. It was intact, there was no damage, and the space was not small. After Lei Luo refined it, he could see that there was a large number of things stored inside. Although it was nothing to him, they were definitely very precious items to ordinary gods. "Master, Little Fire hasn't come out yet," Little Fire suddenly said pitifully. Although he had used the divine fire to burn a lot of black gas, there was too much black gas. Lei Luo smiled and stretched out his hand to grab it. Immediately, the massive black gas that covered a large area was compressed by a powerful force. Finally, it turned into a lump of material that was like glue and fell into Lei Luo's palm. This thing was extremely strange and carried a kind of hateful aura. Once it was entangled, it would be extremely disgusting. Only Little Fire had the divine sun fire, which was the nemesis of this kind of black gas and could be burned. However, there was too much black gas, plus the threat of the Demon Emperor, so Little Fire was unable to break free in such a short period of time. If it was an ordinary god, they would probably have been enveloped by the black gas and completely have lost their ability to resist. Little Fire flew onto Lei Luo's shoulder, combed its feathers, and said proudly, "Master, Little Fire is amazing, right? Just now, it fought with a level 4 god for so long. If it wasn't for that black gas, that Demon Emperor wouldn't have been able to touch Little Fire at all. Who was the one who asked me for help just now?" Lei Luo smiled but didn't say anything. Little Fire didn't say anything and quickly flew to Xueli. Lei Luo shook his head. He didn't know who Little Fire had learned to brag from. Suddenly, he looked at Sangya, who was seriously injured. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Sangya wouldn't just be seriously injured. Suddenly, he moved his finger and a drop of red blood that was as hot as fire entered Sangya's body. Divine Dragon Blood. He was a slave god, so he could use the divine dragon blood to nurture him. If he had to do it himself every time, what would be the point of having this slave god? Even though Sangya's strength had increased a lot, he could not break free from the control. Xueli's control over the slave god bead was given by Lei Luo. As long as Sangya was weaker than Lei Luo, he would not be able to break free from the control of the slave god bead. Was it possible? No, it was impossible. Even if Sangya was given more divine dragon blood, he would not be able to surpass Lei Luo. Even a pure and powerful fire-breathing divine dragon like Little Fire, who had absorbed so much divine dragon blood, could not cultivate as fast as Lei Luo. One could see how terrifying Lei Luo's progress was. It was only that Lei Luo felt that it was a little slow. He had only cultivated for about 1,000 years, but he was already a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. For ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage, the time needed to take a step was calculated in 1,000 years. Those with high talent and rich cultivation resources might be much faster, but there was a limit to how fast they could be. The birth of a god was basically measured in tens of thousands of units. When the divine dragon's blood entered Sangya's body, it immediately caused the blood in his body to vibrate. His body shook, and the blood inside underwent a huge transformation. This was no longer the original dragon bloodline absorbing the divine dragon's blood. Instead, the divine dragon's blood began to replace his original bloodline. Fortunately, his bloodline ancestor must have had a bit of dragon's blood before. Otherwise, this bloodline change would cause a very serious mutation reaction. The bloodline change was not something that could be carried out casually. Not to mention the bloodline of the mutants. Many people could not withstand the invasion of a powerful bloodline and eventually became strange monsters. Their bloodlines even collapsed and they died an unnatural death. The dragon bloodline in Sangya's body was very weak to begin with. In front of the divine dragon blood, it became stronger. Soon, traces of the dragon clan began to appear on Sangya's body. His forehead bulged and dragon scales appeared on his body. However, the mutation on his body was not particularly serious. Soon, traces of the dragon clan began to appear on Sangya's body. His forehead arched, and dragon scales appeared on his body. However, the mutation on his body was not particularly severe. After an unknown period of time, the bloodline in Sangya's body finally completed its transformation. His injuries had all recovered. Not only that, but his aura had actually become much stronger. This was the benefit of the bloodline transformation. Sangya finally opened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. He actually had the true divine dragon bloodline. The next moment, he knelt in the void, prostrating himself on the ground, and said with a sobbing voice, "Slave god Sangya thanks you for the reward, master." Although his identity as a god slave could not be changed, with the divine dragon bloodline, his potential had increased greatly. In the future, he would be able to break through to a more powerful god level. Under normal circumstances, he, Sangya, would, at most, be a level 3 god, and it would take an extremely long time for him to reach that level. But now, his upper limit had been raised, reaching level 7 and above. "Remember your duty," Lei Lou said calmly. Then, he turned around and disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding void disappeared like a bubble phantom. Previously, Lei Lou had given Sanya the divine dragon's blood, blocking the space, so no one could sense it. After all, the divine dragon's blood was no small matter, so naturally, no one could see it. After his wounds were healed and his power had improved, Sanya hurried to Xue Li's side like a loyal servant. Lei Lou returned to Profound Land Library. However, the war outside wasn't over yet. The demon clan had been defeated. Only a small number of Sky Spirit Archmages of the demon clan had escaped. Most of them had been killed by the joint attack from Immortal Palace and the other clans. Xue Li ordered Sanya to make a move. Luckily, at least half of the demon Sky Spirit Archmages had died at Sanya's hands. Otherwise, with some demon Sky Spirit Archmages escaping, especially those who were at a high level or even demigod level, they might not have been able to stay. After the battle ended, the remaining experts of the various races knelt in the void, waiting for the Empress. They only hoped that the Empress would forgive them for their crimes. Xue Li was too lazy to argue with them and directly pardoned their crimes. Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! After the mages from these races were pardoned by the Empress, they were very grateful. After all, Immortal Palace could have executed them for their original rebellious behavior. Just like that, the battle ended with Immortal Palace's complete victory. The legend of the mysterious grey-robed expert killing a level 4 god-level demon emperor with a single sword spread at an astonishing speed. It wasn't just in the territory of Immortal Palace. As the remaining mages of the demon clan fled back, the news also spread there and eventually spread to the territory of the Moon God Palace. Inside the Moon God Palace, Immortal Palace has a grey-robed mage who killed a level 4 god-level demon emperor with one sword attack. The white-clothed figure looked in the direction of Immortal Palace and muttered to herself. She found it hard to imagine what level the grey-robed mage was. However, she felt that this powerful existence shouldn't threaten her. Otherwise, when Immortal Palace fell, why hadn't this powerful existence appeared? Only when Immortal Palace was in a life-and-death situation did he appear and destroy the demon emperor. This meant that this powerful mage didn't have any ambition to seize the throne. He was just a god-level expert cultivating in Immortal Palace. Galaxy World, Black Rock Cliff. Located at the southern edge of the Mo region, it was a typical shield wall structure. More than 10 figures gathered were there. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, and they were all Sky Spirit Archmages. The water level of the Dead Sea has already risen by more than 10 meters, and it hasn't stopped. If this continues, the area of our galaxy world will shrink by an unknown amount, a Sky Spirit Archmage from the Tiandao Divine Sect said with a heavy tone. The water level of the Dead Sea had risen and expanded inland, which was only in the last few months. But now, the coastal area of Galaxy World had been swallowed by the Dead Sea. There were probably more than a dozen regions in trouble. This was an extremely terrifying phenomenon. The Dead Sea was extremely strange. Only Sky Spirit Archmages could survive. Even the top-level Earth Spirit Archmages couldn't resist the attack of the Dead Sea. Once the Dead Sea continued to expand, the consequences wouldn't depend on imagination. Engulfing the Dead Sea did not show the root cause of the situation at all. The Dead Sea was mysterious and unpredictable. It was not something they could understand at all. If the expansion of the Dead Sea does not stop, we will have to migrate to higher altitudes, another Sky Spirit Archmage sighed and said. It's a pity that we are unable to train in Immortal Palace. Otherwise, we could report this situation. It's been hundreds of years. After Immortal Palace sent that message, there hasn't been any response. I'm a little worried. Galaxy City has always been reclusive. I wonder what that nameless mage is thinking. The star field that Galaxy City is located in is not high in elevation. If the Dead Sea continues to expand, God World will likely be invaded and swallowed by the Dead Sea. The others began to discuss. At this moment, a sky spirit archmage from the Tiandao divine sect trembled. A look of pleasant surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Everyone, there is great news. I just received news that Immortal Palace has resumed contact with our Tiandao divine sect. The others revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Hundreds of years ago, the demon clan had invaded. If it weren't for that magical light that had destroyed all the demons, Galaxy City would have become the territory of the demon clan. Our Sky Spirit Pavilion has just received a message from them. Another expert of the Sky Spirit Pavilion laughed. I believe that Immortal Palace will send people to investigate the abnormal situation in the Dead Sea. The others nodded as they had a lot of confidence in the Immortal Palace mages. For thousands of years, the reason why Galaxy World had developed was because of Immortal Palace. With the support of Immortal Palace, Galaxy World was at least invincible in the lower realm. If they encountered a major danger, they could contact them. It was because of this that Galaxy World didn't pay much attention to the invasion of other clans. When the Whale clan invaded the last time, the Sky Spirit Pavilion and the Tiandao Divine Sect knew about it. However, they had their own positions, so they couldn't interfere with the Immortal Divine Sect's affairs. They could only watch helplessly. Starfield, Galaxy City. The people of Galaxy City naturally knew about the expansion of the Dead Sea. However, they had no choice but to watch it come. They couldn't train Lei Lou. The strength of Galaxy City was no small matter now. The disciples trained by Alo, Leolan, and Leona had all reached the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. Although they were not as powerful as the Tiandao Divine Sect and the Sky Spirit Pavilion, the strength of Galaxy City far surpassed that of the other 12 Heaven Gates. With the current expansion speed of the Dead Sea, in half a year's time at most, the starfield might be submerged. We face 3 choices. One is to migrate all of Galaxy City to a higher altitude, the second is to rely on the Holy Light Shield to resist the invasion of the Dead Sea, and the third is to use the power of the Starslaying Cave Abode to move Galaxy City back into the small world. The second and third have a problem, and that is whether the Holy Light Shield will be able to withstand the attack of the Dead Sea and whether the power of the Dead Sea will invade the Starslaying Cave Abode. If it can't withstand the attack, other than us protecting a small number of people and evacuating them, the majority of the people in Galaxy City will die in the Dead Sea, Dana said. But the first choice may not be feasible. If the Dead Sea continues to expand and eventually submerge Galaxy World, what if either the Holy Light Shield or the Starslaying Cave Abode is able to resist the expansion of the Dead Sea? Bodley said. Therefore, this is a very difficult choice. Once the wrong choice is made, Galaxy City will be in danger, Dana sighed and said. Although they, Sky Spirit Archmages, still had a chance of survival, to an ordinary Galaxy City mage, it would be a disaster. After all, they didn't have the ability to protect everyone. Why don't we make 2 preparations? Migrate a portion to a place with high altitude, and leave a portion in Galaxy City? Bodley suggested. We'll see what happens first. If the situation continues to worsen, that's what we'll do, Dana sighed and said. In fact, he was still thinking about another matter. If something like this had happened in Galaxy World, what about the old world? It's a pity that the old ancestor isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely have a way, Bodley said softly. They hadn't seen their masters and the old ancestor for hundreds of years. They really missed them. The others quieted down. In Profound Land Library, Lei Luo's life became regular again. He finally felt the joy of cultivating and his original speed of cultivating had returned. It felt good. This was called meditation and cultivating. Those who took one step after hundreds of years weren't cultivating. They were torturing. Although the training speed was too high and the consumption of training resources had increased a lot, it was not the same thing. That night, Lei Lou was punishing the queen of the immortal clan, Evelyn, in his room. He made this woman drool tears and mucus all over her face. At this moment, her eyes were empty as she looked at the roof. Her body was in a mess. With Lei Lou's roar, he injected his mana essence into her body. Evelyn, who had orgasmed countless times, began to spasm again. Soon, Lei Lou pulled out. Suddenly, her body felt empty. Evelyn gasped. At this moment, her crotch twitched from time to time. Her dark red labia were slightly swollen. Every time she twitched, a large amount of white liquid would flow out. This was all the mana essence of Lei Lou. Evelyn endured the humiliation for the sake of these liquids. Only by letting these mana essences enter her body could she become stronger. Therefore, after lying down for a while to recover, she sat up and used her hands to scoop up the milky white mana essence that was continuously flowing out from her crotch. Then, she ate every drop of it. However, she was not satisfied at all. She ate the food in the bowl but looked at the food in the pot. Very quickly, she raised her eyes and looked at Lei Lou again. The misty look in her eyes made her involuntarily crawl toward Lei Lou. Just like a female dog, she lowered her head and held on to Lei Lou's male organs. Then, she continued to play with them. At the same time, she kept swinging her waist and twisting her gut, hoping that Lei Lou would stab her viciously again. Letting this woman give him X, Lei Lou was thinking about something else at the moment. This crazy X to train was very helpful to him, but Lei Lou had feelings for his wives, Wei, Liulan, Leona, the Murloc princess, and the elf Xiaoye. He really couldn't bear to ask them for too much. This would only bring them pain. Therefore, he could only let Evelyn, the SL*T, train with him. He didn't get out of bed for the next few years, and Evelyn, the SL*T, would only need to lie down for a while before she would turn horny again and tempt Lei Lou to F***ck her. Lei Lou naturally wouldn't spoil her, but he would F***ck her sensually every time, and almost every time, she would faint several times. With the cooperation of this woman, Lei Lou's cultivation speed had also increased quite a bit. Little Fire had also been working hard in the system space like Wei and the others. Ever since the time he was almost captured by the Demon Emperor, Little Fire had started to work hard. He decided to train hard and improve every day. He swore to Lei Lou that if he did not take another step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage, he would definitely not come out. Lei Lou was very satisfied with Little Fire's attitude of working hard despite knowing its shame. Therefore, he decided that if Little Fire did not take another step forward, he would definitely not let it out of the system space. He hoped that Little Fire could endure it. Lei Lou lay on the bed and took out a magic book to read. Evelyn sat on Lei Lou's huge male organ and started to move. She moved her hips smoothly and skillfully. Her huge B***east swayed. Her face was red. She bit her lower lip with a pained expression. Her pupils were misty. She was in pain and happy. She found that her goal was not just to make the immortal strong again. She seemed to have fallen in love with this man. To be precise, she had fallen in love with his male organ. She liked this feeling. It was painful but also very comfortable. This feeling made her mind go blank. As her buttocks swayed, the pleasure quickly came. Evelyn unconsciously accelerated the rhythm, and finally, under the extremely high frequency, she orgasmed again. She let out a high-pitched scream. As the soft moan fell, she no longer had the strength to support herself, and her body fell directly onto Lei Lou's body. Her lower body was still tightly biting on Lei Lou's male organ, unwilling to let go. She was lying on his chest, gasping for air. He could feel her hot breath and her rapid heartbeat. What a stupid woman. Lei Lou couldn't help but think to himself and shook his head helplessly. He turned over and pressed her under his body. The sudden change made Evelyn open her eyes. Her consciousness was almost melted by the pleasure. She vaguely saw a handsome face in front of her and gently kissed his forehead. Then she felt a rush of pleasure from her lower body. Evelyn felt her scalp go numb and she could not breathe. Finally, she regained some consciousness. Her slender arms wrapped around Lei Lou's neck and her feet clamped on his waist. Evelyn could not help but let out a soft gasp. When she woke up, there was no sign of Lei Lou around her. Evelyn could not help but close her eyes and savor the crazy *X she had enjoyed over the past few years. Thinking about it, her body became hot again, and her hands could not help but clasp her lower body. The reason why Lei Lou left wasn't that he didn't want to do it anymore. Instead, he felt a stream of consciousness probing him. Although it was impossible for the other party to detect anything with him around, Lei Lou still decided to deal with it. After all, such an action was tantamount to a provocation. 10,000 miles away from Immortal Palace, on an ordinary mountain peak, a white-clothed figure was looking in the direction of Immortal Palace. At this moment, its light was boundless, like a dream. Even at night, a large number of mages flew in and out. Ever since the demon clan was defeated and annihilated, Immortal Palace had been completely unveiled. Not only did they subdue their original territory, but even the demon clan had no choice but to retreat to the west. Indeed, a large area of territory and races that had been ruled by the demon clan had all knelt before Immortal Palace. It was unprecedentedly powerful. I hope that my consciousness detection will not be regarded as a provocation by that powerful existence. The white-robed figure thought softly, her beautiful face filled with anticipation. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and turned her head. A gray-robed figure stood not far away. "Senior, are you the powerful mage who killed the demon emperor's Arcane heavenly palace with one sword strike?" the moon goddess asked nervously. This was a terrifying existence that could kill a 4th-level god with a single strike. She was only a peak 4th-level god. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would probably only take a couple of strikes. If she wasn't very curious, and she believed that the other party wasn't a ruthless person, she wouldn't have dared to casually walk over. "Since you know, why did you use your intent to probe Immortal Palace?" Lei Lou asked. Although she was a beautiful goddess, if she threatened the Immortal Palace's safety, he didn't mind killing her. "Senior, I submitted a letter to Immortal Palace, hoping to ask you about magic knowledge. However, they said that you refused, so I could only use this trick," the white-robed shadow moon goddess said with a forced smile. "So you are the moon goddess. The magic I cultivate isn't suitable for you. I can't teach you anything." Lei Lou shook his head. He wasn't even a god, and he was still at the sky level. How could he teach a god? Unless she was here to have *X with him. However, although this goddess was beautiful, Lei Lou wasn't a casual man. He didn't want any woman. The moon goddess had come to him for advice, but she had come to the wrong person. "Senior, I have stayed a level 4 for thousands of years and have been unable to break through. Please give me a chance," the moon goddess said bitterly. For someone like her who pursued the path of a god, staying in one realm and being unable to break through was an extremely painful thing. Lei Lou looked at the moon goddess, hesitating. He seemed to see a shadow of himself in her. It was her persistence in cultivating. Moreover, from the information he had, this moon goddess was very powerful, but she didn't have any ambition. Her territory wasn't big, far from the demon clan and Immortal Palace. From a certain point of view, he and the moon goddess were the same kind of person. They were obsessed with cultivation and didn't care about power and status. The only difference was that he had signed with the system and the moon goddess relied on her talent and hard work. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had the system. Otherwise, even if he worked hard and was obsessed with cultivating magic, he would have turned into a pile of dirt by now. Sometimes, hard work could not change fate. Birth, opportunity, talent, were more important. He could ignore the demands of an ambitious person who pursued fame and fortune. However, he felt pity for a person who cultivated arduously and pursued the path of magic. Perhaps he could help this moon goddess. Then go to your moon god palace, Lei Lou finally made up his mind and said indifferently. Thank you. The moon goddess was pleasantly surprised. As for going to her moon god palace, she didn't think much about it. After all, in front of such a powerful existence, her family was nothing. If it was really bad for her, she had used her soul consciousness to check Immortal Palace. It was a serious provocation that the other could use as an excuse to deal with her. Thus, she was happy that Lei Lou would go to her moon god palace. Lei Lou didn't go to the moon god palace to check out her place. He had only one purpose, which was to sign in. After staying in Immortal Palace for hundreds of years, he had already signed so many times that he was about to throw up. Perhaps he could get something good this time. Who knew? Besides, there were only 3 ways for the moon goddess to increase her cultivation base. The first way was to have *X with Lei Lou, which was the most efficient method with the lowest cost. The second way was to drink a special magic potion, which would take a long time to refine. The third way was to have an epiphany, which depended entirely on luck. Lei Lou couldn't have *X with the moon goddess. He wasn't a casual man, so he was the first one to be eliminated. The third was that an epiphany was a mage's own business. Lei Lou would not be able to help her. Then there was only the second method, drinking magic potions. He had signed in and gained quite a number of potions over the years, so he might be able to give her some. However, those potions were only available at level 50 and above. For a level 4 god like her to use them, who knew what side effects they would have. Therefore, Lei Lou did not dare to let her take them directly. He watched from the side to prevent any accidents from happening. The Moon God Palace and the Immortal Palace were adjacent, but they were very far away from each other. The main reason was that the heavenly realm was too vast. Only the existence of gods could cross such a long distance. Most sky spirit archmages would stay in their respective territories. Although there were some who went out to explore, there were very few because sky spirit archmages, even demigods, were very weak. Any stronger mage or magical beast would die. Only level 1 gods had the qualifications to spread across the heavenly realm. With their speed, it took them more than an hour to reach the Moon God Palace. Unlike Immortal Palace, this place was quite small. It hovered in the air, bathing in a silver halo. Standing in it, it gave people a cold and quiet feeling. It was a special formation that changed the earth and heaven energy into a special kind of spiritual chi. Lei Lou was surprised that there weren't many people in the Moon God Palace. There were less than 1,000 people and all of them were women. Compared to the massive population in Immortal Palace, which could be measured by tens of millions of people, the Moon God Palace was really quiet. From this place, it could be seen that the Moon Goddess of the Moon God Palace didn't have any ambition. She just liked to cultivate. This place of yours is really suitable for cultivating, Lei Lou smiled faintly. Compared to Immortal Palace, he felt that this place was even better because the atmosphere here was really quiet and cold. It was as if this place was far away from the troubles of the secular world. It was a really secluded cultivation place. I'm sorry, Senior. I don't take care of it much. That's why it's so cold here, the Moon Goddess said. Lei Lou nodded and asked the system to sign in. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, the Moon God Laurel Tree. Lei Lou's expression remained the same. Moon God Laurel Tree. His heart skipped a beat as he looked at the related information. The Moon God Laurel Tree was the seed of a god that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It could absorb the energy of heaven and earth and form a unique domain that transformed into the divine aura of the moon. If it was opened, it could be used as a material to refine divine medicine. It could also be used to brew osmanthus tea and release fragrance. It had the effect of increasing the comprehension of magic. Lei Lou was extremely surprised because this moon god laurel tree was not bad. Although it was not a cultivation codex or medicine that was beneficial to magic, it was definitely beneficial to cultivation. Not long after, the moon goddess personally brewed a cup of tea for Lei Lou. The fragrance of the tea was elegant. Just a slight sniff would be able to make one feel refreshed. "What kind of tea is this?" Lei Lou asked after taking a sip. "Senior, this is osmanthus tea," the moon goddess quickly said. Lei Lou was slightly taken aback. Osmanthus tea? He had just signed in and had been rewarded with a moon goddess laurel tree. Could it have something to do with osmanthus tea? "Senior, I've planted a magical laurel tree in my moon god palace. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and the flowers can be used to brew tea. It has a very lively effect. If Senior likes it, I still have some here," the moon goddess continued. "Oh, I'd like to see what this magical osmanthus tree looks like." Lei Lou was very interested. "Senior, please follow me," the moon goddess said. Soon, the two of them arrived at a palace in the center of the moon god palace. They could see an osmanthus tree that was more than a meter tall. On it were some small flowers of red, white, and yellow. A faint osmanthus fragrance spread out. It was very comfortable to smell it. It's a little similar to the moon god laurel tree, but it's far from comparable. It seems that my signing in reward should be attributed to this osmanthus tree. Lei Lou understood. "Moon goddess, if I help you break through, are you willing to transfer this osmanthus tree to me?" Lei Lou suddenly laughed. When the moon goddess heard this, she was first stunned, then she quickly said, "I naturally agree about the osmanthus tree that Senior has taken a fancy to. However, this osmanthus tree was formed from the growth of a spirit seed that I accidentally obtained. The spirit root is special. After planting it, it will be connected to the spirit veins of heaven and earth and cannot be moved at will. Otherwise, it will very easily die. It's fine. Just leave the osmanthus tree here," Lei Lou said calmly. "The osmanthus tree already belongs to Senior." "Naturally, Senior will decide," the moon goddess said. Although this osmanthus tree was very precious, as long as she could break through the bottleneck, everything would be worth it. Moreover, it was worth it if she wanted Senior to guide her. How could she not pay a small price? Now, she felt at ease instead. "Moon goddess, although I don't know much about your path of God, I can see that the reason you are stuck at the peak of the 4th level is mainly due to your talent, bloodline, resources, and other factors." Lei Lou spoke. The moon goddess listened quietly. These were all things that she lacked. Talent and bloodline were destined, and in this cruel world, she had to rely on her strong power to get the cultivation resources. However, she didn't like fighting and killing. Unless it was unavoidable, she had never done anything like plundering others' resources. The demon clan and immortal palace weren't as strong as her. However, she had never thought of annexing these two forces to plunder their cultivation resources. In her opinion, if she could solve the problem with her hard work, she didn't need to plunder them. Unfortunately, she had still encountered a bottleneck. In the end, she could only ask Lei Lou for help. "Normally, you would never be able to break through. However, you met me," Lei Lou said indifferently. Then, he took out a bottle of magic potion and threw it over. "After you take this bottle of potion, you will be able to break through," Lei Lou said. With the sign-in system, he was so generous. A mere bottle of potion was nothing at all. He had to take the potion every day. Besides all kinds of potions, there were many other good things that could be used in his current cultivation resources. The moon goddess would never know how rich this senior in front of her was. The moon goddess was stunned. Magic potion. She had thought that this senior would give her high-level guidance, allowing her to gain enlightenment and finally break through the bottleneck to become a level 5 god. She had never thought that she was wrong. Senior, this is too precious, isn't it? The moon goddess quickly said. She could feel that this potion was extraordinary. A potion that could allow a level 4 god to break through to a level 5 god was absolutely extremely precious. Although her osmanthus tree was a magical species and incomparably precious, it was unable to help her break through to a level 5 god. It's very precious to you, but it's nothing to me. I still like this osmanthus tree very much, Lei Lou said with a smile. In fact, the reason he had asked for this osmanthus tree was just to make an equivalent transaction. He couldn't just help anyone, right? The two of them weren't familiar with each other. With this osmanthus tree, they could trade. Moreover, he could stay in Moon God Palace to cultivate. The cultivation environment in Moon God Palace was much better than Immortal Palace. There weren't many people here, and the scenery was beautiful. It was quiet. It was the best place for him to cultivate. I've been cultivating in Immortal Palace for hundreds of years. It's time to find a new place. From now on, I'll stay here. Lei Lou thought. Cultivating in the profound land library was too monotonous, even though there were many books. The Moon God Palace didn't lack books. The Moon Goddess understood Lei Lou's words and thought that he was comforting her. Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your kindness, the Moon Goddess bowed slightly and said respectfully. All right, take it quickly. I'll protect you, Lei Lou said indifferently. Yes, Senior, the Moon Goddess said quickly. She swallowed the potion in front of Lei Lou. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After a long time, a powerful aura was emitted from her body. It actually formed a clear and bright full moon in the sky. The silver light sprinkled down, and it was as beautiful as a dream. This full moon was the core of the path of God that the Moon Goddess had comprehended. Then, streams of star flames appeared around the full moon. There were 5 of them. 4 of them were extremely bright, while the other one was a little dimmer. This meant that the Moon Goddess had entered the 5th level. When the Moon Goddess had broken through, Lei Lou sealed this space to prevent the aura from leaking out, and at the same time, to prevent the outside world from spying in. Her bloodline seems a bit strange. Lei Lou was deep in thought. There was a special eye inside his eye that was shining with a strange light. This was the elemental eye, which was checking the Moon Goddess's bloodline talent and other things. When the Moon Goddess had broken through, the bloodline that was originally at its peak seemed to be abnormal, and it was a bit stronger than before. This was strange. The bloodline was destined to never be strengthened again. Only by absorbing a specific bloodline could one break through the limit. But the Moon Goddess's bloodline seemed to be abnormal. It had actually strengthened a little. It was only because he had the elemental eye, that he had been able to discover it. Unfortunately, his elemental eye was only at the 3rd level. He couldn't advance further and see through the profound changes. However, Lei Lou didn't pay too much attention to it. Perhaps the Moon Goddess had some secret, but it didn't concern him. After a long time, a powerful aura shook out from the Moon Goddess's body. The plain-colored dress she was wearing was instantly turned into powder under this powerful aura. Her naked body was exposed in front of Lei Lou with her exquisite face, her snow-white skin, and her slim waist. Lei Lou did not have any reaction when he saw this scene. He slowly turned around. Finally, the aura on the Moon Goddess body was withdrawn. Then, she opened her eyes, which were filled with endless joy. She had finally broken through to a rank 5 god. She could continue cultivating. At least until she reached the peak of the 5th level, she could still enjoy the pleasure of cultivating. Senior, thank you. The moon goddess thanked him once more. Alright, you've broken through to the 5th level. You'd better go back and consolidate your strength. Lei Luo's back was facing her as he spoke. Senior, then I'll leave now, the moon goddess said respectfully. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She looked down and realized that her body was completely naked. Ah! The moon goddess quickly covered her vital parts. Only then did she understand why Lei Luo had turned his back to her. When she thought of how she had lost her composure just now, she felt extremely flustered and embarrassed. She waved her beautiful arms and a stream of light wrapped around her body. The moon goddess blushed and did not say a word. She flew away as if she was fleeing for her life. Actually, she usually stayed in this palace. Since the osmanthus tree belonged to the senior, this palace was naturally given to him as a gift. After the moon goddess left, Lei Luo looked at the place where he would cultivate in the future and was very satisfied. The erotic scene just now only flashed through his mind. He did not have much of a feeling. If he had to say that there was, it would be admiration. The moon god had a perfect figure. Her B***easts weren't as big as Evelyn's, but they were beautiful. After he had thrown these things out of his mind, he returned to a mortal palace and removed the god-confining formation. Then, he left. After returning to the moon god palace, Lei Luo set up all kinds of formations around the palace. Finally, he once again set up the god-confining formation. This way, he created an independent space. Then, with a wave of his hand, the osmanthus tree was uprooted and casually thrown into the system space. He took out the moon god laurel tree. Compared to the original magic osmanthus tree, the moon god laurel tree was much more powerful. When he planted the deeper osmanthus tree, the entire moon god palace was shaken. Closely following that, countless roots pierced through the void and took root in the origin of God world. The magic osmanthus tree could only take root in the spirit veins of God world, but the moon god laurel tree took a step further and directly connected to its origin. As expected of the moon god laurel tree, it was indeed powerful. In an instant, within the god-confining formation, the moon god laurel tree also formed a strange domain, gradually producing a god-level elemental aura. This god-level elemental aura was much higher than the elemental aura of God world itself. Ordinary mages would not be able to absorb it. Only a level 1 god would be able to do so. However, Lei Luo was able to do so because he had already reached a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage. He was not a god, but he was more powerful than a god. Moreover, the codex he practiced was extremely powerful. He could absorb and refine high-grade energy. It did not take long for the space in the palace to completely change. If the moon goddess had returned, she would never have imagined that this was the place where she had once lived. Now, it had become Lei Luo's private training ground. Just like that, Lei Luo began his training life in the moon god palace. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. The moon goddess had consolidated her cultivation as a level 5 god. When she realized that her senior had not left and had instead sealed off the osmanthus palace, she was very happy. If he stayed here for a long time, she would have the chance to ask him some questions about cultivation in the future. At this moment, Lei Luo was very satisfied with his current cultivation life. He absorbed the god-level magical element every day. Moreover, the moon god laurel tree had bloomed. The fragrance it emitted was also a great boost to his cultivation. His cultivation speed was much faster than in Immortal Palace. Although Moon Goddess had been wandering outside the Osmanthus Palace, Lei Luo didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Occasionally, he would take some books from the library of the Moon God Palace to read. One day, while Lei Luo was reading, he suddenly heard a cold and arrogant voice from outside the Moon God Palace. According to the decree of the God Emperor of Creation, the Dead Sea is wreaking havoc and wants to attack God world. This is a sign that all the gods in God world are going to fight against the Dead Sea. All the summoned gods must go to the gathering points of the various worlds within a limited time after they have obtained their notification. In addition, each god will bring at least 1,000 mages at the sky spirit level or above. Those who fail to arrive within the time limit will be regarded as deserters from God world and will be placed on God world's wanted list. They will be severely punished. With a loud voice, a beam of light shot over from afar and landed in the sky above the Moon God Palace. Soon, a white-robed figure walked out of Moon God Palace and waved her hand. The beam of light landed on her hand and revealed a strange scroll that seemed to be made of light. The contents of the scroll were displayed. The Dead Sea of the Divine Court of Creation. The Moon Goddess looked at the contents and fell into deep thought. She knew that she could not refuse this order. But in the next moment, she frowned. Why hadn't Senior received the order? It was said that the Divine Court of Creation, which controlled God world, had a temple. In any place in God world, as long as a god was born, it would definitely be recorded. Could it be that Senior is not a person from our world? Her heart moved. This was the only possibility. Only in this way could he avoid the eyes and ears of the temple. Of course, she did not know that Lei Lou was not only not a person from the spiritual world, he was not even a god. In the Osmanthus Palace, Lei Lou frowned. The Dead Sea is causing trouble. If it was the Dead Sea that he knew, it would definitely have a huge impact on the world. It was hard to imagine what the situation was like in Galaxy World, New World, and Old World. What a headache. Lei Lou sighed. Although he had already reached the 50th level of the Sky Spirit Realm, and ordinary gods were not his match at all, he did not think that he was invincible. His current strength was far from enough. The Divine Court of Creation, which ruled God world, and the Dead Sea, which had the power to conquer God world, must have powerful existences that he couldn't resist. I should go back to Galaxy World now. Lei Lou thought. As for the Moon Goddess's recruitment, he couldn't help. Moreover, the Divine Court of Creation could recruit Sanya from Immortal Palace. Shortly after, Lei Lou left Moon God Palace and jumped into Immortal Palace. If he wanted to go back to Galaxy World, he had to go back to Immortal Palace because the pass token was only effective there. As for the Moon God Osmanthus Tree and the God Confining Formation, he wouldn't take them away. In this remote area of God world, there shouldn't be such a powerful existence that would be able to take them away. Of course, the Moon God Osmanthus Tree was an existence with the origin. If they forcefully walked away, it would cause a lot of damage. When Lei Lou returned to Immortal Palace, it was very busy because the will of the Divine Court of Creation had reached here. As a god, Sanya had received the will. Immortal Palace knew about the existence of the Divine Court of Creation. However, it was too far away. Although the Divine Court of Creation controlled the whole of God world, it rarely controlled the god forces. Even if they wanted to attack each other, the Divine Court wouldn't interfere. They looked down on God world from above. However, as soon as the Divine Court's will was released, no matter how powerful the divine forces below were, they had to obey. Otherwise, the consequences would be very obvious. Lei Lou didn't care about this matter. He directly used the pass token and left Immortal Palace, returning to Galaxy World. Galaxy City. Bodley, Dana, and the other Sky Spirit Archmages had been discussing things, but they had been unable to make a decision. Once a decision was made, it would affect millions of lives. After hundreds of years of development, Galaxy City now had a population of millions. Fortunately, the Holy Light Shield's coverage area had expanded a lot, and Galaxy City had expanded many times, so it could accommodate so many people. The main reason was that the people of Galaxy City did not want to leave because, with the protection of the Holy Light Shield, it was the safest. Suddenly, Dana and the others trembled, because that incomparably familiar voice sounded in their minds. Come to the Starslaying Cave abode. Everyone was excited. They hurriedly entered the star-slaying cave abode at the first possible moment. When they saw Lei Lou, Alo, and Wei, they were all even more excited. They hadn't seen Lei Lou and the others for hundreds of years. Lei Lou looked at the crowd and was quite satisfied. The strongest, Dana, was already a level 6 Sky Spirit Archmage. Although her cultivation was nothing in God world, it was still pretty good in an ordinary world. After catching up, they finally got to the main topic. Senior, the Dead Sea is expanding rapidly. It's less than 3,000 kilometers away from our galaxy city. Right now, 1/3 of the entire galaxy world has been swallowed by the Dead Sea, Dana said worriedly. Although it was still 3,000 kilometers away, this distance was nothing. With the current expansion speed of the Dead Sea, Galaxy City would be completely swallowed by the Dead Sea in 2 to 3 months at most. Don't worry. With the protection of the Holy Light Shield, the Dead Sea won't affect Galaxy City, Lei Lou shook his head and said. However, he was worried that if the Dead Sea completely submerged Galaxy World, not only would it be submerged, but the entire world's origin would also be devoured. This Dead Sea was not an ordinary sea. Once the world's origin of Galaxy World was completely devoured, the consequences would be severe. For the trillions of living beings in Galaxy World, it would be a disaster. He could not control other worlds, nor did he have the ability to control them. However, he could not just watch as Galaxy World, the human New World, and the human Old World were devoured by the Dead Sea, could he? He was really worried. Only now did he realize that although he had become much stronger, he still felt powerless after encountering such a terrible major event. In the end, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, wouldn't he easily be able to come into contact with the danger of the Dead Sea? Forget it. If I really can't protect it with my limited ability, then I will have to bring some important people to God world. Lei Lou thought. Although he could use the Holy Light Shield to protect the others, it might be able to protect them for a while, but it wouldn't be able to protect them forever. Once the world origin of Galaxy World was completely destroyed, the Holy Light Shield would have no support and would completely collapse. It was impossible for him to bring everyone from Galaxy City into God World. Only sky-level existences might be able to adapt to that world. As for the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to. After temporarily appeasing everyone, Lei Lou left the star-slaying cave abode and went to the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was boundless and was still expanding rapidly. Who knew how many creatures had already completely disappeared in the Dead Sea? It was so miserable. What kind of force is this Dead Sea? Lei Lou thought. Although he had read many books in Immortal Palace, he couldn't find the origin of the Dead Sea. Perhaps only the Divine Court of Creation could know the details of the Dead Sea. Oh, right. Can I enter the Dead Sea to sign in? Lei Lou suddenly had a thought. He had reached the Sky Spirit realm a long time ago, but he had never thought about signing in at the Dead Sea. Lei Lou jumped into the Dead Sea directly. He wanted to try it. His entire body was wrapped by the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage, and he dived into the Dead Sea's water. The Dead Sea's water was very strange. Even if he had the magic power of a level 50 Sky Spirit Archmage, his consciousness could only radiate to a range of 10,000 miles. If he was in Galaxy World, with one thought, he could cover the entire world. Even in God World, his consciousness could easily radiate to a range of more than 100,000 miles. It was clear that the effect of the Dead Sea water on his consciousness was much greater than the suppression of the origin of God World. System, sign in. Lei Lou muttered. Of course, he did not have any great expectations for the reward of signing in. After all, he had just signed a Moon God laurel tree in the Moon God Palace a few months ago. It was hard to get good things if he signed in too frequently. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Map of the Dead Sea. Lei Lou was stunned. A map of the Dead Sea. What was this thing? He hurriedly checked the information on the map of the Dead Sea. The map of the Dead Sea. It was rumored that there was a strange sea between heaven and earth. It was called the Sea of Suffering. That was the home of the dead. Until one day, a supreme god fought and broke the barrier of the Sea of Suffering, causing it to begin to spread. The Sea of Suffering appeared in the world without an end. One day, it would drown the entire universe. Later, a powerful god created 9 maps of the Dead Sea, which could contain the water of the Dead Sea and stop the spread of the Sea of Suffering. Not only that, but the map of the Dead Sea could also be used to attack. The absorbed water would be released and turned into the terrifying Dead Sea. Could this Dead Sea be formed by the map of the Dead Sea that has absorbed a large amount of water of the Sea of Suffering? Lei Luo's face revealed a shocked expression. This Dead Sea actually had such a big origin. Suddenly, Lei Luo flew out of the Dead Sea, and a map appeared in his hand. This map was very strange. It was square, as if it was just a word, and the picture was a whirlpool formed by seawater. This is the map of the Dead Sea. It looks very ordinary. Lei Luo was very curious. His heart moved. He immediately refined his soul into his blood and refined this map. Soon after, he sensed that this map of the Dead Sea had a strange practice with the Dead Sea under his feet, as if they were of the same origin. Not only that, but he also sensed the existence of the other maps of the Dead Sea. The one in my hand should be the 9th one, and the Dead Sea under my feet should have been formed from one of the other 8 maps of the Dead Sea. Lei Luo understood in his heart. No wonder the water of the Dead Sea has suddenly risen. It was definitely the controlling force of the Dead Sea that had activated the map of the Dead Sea. It wanted to use the water of the Dead Sea to pour back into God World to deal with the divine court of creation. Therefore, Galaxy World and other ordinary worlds were implicated. The final result would be that they would be completely drowned by the Dead Sea on the map of the Dead Sea and they would cease to exist. It was hard to imagine how much water from the Sea of Suffering had been absorbed by the map of the Dead Sea. Once it was completely released, it would definitely destroy everything. The only thing that could restrain the Dead Sea was the map of the Dead Sea. Lei Luo immediately knew how to use the map of the Dead Sea in his hand. By using the map of the Dead Sea and absorbing the water of the Dead Sea, he could stop the water of the Dead Sea from rising further. However, if he did that, the forces behind the Dead Sea would probably target him. It was difficult. He wanted to be careful and keep a low profile, not make a big deal out of it. But now, the only way to stop the rise of the Dead Sea water was to rely on the map of the Dead Sea in his hand. Forget it for now. I'll send Dana, Bodley, and the others to God World first. Then, I'll use the map of the Dead Sea to devour the water from the Dead Sea. If something goes wrong, I will use the pass token to return to God World immediately. Even if the Dead Sea faction wants to kill me, they won't be able to chase me directly there. Lei Luo pondered. After a long time, Lei Luo finally made a decision. He decided to give it a try. This was an opportunity to relieve the dangers of the New World, the Old World, and Galaxy World. Moreover, his map of the Dead Sea had absorbed a large amount of Dead Sea water. It could also become a powerful magical weapon. Thus, Lei Luo hurried back to Galaxy City. Without saying anything, he put Dana, Bodley, and the others into the system space. Then, he used the token to return to Immortal Palace, then, he sent them to the Osmanthus Palace in the Moon God Palace. At the same time, he released Wei and the others from the system space, asking them to stay here for the time being. Although it was safe in the system space, it was based on Lei Luo's safety. If Lei Luo was in danger, the system space would be dangerous. You guys stay here and cultivate. Don't run around. After Lei Luo had told them, he returned to Immortal Palace. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether my plan works or not. Lei Luo glanced at the countless creatures in despair in Galaxy World. He sighed and came to the Dead Sea. Then, he waved his hand and directly activated the map of the Dead Sea, sinking into the Dead Sea. In an instant, the entire sea seemed to shake slightly. Then, with the map of the Dead Sea as the center, it formed a terrifying vortex, crazily swallowing the water of the Dead Sea. Seeing this scene, Lei Lou was both excited and nervous. This was equivalent to stealing the Dead Sea water from the map of the Dead Sea at the other end. If the master of the Dead Sea noticed it, it would be a big problem. I hope that the Dead Sea faction won't notice it too early. Lei Lou thought to himself. As long as he absorbed enough Dead Sea water, it wouldn't be so easy for the Dead Sea faction to use it to drown the world. Days passed. The vortex swallowing the Dead Sea water was getting bigger and bigger. Lei Lou was nervous. It couldn't be helped. What he was doing now was very dangerous. He had never done such a dangerous thing. The only time he was in danger had been in God's cave abode hundreds of years ago. Luckily, he had entered Immortal Palace, which saved him from this disaster. This time, the risk was obviously much higher. The Dead Sea's water has slowed down a lot. Lei Lou could sense this change. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that using the map of the Dead Sea to absorb the Dead Sea's water was effective. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It had been an extremely tense 3 years. Lei Lou had not stopped feeling nervous. He didn't even dare to cultivate. The growth rate of the Dead Sea's water was very small. This meant that the efficiency of his Dead Sea map absorbing the Dead Sea's water was gradually catching up with the rising speed of the Dead Sea's water. 5 years later. The level of the Dead Sea's water had dropped slightly. It seems that the Dead Sea forces' control over the Dead Sea map isn't particularly strong. Otherwise, if I absorb the Dead Sea's water here, it would be impossible for them not to discover my position. While Lei Lou was nervous, he also heaved a sigh of relief. The situation was better than he had imagined because the Dead Sea forces hadn't discovered his position. Or, even if they hadn't gone. 9 years later. The level of the Dead Sea had dropped a lot. Lei Lou was even more certain of his thoughts. The Dead Sea force didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. His map of the Dead Sea had devoured so much Dead Sea water, yet this faction still hadn't locked onto his position. I can't be arrogant or careless. Perhaps the other party will find me soon, so I must remain absolutely calm and be absolutely cautious. I mustn't let my guard down. Lei Lou warned himself in his heart. In the deepest part of the Dead Sea, there was an incomparably strange world filled with an endless negative aura like purgatory. Above this strange world, there was a huge and strange picture floating in the air, and large amounts of Dead Sea water surged out of the vortex in this picture. Haven't you found the problem? Why did the Dead Sea water disappear? A terrifying human figure with a tyrannical aura let out an angry roar. This figure looked very similar to a human, except that his skin was pale and he had 3 eyes. 2 of them were normal, but the vertical eye between his eyebrows was glowing with an extremely strange yellow light, giving him a feeling of twilight. The other powerful 3-eyed people who looked similar were all trembling in fear in front of this terrifying creature. Lord of Hell, our clan has never been able to fully control the map of the Dead Sea, so it's very difficult for us to use the map to sense where the problem is. Right now, a large number of our clan's warriors are looking for the problem everywhere. I believe that we'll have news soon, a 3-eyed old man who was taking a long breath said respectfully. How many years has it been? We still haven't found the source of the problem. Our clan's plan has been delayed. Now, the Divine Court of Creation has mobilized an army and sealed the gap. If we can't use the water of the Dead Sea to pour back into God world, it's impossible for our clan to attack, the Lord of Hell said coldly. After countless years of planning, he should have been determined to get it. But now, with such a big problem, so much of the water of the Dead Sea had disappeared out of thin air. He was about to vomit blood. Now that they had lost so much water, he didn't know how long it would take to make up for it. At this time, a powerful three-eyed man flew over, landed on the ground, and knelt down on one knee. He said, "Lord of Hell, General Saya sent a message. He found the abnormal flow of the Dead Sea's water in the direction of the seventh sea of Great Xian. He is taking people to investigate the situation there. Elder Saxi, take some people to assist General Saya. If there is anything special happening, report it to me immediately," the three-eyed Lord of Hell said in a deep voice. "Yes, Lord of Hell." Soon, the three-eyed old man with the long beard, who had just spoken, hurriedly accepted the order, then led a group of powerful three-eyed people and left. Lei Lou sat cross-legged on the Dead Sea, sensing the movements around him. As the map of the Dead Sea absorbed a large amount of Dead Sea water, its area became larger and larger, and the amount of Dead Sea water absorbed at every moment also increased. His spiritual sense seemed to have received a great amplification, and it could actually cover a huge area. Suddenly, Lei Lou raised his eyebrows, because he sensed the movement. There were many powerful auras coming this way. All of them were level 1 gods. One of them had an extremely powerful aura, much more powerful than the moon goddess who had just broken through to level 5. He estimated that this existence was at least a level 7 god. Boom! Not long after, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the Dead Sea water 10,000 miles away suddenly rose up. It immediately turned into a huge figure formed from the Dead Sea water. Soon after, another huge figure also appeared. They quickly flew in the direction of Lei Lou. Had he finally been discovered? Lei Lou sighed. In 9 years, his Dead Sea map had absorbed an unimaginable amount of water. Just from the fact that the water level of the Dead Sea was close to its original level, this was obvious. However, the places that were exposed after the Dead Sea water retreated had completely turned into nothingness. This caused Galaxy World to shrink by 1/3. Lei Lou was a little speechless when he saw it. The decaying ability of the Dead Sea water was terrifying. Lei Lou did not leave straight away because he could still deal with these powerful existences. He was a bit curious, what kind of life form was this? Suddenly, the huge figure at the front suddenly roared, "Damn thief, he actually used the Dead Sea map to steal our clan's Dead Sea water. General, I can smell the aura of this person, it's exactly the same as the person who escaped from the God's Cave abode hundreds of years ago." The voice suddenly took a deep breath and then screamed, "His map of the Dead Sea was probably obtained in God's Cave abode. Capture him. We can't let him escape." The gigantic figure known as General Saya let out a roar. Instantly, numerous gigantic figures surrounded Lei Lou. Lei Lou sighed, knowing that he couldn't absorb any more. Next, there would definitely be even more powerful existences rushing over. If they were unrivaled, then it would be dangerous. Thus, he quickly fled. Lei Lou didn't hesitate to use the star-slaying sword. He shot out, and an enormous figure exploded. Countless amounts of Dead Sea water were directly swallowed by the map of the Dead Sea. Then, a three-eyed, pale voice fell from within. "What kind of clan is this?" Lei Lou was very curious. Soon after, he finished off the remaining enormous figures in a matter of seconds. However, he had intentionally left behind the strongest three-eyed man, preparing to use the soul-absorbing codex to interrogate him for information about this clan. Finally, he stored all the corpses, including the three-eyed man who he had intentionally left alive, into the system space. Then, he rolled up the map of the Dead Sea and used the pass token. In an instant, his figure disappeared. About an hour later, an even larger figure appeared above the Dead Sea. Unfortunately, there was nothing left at the scene. This powerful existence wandered around for a long time before he left unwillingly. Moon God Palace. Lei Lou returned. The moon goddess, Delina, was no longer there. She had been summoned to participate in the battle. Moreover, there weren't many people left in Moon God Palace. Most of the Sky Spirit Archmages had left with the Moon Goddess. The same thing had happened in Immortal Palace. After 9 years, Wei and the others' cultivation bases were improving. In God World, the origin was stronger, so they could cultivate faster. Moreover, the Osmanthus Palace had the Osmanthus tree. This tree had the effect of comprehending the Tao. Thus, their cultivation speed was faster than in the system space. Lei Lou did not disturb their cultivation. He went to a side hall and pulled the strongest three-eyed man out of the system space. This person was already in a coma. Lei Lou placed a hand on his forehead and activated the soul-absorbing codex. After a long while, the three-eyed man died. Lei Lou opened his eyes. The three-eyed demons, a clan that once lived in the hell of the Sea of Bitterness, appeared in the mortal world after the Sea of Bitterness was broken. However, they were sealed within the Dead Sea map, unable to leave the domain of the Dead Sea. Every time they appeared, they had to use the water of the Dead Sea to envelop their bodies. Otherwise, they would be punished by the gods. Lei Lou was amazed. He didn't expect that the clan in the Dead Sea had such a terrifying origin. According to the three-eyed demon's memory, other than the three-eyed demon clan, there were another 8 clans of hell that had also been sealed by the map of the Dead Sea. They had always wanted to escape the suppression of the map of the Dead Sea. That was why they had stirred up the water of the Dead Sea this time and planned to pour it into God World. The three-eyed demon clan could then invade God World. Only the world origin of God World could withstand the power of the three-eyed demon clan and not be punished. Therefore, the three-eyed demon clan had been planning to invade God World for years. It was not even the first time. It was said that a long time ago, Galaxy World, New World, Old World, and other worlds were not like this. Instead, they were connected by a huge piece of land that was no smaller than God World. After the Dead Sea expanded many times, a large amount of land was swallowed up, and eventually, it turned into a world that was like an island. Lei Lou was secretly amazed. It was hard to imagine how vast the continent was before the Dead Sea appeared. But now, how much of the area of the various major worlds had disappeared. Now that I've absorbed so much of the Dead Sea water, I wonder if the three-eyed demon clan can still pour enough into God World. Lei Lou thought to himself. If it didn't work, then the three-eyed demon clan's plan, that they had been planning for countless years, would be ruined by him. The three-eyed demon clan would definitely hate him to the bone. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any traces left behind. The three-eyed demon clan shouldn't be able to find me. Lei Lou thought to himself. He didn't want to enter the three-eyed demon clan's line of sight. They were really powerful. For example, the three-eyed demon in front of him was a level 7 hell god, which was equivalent to a level 7 god. Among the three-eyed demon race, a level 7, 8, or 9 god belonged to the level of a general and could lead a hell army. A hell army was usually formed by tens of thousands of sky spirit archmages and hundreds of gods. Above the general level was the elder level. Usually, only gods above level 10 were qualified to serve. Above the elder level was the strongest, Lord of Hell. No one knew how powerful the three-eyed demon Lord of Hell was, but he was at least a level 12 hell god. Among the three-eyed demons, there was a detailed study on breaking the limit of level 33 sky spirit archmages. A level 34 sky spirit archmage was much stronger than a demigod but much weaker than a newly advanced level 1 god. Although, if the bloodline was strong enough, a level 34 sky spirit archmage would not be inferior to a newly advanced level 1 god. In the beginning, taking 3 or 4 more steps on the sky spirit archmage path was equivalent to raising a god's strength by 1 level. In other words, a level 36 sky spirit archmage was equivalent to a level 1 god. However, as the sky spirit archmage path got longer, it would become more and more difficult. With each step, the increase in strength would become greater. The difference between the strength of a god and a sky spirit archmage at each step would gradually shrink. Of course, there was no data on how much it would shrink. In the history of the three-eyed demon clan, the person who had walked the furthest on the Sky Spirit Archmage path was the current Lord of Hell. It was said that he was at level 41, and then he would not be able to continue. At that time, his strength was said to be comparable to a level 4 god. Level 41 is equivalent to a level 4 god. I'm only at level 50 now. What level is that equivalent to? Lei Lou was a little puzzled. When he had captured that level 7 General Saya alive, he did not feel that it was very strenuous. Instead, he felt that it had been very easy. In other words, his strength was far more powerful than a level 7 god. From level 41 to level 50, there is only a difference of 9 levels. Even if a level 1 is equal to a level 1, then I am now equivalent to a level 12 god. Lei Lou thought to himself. That can't be right. It can't be that one step on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage is more powerful than a level up of a god, right? 1-to-1 should be the limit. It seems that this Lord of Hell can't be weaker than me. He must be stronger than me. After all, he has passed level 41 on the path of a Sky Spirit Archmage. His strength is definitely far stronger than mine. Lei Lou felt that there was no problem with his analysis. Therefore, his escape this time was very reasonable. Looks like I still have to cultivate in seclusion. Lei Lou thought. Since the Lord of Hell's strength was far stronger than his, the Lord of the Divine Court of Creation must be in existence on the same level. Other than the Lord of Hell and the Lord of the Divine Court of Creation, there should be many other gods who were even more powerful than him. After all, there were definitely more than 1 or 2 gods above level 12 in God World and the Hell Clan. It was said that there were a few ancient underworld gods who cultivated in seclusion in the Sea of Suffering, and they were all underworld gods above level 12. However, he was still very satisfied. After all, he had only cultivated for 1,000 years. His strength could be considered to be in the upper middle level in God World. It was a great achievement to sign into the system. In the depths of the Dead Sea. The territory of the three-eyed demon clan. Lord of Hell, General Saya and the others disappeared without a trace. Soon after, they met with misfortune. They should be directly related to the disappearance of the water of the Dead Sea. However, when I rushed there, I didn't find any other abnormalities, Elder Saxi said respectfully. How hateful. They ruined our clan's grand plan. No matter who it is, don't let me discover them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him suffer the most painful burning of the fire of the Dead Sea, Lord of Hell said through gritted teeth. How many years had he been preparing for this? He was actually going to waste all his previous efforts. How many years had his three-eyed demon clan been trapped in the Dead Sea? It was truly dark. Lord of Hell, what should we do now? Should we temporarily delay the plan? Elder Saxi hurriedly asked. No, this might be our clan's last chance. The Lord of the Divine Court of Creation has already reached the level of a level 15 god. Now, he will have the ability to repair the gap in God World. When he does, we will no longer have a chance. Lord of Hell shook his head and said, therefore, the only way now is to directly construct the Dead Sea Bridge. But if that's the case, only a level 12 underworld god can use the map of the Dead Sea to construct the Dead Sea Bridge. Elder Saxi and the other elders trembled and revealed sorrowful expressions. For the future of my hellish race, all 7 ancient underworld gods are willing to sacrifice themselves. The eyes of the Lord of Hell were also filled with grief because these 7 ancient underworld gods were the powerful foundation of the clan in Hell, accumulated over countless years. It could even be said that the 7 ancient underworld gods were the father gods of all the clans in Hell. Every clan in Hell would receive the father god's blessing when they were born. Every one of them was a level 12 or above underworld god. They had lived for countless years, and some of them had even served as Lord of Hell. Lord of Hell, is this really necessary? The elders, such as Saxi, all had looks of disbelief on their faces because such a sacrifice was truly too tragic. Losing one hell god was an enormous loss. But now, they had to sacrifice 7 hell gods. Only in this way can we build a stable Dead Sea bridge. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to break through the divine court of creation's interception. The Lord of Hell said in a deep voice, "All right, I will now issue an order to reorganize the Hell Army. After the 7 ancient underworld gods build the Dead Sea Bridge, we will attack God World." Yes. A large number of people accepted the order. The divine court of creation was in the center of God World. Due to the rules in God World, there were no small worlds. The trouble with the divine court of creation situation was just that the defensive array was too powerful, causing this space to undergo a special change. Your Majesty, the water of the Dead Sea has already fallen to its original level. I think the three-eyed demon clan will give up attacking God World. In an incomparably majestic palace, a great existence sat on a huge throne. This was the master of the divine court of creation, the God Emperor of creation. There were many powerful existences in the palace, but in front of the God Emperor of creation, they were all extremely respectful and reverent. We cannot be careless. The three-eyed demon clan has already stirred up the water of the Dead Sea many times and failed many times. This time, I'm afraid they will not let this matter rest. However, as long as I can survive this time, I will soon break through to a level 15 god, and I will have the ability to fill in the holes in the world. As long as the gap in God World is fixed, the three-eyed demon clan will have no hope and will be trapped in the Dead Sea forever, the God Emperor of creation said indifferently. All the gods present revealed expressions of incomparable reverence. Because a level 15 god, to all the gods present, was the strongest God Emperor in the divine court. Moon God Palace. Lei Lou sat under the osmanthus tree, absorbing the elemental aura of the moonlight, smelling the fragrance of the flowers, and entering the deepest level of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lei Lou's soul had once again arrived at the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage. He was about to cross the 51st step. Once he had endured it, it would mean that his heroic feat of 100-step Sky Spirit Archmage had surpassed the average. The meaning was extraordinary. Boom! Lei Lou stepped out without hesitation. Accompanied by a boom, boundless pressure descended, enveloping his soul. Following that, endless information poured in, causing it to fall into an indescribable strange state. This time, the duration was even longer than before. After a long time, Lei Lou finally felt that the strengthening and transformation of his soul had ended. This time, the improvement was vastly different from before. After crossing the 51st step, have I begun to control the ability to construct space? Lei Lou was comprehending the gains this time, and suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. In the next moment, Lei Lou's soul left the path of the Sky Spirit Archmage, and he opened his eyes in reality. Under his sensing, he had completely analyzed the structure of space, as if there were no secrets. Before this, the structure of space had been extremely complex, but it was still under exploration. But this time, it was completely different. Suddenly, he swiped his finger, and, as if tearing a piece of cloth, the space in front of him was torn open. Even this hole was unable to recover. This was the core structure of the space that he had completely destroyed. An ordinary god expert, no matter how strong their attack power was, could shatter the void. But what was shattered was only the surface space. The true core of the space hadn't been destroyed, and the space would still slowly recover. However, Lei Lou had shattered the core of the void, causing the void to be permanently destroyed. It was almost impossible to repair. Even with the ability to break through the core of the void, he could directly break through the mirror wall of God World and enter the world below. In other words, he didn't need the token of passage from Immortal Palace anymore. Of course, he needed to anchor the space if he wanted to go somewhere. Otherwise, it would be very easy to deviate. A broken space can't be repaired normally. There's a gap between God world and the normal world. Thus, the three-eyed demon clan wants to use this gap to attack God world. Lei Luo's heart moved. He had stepped into the 51st step and should have the ability to repair such a gap. However, the gap in God world had not been repaired. Didn't that mean that the God Emperor of Creation did not have the ability to repair space? It can't be. Then, doesn't that mean that my current strength is above that of the God Emperor of Creation? Lei Luo was a little dumbfounded. Hadn't he just taken one step? How could he be stronger than the God Emperor of Creation? But if he wasn't strong, why didn't the God Emperor of Creation fix the gap in God world? It couldn't be that the God Emperor of Creation was too lazy to fix it, right? Lei Luo was deep in thought. Then, with a move of his spiritual sense, his palm gently brushed across the small spatial gap. Powerful magic power was brewing as he began to reconstruct the space. After a while, the space was completely repaired. Phew, the consumption of energy is quite big. Lei Luo let out a long breath. It was easy to break the space, but it was difficult to repair it. At that moment, Lei Luo frowned slightly, because he felt that the origin of the entire God world seemed to tremble slightly as if something big had happened. Lei Luo frowned and then shook his head. Who cares? I'll just focus on my cultivation. Thus, he closed his eyes and consolidated the cultivation of a level 51 Sky Spirit Archmage. At the same time, at the gap in the western part of God world, the Archmages saw a shocking change. The structure of God world was completely broken. In the Texas Divine Territory, there was a huge gap that led to the world below. However, around this gap, the Divine Court of Creation had already set up countless arrays and restrictions. They were like a huge patch that sealed the gap. Moreover, the Divine Court of Creation had also stationed a large number of divine weapons and gods. The main reason for this was to prevent the Dead Sea forces from invading the lower realm. Ever since the Dead Sea forces had stirred up 100,000 feet of waves and were prepared to draw the water of the Dead Sea to pour into God world, the Divine Court had issued a summoning order. A large number of gods had brought their Sky Spirit Archmages through the teleportation arrays of various realms. They had gathered in the Texas Divine Territory. The purpose was to prevent the Dead Sea forces from invading. After all, they were exceptionally powerful. Once they launched an invasion, if they could not prepare in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the three-eyed demon clan wasn't a clan of the human world. They belonged to the clan of hell in the sea of suffering. The laws of heaven and earth wouldn't accommodate them. They couldn't directly break through the Dead Sea, nor they would be punished. Otherwise, with the forces of the demon race, they would have long attacked God world. On this day, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the gap in God world. It was like a surging wave, ready to sweep up at any time. This was the movement of the Dead Sea's water. However, the Dead Sea had lost a large amount of water, so it was not strong enough and the impact on the gap was not enough. Even so, the Divine Court of Creation did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came out from the gap. It was transmitted through the restriction of the array formation, making the faces of countless gods and mages pale. Following that, the entire gap suddenly shook, and the world began to shake. A shocking wave of Dead Sea water actually poured up, directly breaking through the seal of the array formation. It pierced through the void of God world and actually formed 7 strange netherworld bridges. No one knew where they led to. These 7 netherworld bridges displayed a strange array formation. They supported each other, forming an incomparably perfect whole. As the 7 netherworld bridges were formed from frozen Dead Sea water, a surging aura of death spread out. Countless powerful three-eyed demons surged out one after another, following the 7 netherworld bridges and teleporting to the 7 regions of God world. At every moment, tens of thousands of hell warriors entered God world. The Divine Court's army, which was in a tight formation, was stunned. Damn it, the three-eyed demons have gone crazy. They actually dare to sacrifice so many ancient netherworld gods above level 12. Within the divine court of creation, the powerful god emperor of creation let out a voice of disbelief. At the next moment, he suddenly stood up and raised his hand to grab something. A monstrous hand appeared and grabbed toward the 7 netherworld bridges. Suddenly, a cold sneer sounded. God Emperor of Creation, you can't stop my hell army. In an instant, a huge yellow light bloomed. It was like dusk. All the gods, sky spirit archmages, and mages felt as if their consciousness had entered a state of old age. Immediately, the God Emperor of Creation's monstrous hand was stopped by this sheet of yellow light. For great divine lords, 5 great divine lords, listen up. Quickly find out where these 7 netherworld bridges lead to. Immediately mobilize the army to intercept the Hell army. We must not allow the Hell clan to form a scale. The God Emperor of Creation let out a loud voice. Immediately, 9 voices rumbled. All of them were gods above level 12. The 4 great divine lords were conferred titles by the divine court. And the 5 great divine lords represented the masters of the 5 most powerful sects in God world. Soon, the divine court's army was divided into 8 groups. Apart from one group that was still guarding around the gap, the other 7 groups were pursuing the exit of the netherworld bridges. The 7 netherworld bridges led to different regions of God world. Although the forces were scattered, the divine court's army had no choice but to split up and surround them. At this time, among one of the reinforcements, there were 2 gods working together. 2,000 sky spirit archmages gathered around them. It was the moon goddess and Sanya. Everyone, follow me closely. Do not fall behind. The moon god sent a voice transmission. In this terrifying battle between 2 worlds, although she was a level 5 god and was not weak, she was still unable to take on the task alone. She could fall into danger at any time. After more than an hour, their army finally arrived at the exit of one of the netherworld bridges. It was as if this place had turned into a world of death. An indescribable aura of death pervaded the air, transforming this world. Countless 3-eyed demon warriors were constructing a defensive formation. They had been waiting for a long time. Set up the god-destroying array. Take advantage of the fact that the Hell clan has yet to establish a foothold and attack at all costs. Tear apart the Hell army, destroy the Dead Sea, and destroy the entrance to the netherworld bridges. The commander of the Divine Court army, Thundercloud Divine Lord, let out a long roar. Immediately after, a ball of light appeared and turned into a huge array phantom that enveloped the entire Divine Court army. A large number of gods ordered their sky spirit archmages to attack the Hell clan's base. The sea of suffering is endless. The Hell clan also had a powerful level 12 Hell god. He roared, and the water of the Dead Sea surged out from the netherworld bridge and spread out. Instantly, countless Hell clan gods controlled the water of the Dead Sea, forming a terrifying yellow wave that rushed toward the huge whirlpool. Boom! The endless Dead Sea collided with the terrifying millstone. At every moment, a large number of gods and sky spirit archmages were corroded to death, and many warriors of the Hell clan were crushed by the millstone. Tragic. Incomparably tragic. The moon goddess's face turned pale because she saw many sky spirit archmages in front of her instantly melt, and even the weaker gods were unable to resist for too long. Fortunately, the power of the Dead Sea had weakened a lot after being blocked by a large number of people, so she was able to stop it. However, she felt that it had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, none of her subordinates had died. But, how many waves of attacks could she withstand? Moon God Palace, Osmanthus Tree. Lei Lou was refining the devouring treasure box. After he had broken through to the 51st level, he realized that the 4th layer of restrictions on the devouring treasure box, which was originally motionless, had finally loosened up. The devouring treasure box was quite a good treasure. The first layer of the devouring treasure box could raise a realm. Even if it was a demigod to a level 1 god, the devouring treasure box would still have an effect. The second layer was to nourish the soul. Although it was slow, it could be used for a long period of time. Time was of great benefit. The third level's devouring treasure box was even better. It could assist in comprehending the laws, and its effect was very good. The reason why Lei Luo's magic laws could be comprehended so quickly was because of the devouring treasure box. Now that it had the effects of the osmanthus tree, it was even more efficient. Therefore, he was very excited about the fourth level's devouring treasure box's function. In addition, what clues would the owner of the treasure box leave behind in the devouring treasure box? After an unknown amount of time, there was a loud boom, and the entire devouring treasure box suddenly shook. Light blossomed, and an extremely mysterious aura was emitted. Following that, light spots appeared in the devouring treasure box, and they swam around rapidly. There were many of them. In the end, countless light spots rushed out from the devouring treasure box. There were too many of them. Tens of thousands of light spots rushed out and flew around Lei Luo, forming a terrifying galaxy. However, Lei Luo did not notice this at the moment because a large amount of information flooded into his mind. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Lucky fellow, you're really not bad. You've actually refined the fourth restriction of the devouring treasure box. Congratulations, you have a chance to obtain my legacy, and it's a true legacy. In this world, there are very few people who are qualified to become my successor, and you undoubtedly have a chance to become such a lucky person. Remember, you only have a chance, because you still have to pass my test. This is a test, and if you pass, you will obtain my true legacy. If you fail, you will also receive a very generous reward. Alright, let's cut the CR*P. There's a gap in God world. That gap was created by me. If anyone can repair that gap, they will be able to pass the test and become my emperor. Aren't you very excited now? However, don't be too excited, because that gap isn't so easy to repair. If you fail, you will never have the chance again." Needless to say, it was the voice of the treasure box's owner. Lei Luo was extremely shocked. This gap in God world had actually been created by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Right now, the three-eyed demon clan wanted to attack God world through this gap. Where is the real inheritance? Lei Luo was shocked. He didn't care much about the inheritance, but he was quite interested in the things left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Such a powerful existence must have left behind a lot of things for his successor, right? Looks like I'll have to find some time to fix this gap. Lei Luo thought. However, there was only one chance. He had to act when he had enough confidence. Suddenly, Lei Luo's expression changed. He couldn't sense Sanya anymore. Usually, although the slave god bead was in the moon goddess's hand, he could still sense Sanya. But now, it was suddenly broken. Sanya could not break free from the slave god bead. There was only one other possibility. Sanya was dead. Could it be that the three-eyed demon clan has already invaded God world? Lei Luo was very confused. Otherwise, why would Sanya suddenly die? No matter what, Sanya was still a god. After using a drop of divine dragon's blood, his bloodline had been strengthened a lot. Now, he had actually died. Didn't that mean that his investment had gone down the drain? After all, a drop of divine dragon's blood was very precious. Instantly, Lei Luo opened his eyes and saw an extremely strange scene. He saw starlight moving around him. It was the countless light spots, forming a river. The source of this river was inside the devouring treasure box. Is this the fourth function of the devouring treasure box? Lei Luo quickly understood. There was a powerful mage world inside the devouring treasure box. It contained a powerful galaxy spell that could control countless stars at the same time and build a vast galaxy. The more stars there were, the stronger this spell would be. This star spell is very powerful. Lei Luo's eyes lit up because he liked this kind of star spell. Compared to godly spells, he felt that this star spell was even better. However, although the stars here are very powerful, they lack a host star. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the immortal clan's ancient well in the sealed land in the old world. That ancient well was a big pit. He had no doubt that the star was very likely the main star that ruled this galaxy. But now, it was not there. It should be in the inheritance left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box. Lei Luo thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he threw the star-slaying sword into the devouring treasure box in Galaxy World. The star-slaying sword could also turn into a star. This was something left behind by the star-slaying mage. Lei Luo used the system's ability to directly control Galaxy World. On the terrifying battlefield, the incomparably bitter war was still ongoing. It was already half a month after the Hell Clan had passed through the 7 Netherworld bridges and entered God World. Who knew how many Sky Spirit Archmages had fallen? The losses of the Hell Clan were similarly severe. The exit of the 7 Netherworld bridges was like a meat grinder, continuously devouring countless mages. Of the 2,000 Sky Spirit Archmages around the Moon Goddess, there were less than 100 left. Sangya, who had been following her all along, had also died in battle. A level 1 god was too insignificant in this terrifying battle. She had even seen a level 7 god die with her own eyes. She had also brushed past death several times. She did not know how much longer she could hold on. She did not have any hopes of leaving this place alive. As long as the Hell Clan was not repelled, this war would not end. Once the Hell Clan broke through their defenses, God World would be filled with countless deaths. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar came from afar. Impossible, Lord of Hell, how could you break through to a level 15 Hell God? This was the voice of the God Emperor of Creation. His voice was filled with disbelief because they had been in a stalemate for more than half a month, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, the Lord of Hell suddenly erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed that of a level 14 god. He was caught off guard and was heavily injured. God Emperor of Creation, I did not break through to the level of a level 15 Hell God. Do you think that our Hell Clan sacrificed 7 ancient Hell Gods above level 12 just to form 7 Netherworld bridges? No, they will also use the last bit of their power to support me through the special secret techniques of our Hell Clan at the critical moment, thus allowing me to break through to a level beyond the level of a level 14 God. Now that I have won, your God World will no longer have the power to stop my clan. This world will completely belong to us. We will become the second clan of the Sea of Suffering to conquer a divine world. The local clans let out maniacal laughter. For a moment, the morale of the Hell Clan was greatly shaken. Meanwhile, the experts of God World were all extremely pale. They had an ominous premonition deep in their hearts. Now that the God Emperor of Creation was so heavily injured, God World would no longer have sufficient strength to contend with the Lord of Hell. Although God World had 9 level 12 gods, the overall strength of the Hell Clan was already much stronger than the gods in God World. Even if they sacrificed 7 ancient Hell Gods, their high-end combat strength would not be inferior. With the God Emperor of Creation being heavily injured, God World was completely at a disadvantage. Soon, under the fierce attacks of the Hell Army, the Divine Court Army in various regions collapsed one after another. There were even cases of gods escaping. On the chaotic battlefield, the Moon Goddess sent a powerful demon of the Hell Clan flying. Then, she hurriedly retreated with the remaining dozens of Sky Spirit Archmages because the situation of the Divine Court's army being defeated had already taken shape. There was no way to stop the attacks of the demons of the Hell Clan. She felt extremely sorrowful in her heart. God World was going to be completely destroyed. Suddenly, a few Hell Gods pounced on her. The moon goddess saw that there were no other gods nearby and knew that she had been too slow to retreat. And the enemy was too strong. She couldn't escape. I'll stop them. If you can escape, then run. The moon goddess sighed to the sky spirit archmage beside her. Then, the full moon rose above her head, emitting endless light and condensing into ice needles that shot toward the hell gods. We can't escape. We might as well fight to the death. The remaining sky spirit archmages knew that they had no chance of escaping. They were only sky spirit archmages. Even demigods couldn't withstand a single blow from a level 1 god. In a sense, the sky spirit archmages were just cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, all the sky spirit archmages beside the moon goddess died. She was the only one left and she was seriously injured. However, she was facing 3 hell gods, and the strongest one was a level 5 hell god. Ha ha ha, this is a goddess. Capture her alive. The leading hell god gave a strange laugh. The moon goddess's face was cold, and she would not hesitate to use her ultimate spell to kill these disgusting creatures. But at that moment, someone patted her shoulder. A familiar voice sounded in her ear. Do not give up until the last moment. The moon goddess suddenly turned her head and saw Lei Lou. Senior, be careful, she immediately cried out involuntarily. She wanted to warn him that the hell god's attacks came at her from all directions. Even if Lei Lou was very powerful, in a battle of this level, unless he was at the level of a divine lord or sacred lord, he would not be of much use to the situation. Lei Lou waved his hand, and immediately, the 3 hell gods' bodies exploded into a bloody mist. When the moon goddess saw this scene, she was very surprised. To be able to kill these gods so easily, he had to be at least a 7th or even 8th level god. Senior, why are you here? The moon goddess said with a slight sigh of relief. If I hadn't come, God world would be in complete chaos. Lei Lou shook his head. Then, he took the moon goddess and soared into the sky, flying toward the gap, ignoring the fierce battle. The moon goddess felt that her body was wrapped by a powerful force, and she couldn't break free at all. She could only follow Lei Lou and fly. Her speed was so fast. She had never thought that flying could reach such a level. It was as if the two of them had penetrated through space. In just a few minutes, they had arrived at the gap. This was the tragic main battlefield. The God Emperor of Creation, who was heavily injured, was still fighting with the Lord of Hell. He was at a complete disadvantage and was on the verge of collapse. He could not hold on for much longer. Originally, with his strength, it would not be a problem for him to escape. However, if he escaped and no one restrained the Lord of Hell, the consequences would be disastrous. Even divine lords and sacred lords were not a match for the Lord of Hell. At that time, the army of tens of millions from the divine court would be completely wiped out. Therefore, he had to hold on. Even if there was a danger of death, he had to restrain the Lord of Hell. However, his injuries were getting more and more serious. Under the fierce attacks of the Lord of Hell, he had no chance to heal his injuries. God Emperor of Creation, you have no hope left. Welcome your death. After the Lord of Hell sent the God Emperor of Creation flying once again, he suddenly let out a long howl. A dark yellow giant sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura that could pollute everything. At the next moment, the demonic sword in his hand flew out, forming a terrifying dragon that roared as it pounced toward the God Emperor of Creation. The God Emperor of Creation looked at the terrifying dragon pouncing at him with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. It was over. In the end, the Hell clan had succeeded. He did not expect that God world would become the second God world to be invaded by the Hell clan. Just as the terrifying dragon was about to tear the God Emperor of Creation apart, a huge dragon claw suddenly descended from the sky and held that evil dragon down. In the sky, it was actually a huge magic dragon. Boom! Along with a boom, the dragon was shaken apart, revealing a demonic sword inside. The God Emperor of Creation was stunned. Someone had actually blocked the Lord of Hell's sword. Compared to the God Emperor of Creation, the Lord of Hell was even more shocked. This strike of his was completely aimed at taking the life of the God Emperor of Creation. Only if the God Emperor of Creation was in his peak state, would he be able to block it no matter what. But now, it had been blocked by someone else. Didn't this mean that another terrifying expert on the same level as the God Emperor of Creation had arrived? What was most unbelievable to him was that his demon sword had actually been suppressed by a terrifying force. He was unable to break free. "This sword of yours isn't bad, I'll take it." An indifferent voice rang out, followed by the appearance of the silhouettes of Lei Lou and the moon goddess. "Who are you, sir? There's absolutely no one like you in God world." The Lord of Hell's expression was extremely cold. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your Hell clan should scram," Lei Lou said indifferently. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed. The demon sword immediately fell into his hand. Although he struggled fiercely, he couldn't break free. In the sky, a huge magic flying dragon meandered around, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Lei Lou pointed with his finger, and the terrifying magic dragon suddenly pounced toward the Lord of Hell. Although it was his first time using star magic, he was able to do it with ease. He completely displayed the profoundness of star magic. When the Lord of Hell saw the star-flying dragon, his expression became incomparably grave. In the next moment, he stomped his foot abruptly, and the power of the Dead Sea appeared, turning into a monstrous water curtain that enveloped the Star River. But in the next moment, the water curtain was directly torn apart. Bang! The terrifying Star River directly struck the Netherworld Bridge. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the incomparably sturdy Netherworld Bridge began to explode. When the Lord of Hell saw this scene, his expression became ugly. By losing the Netherworld Bridge, they would also completely lose their training with the Dead Sea. As they had just entered God world, they had yet to completely adapt to it. If they wanted to resist the suppression of God world's origin, they had to borrow the power of the Dead Sea. Therefore, the 7 Netherworld bridges were the way for them to communicate with the Dead Sea. As long as they defended the Netherworld bridges, they would be able to receive endless support. But now, the 7 Netherworld bridges were actually starting to break. And at such a critical moment. You deserve death." The Lord of Hell's expression was incomparably furious. But in the next moment, his entire body trembled, because a terrifying hole had appeared on his chest. It was a hole that had been penetrated by magic. A terrifying magic will began to wreak havoc within his body. What kind of magic is this? The Lord of Hell had clearly dodged the attack of the Star River just now, but he had not been able to dodge this hidden fatal blow. Even if he tried his best to expel the magic suppression in his body, he was still unable to stop his body and soul from being destroyed. This magic was too terrifying. It was completely beyond what he could withstand. He could not figure out how such a powerful existence could be hidden in God world. "Star magic," Lei Lou said calmly. This Lord of Hell was very powerful, and he had also borrowed the power of the Dead Sea. It was not easy to kill him. That was why he had borrowed the star magic to launch a large-scale attack, hiding the most fatal mage within. "Star magic," the Lord of Hell muttered to himself. It was as if he was about to be completely lost in that terrifying magic. His body began to disintegrate and burn, turning into a ball of yellow air before finally erupting completely. A peak level 14 Hell God had died just like that. All the Hell clans present were stunned. Their Lord of Hell had died. He had been killed by a single spell. How was this possible? Didn't he just severely injure the God Emperor of Creation? How did the Lord of Hell die instead? It wasn't just the countless demons of the Hell clan that were shocked. Even experts like the God Emperor of Creation were shocked. He was completely stunned. Too powerful. This was the only feeling he had. How powerful was the Lord of Hell? Even if he wasn't heavily injured by the attack, at his peak state, he would at most be able to tie with him. But now, such a powerful existence had actually died in the hands of an expert of unknown origin. Moreover, it was only a single spell. Just who was this person? As the God Emperor of creation, he could be said to be the master of God world, but he had never heard of such an existence. Under normal circumstances, such a powerful existence could not be unknown. However, he had never heard of it, nor had he seen it before. The moon goddess standing beside Lei Lou did not know what to say. Was this the strength of Senior? Wasn't this strength too ridiculous? She had always believed that Senior was a god between levels 7 and 8. However, this spell had killed the Lord of Hell. This was most likely a god above level 15. Many thanks to my friend for saving me, the God Emperor of creation bowed to Lei Lou and said. If Lei Lou had not acted, not only would he have fallen, but the whole of God world would have fallen as well. God Emperor of creation, you should hurry up and heal your injuries, Lei Lou said indifferently. Following that, with a thought, the huge star river shot out. Wherever it passed, all the clans of hell, regardless of their grade, would be completely aged. Now, there were only the other 7 hell clans in the exit area of the Netherworld Bridge. There was no need for him to make a move. After the Lord of Hell fell, the clans of hell had lost their morale and fled in all directions. On the other hand, the morale of the Divine Court was greatly boosted. They immediately reversed the situation and began to hunt them down. These hell clans had become rootless duckweed. It would not be long before they were completely wiped out. After losing so many experts, even if there were still many hell clans left in the Dead Sea, their complete decline was inevitable. They wouldn't be able to cause any more waves. Lei Lou arrived in front of the huge gap in God world. He used his spiritual sense and found that this gap was somewhat special. The edge of the gap had been completely changed by a mysterious force, which also caused the difficulty of cultivation to increase by a lot. He was not 100% confident. Therefore, he decided to go back and cultivate properly first, and only come back when he was confident. In any case, he did not have to worry about someone repairing the gap. If it could be fixed, they would not have waited until now. Now that the God Emperor of creation was seriously injured, it would probably take several hundred years before he could break through to a level 15 god. Even if he broke through and grasped the ability to make up space, he might not be able to complete it. However, before he left, he decided to sign in by this gap. He didn't know how many gaps there were, but the meaning was extraordinary. Soon, the system's notification sound rang in Lei Lou's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, World Origin Stone. Lei Lou was a little surprised. What was this World Origin Stone? However, he did not check the information for now. Following that, Lei Lou took the Moon Goddess back to the Moon God Palace. This time, none of the 1,000 great sky spirit archmages taken by the Moon Goddess returned alive. As for Sangya, he was worse off. He had even himself died. Lei Lou shook his head. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. The Moon Goddess's luck was much better. If Lei Lou had arrived a little later, she would probably have died as well. After reaching the Moon God Palace, Lei Lou returned to Osmanthus Palace. The Moon Goddess had accepted an existence that was even more powerful than the God Emperor of creation and had moved into her own Moon God Palace. In Osmanthus Palace, Lei Lou looked at the introduction of the World Origin Stone. After reading it, he revealed a surprised expression because this thing could actually be used to open up a world. Not a small world or anything like that, but an independent main world. It had its own world origin and could grow, expand, and breed species. From a certain point of view, whether it was an ordinary world or a divine world, it was possible for it to grow on the basis of the World Origin Stone. However, to open up a world with the World Origin Stone was extremely difficult. At least Lei Lou felt that he was temporarily unable to use World Origin Stone to create a world. It should be at a higher level. Hence, he kept the World Origin Stone and continued to cultivate. Time passed very quickly. 500 years had passed. An extremely powerful and vast aura suddenly swept out of the divine court of creation. One could vaguely see a strange world appearing within the creation palace, evolving everything. Within this strange world of fireworks, there were 15 star lights floating. The God Emperor of creation opened his eyes. He had finally broken through to the level of a level 15 god. Over the past 500 years, he had spent most of his time recovering from his injuries. Fortunately, even though his body was heavily injured during the battle, his core was not injured. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to recover, let alone break through. Of course, he had also consumed many precious magic potions. As the master of the divine court, he definitely did not lack cultivation resources. Is this the level 15 god level? The ability to repair space is indeed amazing. The God Emperor of creation let out a long breath. He was a little curious. How big was the gap between him and that mysterious mage? Even with his current strength, it would not be too easy for him to kill the Lord of Hell. Forget it. I'll go take a look at the gap in God World first and see if it can be repaired. The God Emperor of creation wanted to repair the gap in God World the most. This way, he would no longer have to worry about being threatened by the clan of the Dead Sea and Hell. Without this gap, it would be impossible for the Hell clan to invade. Similarly, it would be equally difficult for other powers from the outside world to invade. Very soon, the God Emperor of creation arrived at the edge of the gap. When his god's consciousness sensed it, his expression turned ugly. This was because he had no way of repairing this spatial gap. That's not right. This is man-made. Otherwise, why would the spatial structure at the edge of the gap be so complicated? He had originally thought that once he broke through to a level 15 god, he would be able to repair the gap with the ability to repair space. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to do so even if he were to increase by 1 or 2 levels. No wonder that powerful existence did not repair the gap 300 years ago. It was likely that he would not have been able to do so. Ha! Fortunately, the threat of the Hell clan has been completely resolved. There shouldn't be any major problems from now on. The God Emperor of creation thought. Hence, he turned around and returned to the divine court of creation. Although he was very curious about that powerful existence, he did not send anyone to investigate. No matter what purpose this powerful existence had hidden in God World, there was no doubt that he had made a huge contribution by saving it. At that moment, in the Moon God Palace, Lei Lou was working hard to cultivate. After more than 500 years, he had reached level 8. This speed was fast enough. He was quite satisfied. Yeah, when I reach level 60, I will go and fix that gap. Lei Lou was thinking. Suddenly, he thought of Xiluo. He didn't know how her cultivation was going. After Sangya's death, Immortal Palace had lost its god spirit again. Of course, with his existence, Immortal Palace wouldn't be in trouble. Lei Lou decided to go to Immortal Palace to take a look. At the normal speed, Xiluo should be at least a level 30 Sky Spirit Archmage. If she was faster, she might have reached the demigod realm. In a starry sky far away from God World, a pitch-black streamer that was tens of thousands of miles long suddenly appeared. A huge sphere rushed out of the pitch-black streamer. The pitch-black streamer flickered a few times and disappeared completely. There was a huge world inside this huge sphere. In a huge temple, an endless aura of faith filled the air, and one could vaguely hear the prayers of billions of living beings. Great Dark Lord, your humble subordinate God is reporting an important piece of news to you. We have successfully passed through the extremely dangerous crystal barrier and entered a brand new world system. According to the energy reaction analysis, the origin level of this world system is around 2.2, and the strongest can only give birth to a level 21 god. It can be listed as a target for conquest. It is enough for us to harvest a wave of faith, said a tall, golden-haired figure in full armor, bowing to a shadow on a high throne. Then we shall stay in this world system for 1,000 years to replenish resources and the power of faith. After 1,000 years, we shall set sail again. We have already escaped far enough. I believe that the universe gods should not be able to lock onto our route for a short period of time. A faint voice was transmitted from the shadow. Yes, great Dark Lord. The golden-haired figure bowed slightly and then turned around to leave the shrine. Shortly after, the massive spherical world was moving at a fast speed toward a massive floating world shrouded in endless light. No one could imagine that a world-shaking catastrophe was about to spread in this endless world. The death of Sangya and more than 1,000 great sky spirit archmages had a huge impact on Immortal Palace. More than 500 years had passed, and they hadn't recovered. Let alone Sangya, the god. A great sky spirit archmage couldn't be trained in just a few hundred years. It would take thousands of years for one to be born. It was Immortal Palace and their forces that had accumulated great sky spirit archmages for countless years. Of course, it was not just Immortal Palace. In God World, every force had suffered huge losses. No one knew how many gods had died. Without more than 10,000 years, it was very difficult for God World to recover its vitality. In the Immortal Palace's quiet room, Empress Xiluo was cultivating. She had already reached a level 32 Sky Spirit Archmage. However, she did not intend to break through to the God realm directly. Instead, she wanted to take a step forward. However, every step she took was more dangerous. After a long time, Xiluo opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Then, she stood up and walked to another room. She picked up a book and started reading. I wonder where brother went. I haven't seen Little Fire for a long time. Xiluo did not read. She put down the book again and thought to herself. She was worried that something might have happened to her brother. After all, Sangya had died in the war. Although her brother was very powerful, he might not be able to protect himself in such a terrifying war. Unfortunately, she was not even a god, so the information she could control was very little. At this moment, a small lizard with wings broke through the restriction and flew into the room. It landed on Xiluo's shoulder. Xiluo's body shook. Her pretty face revealed a look of surprise. Little Fire, is it really you? Little Xiluo, I missed you so much. Little Fire jumped on Xiluo's shoulder, looking unusually excited. How could it not be excited? It had been locked in the system space by Lei Lou for more than 500 years. He had agreed to let it out after taking one step, but in the end, it took 5 steps before the master finally let it out. He said that it was too slow and that it had only taken 5 steps after 500 years. It really wanted to say that it had worked very hard. Little Fire, I missed you too. Where's brother? Xiluo was very happy. Senior is outside, Little Fire said. Soon, Xiluo saw Lei Lou outside. Brother. Xiluo said with red eyes. In her heart, her brother was the person closest to her. She had not seen him for hundreds of years. She really missed him. Xiluo, I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly after hundreds of years, Lei Lou said with a smile. Brother, Sangya is dead, Xiluo suddenly said. I know. Unfortunately, I knew too late. Otherwise, I could have saved his life, Lei Lou nodded and said. Of course, he didn't care too much about Sangya's death. He was just a god slave. It was just a waste of a drop of divine dragon blood. Lei Lou asked about Xiluo's cultivation situation and then said, Xiluo, try to walk the path of Sky Spirit Archmage as much as possible. It will be of great benefit to the path of God in the future. Xiluo nodded. Lei Lou used his elemental eye to look at the condition of Xue Li's bloodline. It still had a lot of potential. Before he left, he gave Xue Li another drop of divine dragon blood to help her increase her bloodline potential. He didn't give Wei and the others the divine dragon blood because their bloodlines were ordinary. They were just ordinary human bloodlines. If he used the divine dragon technique, the best result would be that his bloodline would be changed, but it would also be restricted, which would be bad for his future development. The worst-case scenario would be that his bloodline would collapse and he would die an unnatural death. After returning from Immortal Palace, Lei Lou continued to cultivate, trying to reach level 60 as soon as possible. Occasionally, he would give Wei and the others some pointers on their magic cultivation. After more than 500 years of cultivation, their progress was very fast. All of them had reached level 20 or so. The reason why they were so fast was because of the effects of the moon god laurel tree. Lei Lou even let them use the devouring treasure box to cultivate. This way, they could strengthen their souls and consciousness. With the addition of these ample cultivation resources, it wasn't strange for them to achieve such results. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years had passed. On the path of Sky Spirit Archmage, Lei Lou's divine soul took another step forward. Along with a rumble, endless information fused into his soul. He had already reached the 60th level of the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from his body. Fortunately, there was the god-trapping formation, so it didn't spread out. Moreover, he had already let Wei and the others leave this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of this aura. Even with the isolation of the god-trapping formation, the moon goddess outside could still sense the faint terrifying aura coming from Osmanthus Palace. This was something that hadn't happened before. Eventually, the isolation of the god-trapping formation couldn't suppress the aura of Lei Lou's breakthrough. Has Xenia broken through again? The moon goddess, Delina, muttered. Originally, when the Hell clan invaded, Xenia was able to kill the Lord of Hell with one strike. Now that he had broken through, how powerful must he be? Under the moon god laurel tree, Lei Lou opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. A level 60 Sky Spirit Archmage was one step closer to a 100-step Sky Spirit Archmage. The fourth layer of the elemental eye's restriction seems to be able to be refined. Lei Lou suddenly felt the elemental eye in his left eye pulsate slightly. This fourth layer of the elemental eye was said to be able to see through one's past life and present life, and it was especially mystical. Did a person have a past life and present life? He felt that there should be. He was an example. It was just that reincarnation was completed in a mysterious way, and that was something that needed to be studied. After all, in this world, at least according to his understanding, there was no such thing as a true hellhole or the reincarnation of death. Lei Lou didn't think too much about it. After all, in this world, it wasn't that simple. Perhaps there were still many domains in this world that he did not know about, or perhaps hell really existed. Lei Lou began to hear about the Celestials. They were a true clan of gods. Just like the identity of the little fire divine dragon. Lei Lou did not think about it anymore and began to refine the fourth restriction of the elemental eye. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He covered his left eye and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After a while, the pain disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye felt different. Although what he saw wasn't different, he could feel the changes in the elemental eye. Lei Lou felt that it was necessary to find someone to use the elemental eye on. Thus, he walked out of Osmanthus Palace and saw the moon goddess chatting with Wei and the others. Wei and the others had been in Moon God Palace for hundreds of years, but they rarely walked out of Osmanthus Palace. Therefore, they had not had many opportunities to talk to the moon goddess. Moreover, Wei and the others would not casually talk to anyone about Lei Lou. Greetings, Senior. The moon god of the moon goddess, Delina, saw Lei Luo come out and immediately bowed slightly. Lei Luo nodded. The elemental eye on the moon goddess's body began to flicker slightly. It seemed to sense some special and chaotic information on her body. In an instant, some strange scenes appeared in Lei Luo's mind. They seemed to represent the moon goddess. After a while, Lei Luo looked away. He felt that his spiritual power had been greatly depleted. The moon goddess's beautiful face blushed slightly under Lei Luo's gaze. She didn't know what to do. Wei and the others were surprised. "Senior." Wei suddenly called out in a soft voice. Lei Luo waved his hand and said to Wei and the others, "Go back and cultivate." "Oh, okay." Wei and the others didn't say anything more. They just glanced at Lei Luo with resentment and ran back to Osmantha's palace of the moon goddess. Now, only Lei Luo and the moon goddess were left. "Delina, when you cultivate, do you feel anything abnormal? For example, some strange and special information appearing in your mind?" Lei Luo asked. From the ability to use the fourth layer of the elemental eye just now, he could basically tell that this moon goddess, Delina, not only had a past life, but she had been extremely extraordinary in her past life. At least, her cultivation level should have far surpassed that of the current moon goddess. No wonder when he saw her bloodline last time, he could vaguely feel that after her bloodline broke through, it actually became a little stronger. This should be the awakening of some kind of power from her past life. The stronger the cultivation, the higher the degree of recovery. One day, perhaps the moon goddess's memories and power from her past life would be completely restored. "Senior, how do you know?" "I do occasionally receive some very special information, but I have no idea what is going on." The moon goddess was extremely surprised. She had never told anyone about this. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Lei Luo said with a smile. The moon goddess had a great background in her previous life, so she could be properly nurtured. After all, no matter how great her background was in her previous life, it was useless if she couldn't recover from it. She might die at any time, then, she would have to start all over again. Lei Luo thought for a moment and said, "You should come to Osmantha's palace to cultivate in the future. It should be good for you." "Yes, senior." The moon goddess blushed and was very happy. Since Senior wanted her to enter Osmantha's palace to cultivate, the meaning was already very clear. It was because the people living in Osmantha's palace were all his wives. Now, Lei Luo actually allowed her to stay there as well. If Lei Luo knew what the moon goddess was thinking, he would definitely complain in his heart that she was wrong. He really didn't have such thoughts. He only thought highly of her potential. When she followed Lei Luo into Osmantha's palace, she felt the tremendous changes in it and was extremely shocked because she actually felt a very special energy flowing in her breath. It actually caused the immortal energy in her body to become extremely active. Not only that, but the strange flower fragrance had formed a strange stimulation to her soul consciousness. When she saw the moon god laurel tree, she was even more shocked because it was definitely not the same tree from before. Although this moon god laurel tree was somewhat similar to the Osmanthus tree, it was definitely much stronger. That extremely high-grade special energy was emitted from this tree. "Find yourself a place to cultivate," Lei Luo said. The moon goddess already knew how lucky she was to be able to cultivate here. She was certain that if she were to cultivate in such an environment, let alone a level 6 god, she might even have a chance at a level 7 god. At this moment, she was extremely grateful to Lei Luo. After Lei Luo made arrangements for the moon goddess, he left Moon God Palace and flew directly toward the gap in God World. He was prepared to repair the gap. In the Divine Court of Creation, an extremely important meeting was being held. Other than the God Emperor of Creation, the other Divine Lords were also present. This was because the discussion this time was about a major matter that concerned the life and death of God World. "Your Majesty, the situation shouldn't be that bad, right?" There are more than 1,000 god worlds in this world system. There are many worlds that are stronger than our god world, and there are countless powerful gods. So how can we not be able to fight against that invading divine system? The Inferno Divine Lord said. According to the news from our system, we have lost contact with 57 god worlds, so it is evident that the invading divine system is very powerful. Therefore, the divine system gods are preparing to gather their strength to deal with it, the God Emperor of Creation said. He had a headache. After experiencing the invasion of the Hell Clan a few hundred years ago, God World had suffered heavy losses. So many gods and high-level sky spirit archmages had been killed or severely, and that was why they were still unable to recover. But now, there was a battle between foreign gods. That was a battle in the universe. Sky-level existences were too weak. Even demigods could not exist in the universe. Only gods had the ability to do so. Therefore, the power gathered this time was at least a level 1 god. Your Majesty, let's wait and see. Our god world can't stand the torment anymore, the powerful force said. Up until now, his injuries had not fully recovered. His clan's gods had lost a lot in that battle. If they went to fight in the universe's void again, almost no one would be able to return. Do you like this video? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to like, subscribe and click the notification bell to stay updated. See you soon.